All right, good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of January the 28th of 2025. We do have quite a bit to cover this morning. Before we get started, I want to make some acknowledgments. Our board, we will not have several of our board members this morning. Unfortunately, the mother of Commissioner Simrad passed, and she is out of state dealing with that. And then I also want to acknowledge that Commissioner Uribe's father most recently passed, and so we do offer condolences to those families as well. We have one of our commissioners who is ill this morning and cannot be here. Commissioner Moore will not be here, but we're going to have Ms. Marsh from her office in just a few moments, who will introduce the pastor who will bring the invocation. After the invocation, I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance at that time. And after the Pledge of Allegiance, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will introduce two presentations and read proclamations recognizing Black History Month and School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. And with that, at this time, Ms. Marsh, if you will come forward to introduce our invocator this morning, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Pastor Mike Bardwell leads Solid Rock Baptist Church on Mott Avenue in Lockhart. He has served as head pastor at Solid Rock Baptist since 1990. Pastor Bardwell and his wife Diane reside in Lockhart. In fact, he is Commissioner Moore's current District 2 Citizen of the Year award winner. In addition to raising 6 children, and now he has 9 grandchildren, and taking care of the spiritual needs of residents, Mike has been active in cleaning up corridors throughout Lockhart, often without being asked. Pastor, his wife, and a son have mowed grass, painted walls and fences, removed tree limbs and stumps, parked cars at District 2 events, and consistently he has improved the rights of way in his town. He and his wife have quietly stepped up in many situations where finding volunteers hasn't been easy. Pastor Bardwell also leads chapel services in the evenings at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission in the men's division. He attended Tabernacle Baptist Church Heritage College in Orlando in the 1990s. Pastor Bardwell says he was called to preaching based on the importance of the salvation of souls. Pastor Bardwell, if you could join us.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Good morning, Commissioner and Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to do the invocation this morning. I count it a privilege to be here. Thank God for his blessings. So thank you for giving me the privilege of opening up this county commission meeting with prayer. So let us pray. Father in heaven, we humbly come before the throne of grace today with praise. You are worthy of our adoration and praise. We praise you because it's from you that all blessings flow. You are the one who provides all of our needs. With our greatest need being reconciliation to God, we thank you for John 3:16, which states, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." You have also given us all things to richly enjoy: the abundance of food, opportunity to be productive, blessings of family and friends, and so much more. For our benefit, you have ordained government to maintain law and order and godliness. Thank you for preserving our nation where we have the freedom of religion, not from religion. We know that the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord, and that we get the leadership that we deserve. You've been gracious and merciful in giving us a fresh start. Let Americans continue to obey 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. We pray for continued repentance and healing. Today we ask that you would endow our mayor and our county commissioners with godly wisdom to make the right decisions concerning Orange County. We pray that you would bless their families, bless all Orange County government employees, and bless our police and first responders. Be with our military and all government employees throughout our land. Hedge in our president and all those in governmental authority. We pray your blessings upon America. In Jesus' name, amen.
And I now invite you to join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning, everyone. As the mayor said, we have two special presentations this morning. With us today, Congressman Darren Soto from Florida's 9th Congressional District. Since the congressman has money, he gets to go first. So would you please welcome U.S. Congressman Darren Soto.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, fellow citizens. It's an honor to represent Orange County in the United States Congress, and we know how critical it is, the partnership between the federal government and our local governments to protect our quality of life, especially in fast-growing Orange County. Today, we'll be presenting a check for $500,000 for Green Place. This is absolutely a miracle, the work that you all are doing. The Eastern Growth Boundary is something that was the will of the voters for many years, the fight for a lot of commissioners for many years. And when you see the map and you see this big swath of Orange County that is there for agriculture, for environmental easements and recreation, and for our water and for our wildlife, it is something we're going to continue to invest in with the East Orange County Green Place Environmentally Sensitive Lands Acquisition Project. And I thank you all for your continued commitment as we see the Conlatch-Hatchie River stand strong like a sentinel, protecting the eastern lands. In addition, we'll be presenting funding under the Ryan White HIV and AIDS Fund. We know that here in Central Florida and across Florida, we have some of the highest rates of HIV/AIDS, and so it is absolutely critical that we have this funding so people can get tested. These are conditions that can be treated, and people can live long and healthy lives with them. And so absolutely critical for that. But we have some other great announcements too. Just in December, we got an additional $50 million authorized through the Water Resource Development Act for Orange County utilities, for water supply and storage. That was authorized 2 years ago, and now we're pulling down the funding for that for water supply and storage. In addition, we got an additional $50 million authorized in this past water project. So over $100 million now authorized through the Water Resource Development Act to expand. Oh, we could applaud that. This time it's the Taylor Creek expansion. There is a reservoir we helped create in Osceola County for the benefit of Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County. And it is going to be one of the major future water supplies for our region. Now, these are both authorized, so we need to continue to work each year to draw down some of that funding. And Ed Torres and the folks you have working at Orange County Utilities are doing amazing work to help our office with that. In addition, we saw over this past year the Lake Nona Government Center that I know you all have with Orlando, and I know Commissioner Cordero, you worked on that with us to get $1 million to help fund that. We know there is a lack of government services in Southeast Orange County, but not for long, so it's a thrill to work on that. We still will draw down billions of dollars from the infrastructure law to help out with the traffic, with water, with rural broadband, with utilities in Central Florida. The biggest project being the $3.5 billion I-4 expansion, the Beyond I-4 Ultimate Moving Florida Forward project. About half that funding was federal. And as you can see, and I believe it's part of it is in Commissioner Uribe's district, it's starting at the 528 and going all the way down through South Orange County, through Osceola into 27 in Polk County. That is the worst traffic in the nation right now, even worse than some of the major cities. But construction is happening. Where there's construction, there's hope. And so we'll see that expansion be critical for Orange County commuters and those beyond. In addition, Orlando International Airport, we were able to secure over $300 million for the airport. That's more than any other airport in Florida. So take that, Miami and Tampa. What's up, right? For 8 new gates, a pedestrian bridge, runway improvements, even a new awning so that we can truly have a world-class airport to help out both Central Floridians who are traveling and also our top industry of tourism. In addition, we're able to secure $16 million for a Christie grant for design of the Bright Line Sunrail expansion, which is going to be critical. In addition, we are still able to secure each year $4 million in anti-terrorism funding. This is something that former Congresswoman Val Demings helped pioneer with my former colleague, also Stephanie Murphy, and we continue to get this funding to help out to protect our community. But what's next? We already have another $500,000 in the 2025 budget for Green Place, and we're going to continue to work on that funding with you all. In addition, the biggest project will be the $6 billion Sunrail Bright Line expansion, an expansion that gets us to the theme parks, to the airport, and on to Tampa. It'll require about $3 billion in federal funds. The good news is through the infrastructure law, there's over $43.5 billion in intercity rail funding available. And so the money's out there. We just need to continue to work together. All of you need to do your jobs and ask the right questions to make sure Orange County is getting the best deal. And so I support you all doing your deliberations. And as we get to the right deal, we need to all come together because one of the strengths we have is our collaboration between Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County and the local cities, something that a lot of other communities fail in by not being able to come to consensus. So I welcome wisdom to you all as you work through all these to get to the right deal. And with that, then we would be able to have weekend service with Sunrail. And from any Sunrail stop, you'd be able to connect to Brightline and get to Tampa or Miami eventually. So truly a beautiful thing for mobility. And then from there are ideas about maybe applying for a 3 urban area Olympics bid or a World Cup bid. Big things ahead over the next 10 to 15 years. In addition, we're working on a new TRACON for the Orlando International Airport. The tower is already still pretty modern, but the building that works with the tower is very antiquated. You're all about my age or a little younger, so you remember Atari? This building's from the 1980s, and it literally looks like Atari-like equipment in there. We need to upgrade that, and we have funding in the infrastructure law to work on that, so we're continuing to work on it. Last thing, obviously, we care deeply about our veterans. We have one of the best places to live in the country for veterans, and we're working on a new tower for the VA hospital in Lake Nona that would include both additional beds for mental health so that we can eliminate the scourge of veteran suicide, and also for cardiology, because we have a lot of older veterans who have cardiology, who have heart issues. And so a lot still yet to come, a lot that we work on together, but literally we couldn't do any of this without you, because Orange County and our other local governments are by and large the recipients, the grantees of a lot of these this funding. So thank you to your staff for all the hard work that they do to help put this together. And I promise send billions up to Washington. I promise to help get those all back over the next couple of years as we work on improving the quality of life and keep Orange County moving forward. Thank you all for having me. It's been an absolute joy.
All right, joining the mayor and the congressman is our EPD department, so we're happy to have them in this photograph with us. And health services as well, our health services and EPD department.
We're working on that. That's why your team is so important.
All right, let's cash that check quickly. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. Here's something you may not know. Orange County operates 4 gallery spaces throughout our community, and one of them is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Here with the details is the Administrator of Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, Ms. Vicki Landon. Vicki.
Good morning, everyone. I don't come with a big check in money, but I come with something fun. I come with art this morning. Thank you so much. The Sculpture on the Lawn program is celebrating its 10th anniversary here in 2025. So this was established in 2015 by the Public Art Review Board to promote the inclusion of public art throughout Orange County, and it benefits and educates the residents while enhancing the natural environment. You know, we have other gallery spaces like art here in the chambers. I'll be presenting this art to you at the next meeting, art out in our atrium at our Multicultural Center, and all of those galleries are focused on local artists who live and work and produce in Orange County. But our Sculpture on the Lawn program is a global international call for artists, and over the past 10 years we've seen sculptures from Central Florida and from US-based artists, but as well as Ukraine, Italy, Greece, Turkey, France, Colombia, Denmark, Spain, and the UK. What's really special about this particular gallery, having our sculpture garden out in the front of the lawn, is that our residents can visit at any time of day, anytime during the week. And I am very excited to announce to you the pieces that have been installed here for our 10th annual Sculpture on the Lawn. First, Manuel Ferrero Badia's Compostela, which means Field of Stars. This comes from Coruña in Spain. What's really interesting about this particular piece is Manuel wanted to do a fractal study of a seashell, that if you were to really lower down the detail to its most basic form, what would that fractal shape look like? This one really glows at night and is really benefiting from the light around the pads. So Compostela, Field of Stars, our fractal seashell that is up through the year. It is joined by and we'll be in 30 minutes. Blue Bull Mulberry from the UK. You might notice that this piece is an empty pad right now. We had a little bit of a customs paperwork import process to work through with this particular piece, but it is being installed today, so you will see it by the end of this meeting. Lionel Dean from the UK created Blue Mulberry out of a 3D printing process with recycled plastic 3D printing fibers. You might start to notice a theme here. While Sculpture on the Lawn is not curated or themed to a particular theme, this year we do have a lot of environmental and nature-based and conservation-based approaches to the work. So Blue Mulberry stands about 8 feet tall, so you won't be able to miss it once it's installed later today. And again, fully 3D printed out of the UK. We also have a piece from Chicago by artist John Bannon called Drop. Drop represents the sort of precarious nature of our environment and sustainability. It captures and freezes in time the moment where a droplet of water at the top of a blade of grass is just about to separate and drop down to the earth. What's really fun about that poured resin water droplet is you can see it's got the inverse of our skyline that we can see in it, so a lot of really fun photo opportunities in here. These are photos from our opening reception, which we held 2 Fridays ago, which had an excellent turnout. We had 3 of the 4 artists here present to talk about their art. So this is John Bannon's Drop. And our 4th piece is from Essential Floridian, from Maxwell Hartley of DeLand. This is titled Melt Piece. Melt Piece is meant to represent the moment in time where a solid natural product is really transferring into a liquid. What's really fun about this piece, because its position is the one standalone piece, it is a perfect catch for the sunrise and the sunset. So while I hope we are not all here working sunrise to sunset every day, if you find yourself here during those times, please do avail yourself of this particular view as well. And then here's just a lovely photo that we have from the opening. We have a mom showing a blade of grass to her son here for Drop. So thank you very much for your support for Sculpture on the Lawn. Here's to another 10 years and another 10 years after that. These will be on display through mid-January of 2026. And that's all.
That's great. Thank you very much, Vicki. As the mayor said, there are also 2 proclamations to be read today. The first one is for Black History Month. Black History Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas Black History Month, also known as African American History Month, is an annual observance in the United States in honor and recognition of the people and events that have significantly impacted the African diaspora's history. And whereas in 1926, historian and author Carter G. Woodson, who was known as the father of Black history studies, introduced Negro History Week as a reaction to racism and to highlight the role African Americans have played in the development of civilization. And whereas we embrace the struggles and achievements of our forefathers by joining together as one community, empowered by a Declaration of Independence drafted by Thomas Jefferson in 1776, which states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas Orange County government and the Black History Committee of Orange County Incorporated have been celebrating Black History Month, a vital part of American history in Orange County for over 31 years, and whereas Orange County government and the Black History Committee of Orange County have worked for decades in developing programs and activities that support the goals and achievements of our forefathers for the betterment of all men and women. And whereas African Americans continue to demonstrate the heroic deeds of exceptional men and women, which are now inextricably woven into our society and ingrained in our history. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in Orange County, and encourage all residents to learn about the history and celebrate the contributions African Americans have made to the world, to our country, and to our community. Done and ordered this 28th day of January 2025, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Bernard Batson. Mr. Batson is the gala chairman of the Orange County Black History Month Committee. Mr. Batson.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, County Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator, and County Controller, and invited guests. It is an honor and a privilege to accept the proclamation from Orange County government proclaiming February as Black History Month. The Black History Committee of Orange County has celebrated Black History Month in Orange County for over 30 years. During this time, Orange County had 5 mayors and 3 county commissioners. Our committee has provided over $450,000 in scholarships for African American students who graduate from an Orange County public high school to attend a university and college in the state of Florida. We have also made a huge impact in our community. And this year we did not wait until February to do so. We recently partnered with the Jesse May Adams Foundation to provide blankets, socks, and toiletries to 30 patients at a dialysis center. On Monday, January 20th, the holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King, we participated in a reading event at Mount Olive CME Church, where young people also learned about important figures in African American history. Before I take my seat, I also want to tell you about some of the things that we will be doing in Black History Month of this year. As always, you can enjoy the African American art that will be on display in the County Administration Building from February 1st to February 28th. We will also be participating in a literacy event at Dillard Elementary Head Start Center on February 11th. And we will have our festival on the lawn here in the lawn of the County Administration Building on February 21st. And when we will conclude with our annual gala, which is our signature fundraising event, which will be held at the Rosen Center Hotel on June 14th, as a celebration of Juneteenth. At this time, I would ask the members of our committee that are present, will you please stand? We would like to thank Orange County government for your continued support. God bless. Thank you.
Just as we take this photograph, I note that we have State Attorney Worrell, who is here, and I saw the Supervisor of Election, Karen Castadeno. If there are other elected officials in the audience, join us for this photograph. I think it would be appropriate at this time.
That means you, Judge Lattimore.
Yes, it does. I'm coming around. Thank you for everything.
And I told our friends at the Sheriff's Office last, but certainly not least, School Crossing Guard Appreciation. School Crossing Guard Appreciation. And this final proclamation of the morning reads, whereas Orange County government continues to make its youngest residents a top priority by raising awareness for issues that greatly impact their safety and well-being, And whereas during the school year, more than 300 school crossing guards are dedicated to educating children about the importance of practicing safety on their way to and from school, as well as when crossing any roadway. And whereas every school day, these highly dedicated men and women are on the streets protecting our school children, teaching them about pedestrian safety, and providing an invaluable service to the community. And whereas school crossing guards can sometimes face adversarial, dangerous, or difficult conditions while performing their duties. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to recognize the school crossing guards in our community who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect our children and ensure they arrive safely to school. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Friday, February 7, 2025, as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 28th day of January, 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and delivering comments from the Orange County Sheriff's Office is the Undersheriff, Mark Canty. Undersheriff.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and County Commissioners, for taking the time to recognize our school crossing guards on our National School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Our school crossing guards serve our community in an important way as they work to safely guide our children to school. The job of school crossing guard is not easy, but is very rewarding. We have 334 crossing guards at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. They cover 513 crossings and cover 136 schools. As Orange County continues to grow, our need for them will continue to grow. And so we're always hiring. This morning, I am pleased to recognize one of our outstanding school crossing guards, and that's Guard Audrey Marston Smith. Guard Marston Smith recognized that one of the students at her crossing was having difficulty breathing and needed help. She immediately called 911 and paramedics were dispatched. The child was taken to the hospital where they received the care that they needed. Because of Audrey's vigilance and quick action, the child received immediate medical care and recovered. And I think that's the kind of people that we have at our school crossing guard. I think when our community thinks of school crossing guard, we don't think of it as a dangerous job, but it is quite dangerous. Several of our guards have been injured while at their guard, and I would implore our residents and the drivers in our community to pay attention as you drive. Distracted driving, doing other things while you're driving, that puts not only our children at risk, but these brave and courageous guards that take on the challenge to stand the post and make sure that our kids are safe. So please take care of them like they take care of our children. Pay attention as you drive. I'd like to say I appreciate the support of the mayor and the commission in this community. And as I said, I would urge you to do your part in protecting our school crossing guards. They are a vital asset to this community as they protect our most important resource. Again, I want to thank the mayor and the county commissioners for taking the time to recognize us. It is greatly appreciated. And let's give our school crossing guards another round of applause.
Let me just thank Undersheriff Canty for being here and Sheriff Mina for the tremendous job that they're doing to make certain that our schools are safe and that our children are as safe as they possibly can be as they travel to school. As a former sheriff, former chief of police, I certainly understand the risk that you all take in making certain that our children have that safety. During the period of time that I was sheriff, we had a school crossing guard who was struck in an accident, and that school crossing guard, unfortunately, died as a result of the injuries. So they're there, they're out during the rain, the cold, the heat, and all types of weather phenomena. And yet they do it with a smile on their face. And so we do honor you on this day. If you would join us for a photograph in the middle at this time. Thank you so much. All right, as before we go to the public comment period of time, today is Commissioner Gomez Cadero's birthday. And Commissioner, we're going to sing happy birthday to you. And she, too, has had some difficulties with her family. I know her mother was hospitalized over this past weekend, and she found herself in Puerto Rico. So with that, join me in wishing her a happy birthday, but join me in singing loudly so that I don't have to be the only one heard when we're doing this. All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Commissioner. Happy birthday to you. Okay, and how old are you? How old are you? How old? Are you going to say? No. In Spanish, maybe? Anyway. Okay. That's younger than I am. Okay. By quite a distance. All right. So let us move forward on our agenda. We do have a full agenda today. We're going to move to the public comment period of time. And I invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. There are certain matters, however, that are not appropriate for discussion during the public comment period of time. These matters would include procurement or land use related issues or concerns that should be brought to other boards. This afternoon, we will, of course, solicit public input during the public comment period for each of the hearings scheduled for this afternoon. And with that, Mr. Thayer Mueller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 20 registered speakers this morning.
All right, with 20 speakers, each of you, I'm going to ask you to try to get done what you're going to say in 1 minute, because we do have quite a number of issues before us this morning. So each of you will be given 1 minute. Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, we'll start with the first speaker.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up in order along the back wall. Approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Demetrius Branca, followed by Dr. Jim Moyer, followed by Linda Sibley, followed by Chantelly Bennett, and followed by Peter Murray.
Am I ready to go?
All right, just remember name and address for the record if you don't mind.
Sure. My name is Demetrius Branca, and I live at 815 Von Seal Avenue in Tallahassee. I'm here today to ask for your help to save lives. I'm a dad from Tallahassee, and I'm on a mission to save lives. I'm a member of the Florida Hands Free Coalition, and together we are attempting to contact every county commission in the state of Florida, asking each and urging each to join us in demanding that our state legislature do something about distracted driving. We just heard the sheriff talk about how dangerous it is, and in Orange County, there were over 25,000 crashes last year, resulting in almost 20,000 injuries and over 150 deaths. In states that are enforcing hands-free laws, that number of deaths is immediately reduced by 10 to 25%. The math is easy, the simple, and so is the solution. We need a strong hands-free law. What we currently have is unenforceable. My son Anthony was a victim of distracted driving. Anthony was a joy. Anthony was my best friend. He's the best person I've ever met. He was killed by someone who was a grown adult and was not paying attention to what they did. I sent you the draft resolution, and I hope you will adopt that draft resolution so that the legislature will hear from us and do something about this plague that is affecting every Florida community. I know I'm out of time.
All right.
I have so much more to tell you.
I understand, but if you can leave any leave-behinds with us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, and we're so sorry what happened to your son, Anthony.
Yeah.
We understand where you are and your advocacy for hands-free driving laws, and so we'll take a good look at it during this upcoming legislative session.
Okay. I would urge you to please adopt this resolution before the legislative session starts on March 4th.
All right, we'll take a look. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Dr. Jim Moyer, Akau'i. In honor of Black History Month, Dr. King said, "I've decided to stick with love, for I know that love is ultimately the only answer to mankind's problems." So I want to thank the Commission for recognizing Black History Month on a different inclusive matter. Tomorrow begins the Year of the Snake. Tomorrow begins Lunar New Year. Chapon Namoi, that's Tiet, that's Vietnamese. Shintun Kwaila, that's Chinese for a Happy New Year, which oftentimes, just like in the United States, means let's party. I'm, among other things, I'm the political director for the Florida Asia American Justice Alliance. We're going to have a regional event in Oviedo on Friday, February 7th at 6 o'clock. I would encourage anyone to please join us. Thank you for your time, and God bless all of you.
All right,
Dr.
Moyer, no more.
Dr. Moyer, can you state your official title for the record, please?
Oh, I'm the Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. Thank you, sir, and thank you for meeting with me yesterday. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you, sir. All right, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, my name is Linda Sibley, and you need my address, correct? 5501 Thomas Square Drive in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. I'm a proud member of District 1. Since I only have a minute this morning, I'm going to quickly share with you a little bit about the dangerous, reckless e-bike rider behavior on the bike trails and the sidewalks throughout Orange County. Specifically, this is students as well as adults that are creating extremely dangerous situations for anyone else who is attempting to use the sidewalks while these vehicles are on the sidewalks. I'm going to send you all my incredible PowerPoint presentation, but I've gone through in order to talk about the three classes of e-bikes. Class 1 and 2 can go up to 20 miles an hour. Class 3 can go up to 28. The problem is you have these the e-bikes are actually being ridden by students, and they are actually weaving through all of the pedestrians also on the sidewalk. They seldom have on helmets. And we need to have a resolution that is mandating that schools actually provide training for the parents as well as the students. And I look forward to speaking to you when I have 2 minutes at the next VCC. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sibley, for your comments. We will move to the next speaker at this time.
Chantelly Renee Bennett, political legislative activist. I come to accomplish today to get the sheriff's office attorney's contact information for First Morse. And I'm also addressing with the commissioner that you have in with federal law to have undocumented immigrants deportation and assistance from the sheriff's office. And I'm referring to John Mina. John Mina is Palestinian. He should not have ever been voted for, and I'm asking that you ask the sheriff's office, I understand that Canty's here, I'm the sheriff, and have him deported and removed from office, removing all his ability to ensure that we're not actually funding terrorism, remove his ability to his funding and have it temporary assigned to, I guess, Canty. And I'm asking for that participation and making sure that Orange County campaigns with the federal government to have the immigrants removed. Well.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bennett. Some of what you said we don't have the authority to do regarding removal of elected officials from office. However, you did ask for the contact information for the sheriff's office attorney, and if we can have one of our staff members kind of meet you in the back to provide you with the information on how to contact the sheriff's attorney, but the other things are outside the authority of this board. Thank you for your presence today.
You're welcome. But just to assure that we're all on the same board, there's a special legislation in state office today, and I'm not sure how long it'll be running, and it will be the local law enforcement officials. You will have the authority. And
right.
I just ask that you guys pay close attention to it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bennett. If, I don't know, Roseanne, if Carol or one of them can provide her with that contact information from the sheriff's office. All right. With that, we're going to move forward to the next speaker on our agenda.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Trini Quiroz, followed by Miguel Flores, Cynthia Clayton, Jose Romero, Reverend Philip Hissam, and Jorge Flores.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. It is a disgrace that one has to take so much time and preparedness to come here to be muzzled to 1 minute. That is anti-democratic. That is not the country that we should live in. And as a proud immigrant who came 61 and a half years ago, not all immigrants are criminals. Not all are evil, like many Native Americans that have been here until their slave masters brought them here over 200 years ago. Some are criminals, some are good citizens. I am proud to say that I'm a good citizen, and I am praising the lady before me for talking about immigrants. Immigrants is what built this country, but we have a second-generation German immigrant, a Nazi that is trying to make this nation like Germany in the 30s. So please be just to the good immigrants. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quiroz. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, just a procedural question. Before we have the next speaker, Nick, can you check and see if anyone wants to donate time? I know a number of members from the Timber Scan community are here.
Okay. Do we have a number of persons from the TimberScan community? If so, if any of you are present and you had time and you want to donate your time,
Mayor,
well, actually, procedurally, because this isn't an express agenda item, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's not a public hearing, Mayor. This is a public comment period.
They can't give time. So if you intend to speak, you can come and speak and take full advantage of the minute that we'll give you. Okay, and I suspect that if you are all residents of the TimberScan community, some of what you may have to say is going to be similar. So please use your time appropriately, and we do want to hear from you. Okay, thank you. All right, up. Who's first? Okay. Is there something you want us to see that they are loading?
Yes, we have good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
We do have a PowerPoint presentation that will assist us in going through what we need to speak to ensure we have all our points spoken about.
Okay, and if you want to provide that to us, we'll disseminate that after you speak. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
How much time do each speaker have?
Each speaker has
initially?
1 minute.
Ooh.
And so you don't have a lot of time for a PowerPoint presentation, but you can try. You can reference it, and then we can certainly review it in its totality afterwards.
Ready.
Okay?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Miguel Flores. I am a homeowner of TimberScan, and I also live in the community. I am a retired Army veteran and a federal employee. I understand your concerns, and I understand the need for and importance of structured leadership and community well-being. We understand that you are concerned about our well-being and our safety, and we, as a community, have taken the necessary steps to alleviate receivership. And what I mean by this, that we have done a recall, arbitration, and this is not to negate the great work of the HOA current serving, it's just to implement new phases of the things that we are planning on executing immediately. We also have a DBPR case, not to negate the good work, is to find out the root cause analysis of what was done right and what was done wrong, how we can do better. We also have a community demographics of individuals that are low income. Moving them to another location, as you well know, is going to be detrimental to their well-being. We can do it on our own if we're given the opportunity. We have determined that through HOA
So,
fees.
Mr. Flores, I'm going to be kind to you. If you want to provide a summary of what's in the PowerPoint, I'm going to give you 1 minute to do that. Okay? So
Yes, if I may, I'm done talking. But the next slide will be in the next person speaking, if I may. And it's just a continuance of the same.
Okay,
1 minute.
is there anything you want to summarize?
Yes, sir. We are asking for an opportunity for us to implement a phase plan, phase 1 and phase 2 within an appropriate time frame to execute what you're asking us to do, which is improve our well-being and safety. We can do it on our own, and we have a plan, and we'd like to represent that to you either today or another time frame. We can have enough time to express and show what we can do and ask for your assistance as well.
Mayor, can I request that he email it also to our offices? I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, if you want to email any correspondence to any member of the board, that's...
I have our district...
It's same for all of us, so District 1 at ocfl.net, District 2, and just, we can't respond that way because that would put us in a situation of sunshine, but in order to be able to have the references and materials that you have with you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Remember, I shared I can't talk with them about you guys' concerns, so you have to send it to them, that's why. So I can't share anything we discussed, I can't discuss with them.
Unless we're in the meeting. Okay.
Thank you so much for the
All right, thank you, Mr. Flores. All right, next speaker, please.
I'll follow by Jose Romero.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us here. My name is Jose Romero. I'm a homeowner at TimberScan and part of the transitioning board based on the recall from December 28th. My part in this situation is to help to create a budget and how to allocate the budget in different phases along 2025 and 2026 to make things happen in terms of roof repair, exterior, and also security around the neighborhood, as long as also cleaning the yards and trash removal that we have all over the community. The budget we count is very limited, yet is even though it's limited, it's enough and to make all these projects happen throughout the rest of the months in 2025 and also 2026. We count with $170,000 that comes from monthly fees from homeowners and also $70,000 from rental units that belong to the HOA. That budget allocated in 2 years comes out to $340,000, which is enough to reface the walls and re-roof the whole community roof. That's between 2025 and 2026 with the budget we have. We're not counting any additional funding we may get along the way.
Once we get your presentation, we can kind of better understand it, but and because you don't have enough time to go through the entire presentation today, and we understand this is the public comment period of time, and it's just not a lot of time to be able to fully go through a PowerPoint presentation, so we apologize for that, but do understand that we want to hear from you. We'll take it when we have enough time to review what you have presented. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Clater. I'm a homeowner in Timbers-Cannon Lake, Section 2, and here in Orlando. And the thing I wanted to speak on today is the impact that a receivership would make on our community. In our community, we have a lot of low-income families. We have a lot of retirees, retired vets. We have a lot of people that are simply not able to come up with funding or resources in order to get a new place to live that's sustainable. We spent a lot of our life savings into trying to live where we're at. I'm 70 years old. I haven't got the time to get a mortgage and pay it off before, the end of my life, basically. So a lot of people are like that in there. And what we're trying to bring to you today is that by doing a receivership, you'd basically be not so much as helping people, but we need your help so that people don't become homeless, so that people don't end up having to struggle after this, because we're in a good home and we'd like to stay there. And we do have plans and resources that we can draw on in order to make sure that that doesn't happen if you give us the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. And just understand that our board does not want you to become homeless either. There'll be a full presentation later this morning that will cover all of the things that we have the ability to offer to provide appropriate assistance, so that hopefully that is not the case. Okay?
We're hoping so, but it's really difficult for people like myself and others that are on low income to relocate, because bills nowadays, rent is skyrocketing, and we have a lot of issues. So we're just really worried about it.
We understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Pastor Phil Hissam, 2505 Overlake Avenue, 32806 in District 3. I'm speaking as a friend of the community. I've been there in a pastoral capacity the last few years, and I also, another hat I wear is the founder and currently interim CEO of Polis Institute. And I've been working in distressed communities in Orlando and Orange County for 20 years now. I've not seen a more resilient group of residents. And I think what I'm asking for here is just that the receivership is delayed 6 months, because there's a leadership kind of inflection point right now, and if they had a little more time, I see a lot of positive things. And while the neighborhood's still rough around the edges, the people that are here are, they're great people, and they deserve a shot to kind of help lead this to its next phase. So if you'd consider a 6-month stay on that resolution to put it in receivership, I think that would benefit the residents. They have a friend in me and Discovery Church and in Polis Institute. So thank you all.
All right, Pastor Hissom, are you with Discovery Church?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Flores. I'm here representing TimberScan as a homeowner. We really need time to be able to gather all the information to be able to face this issue that we're facing now with receivership. Like all we have is 1 minute, and it's not going to be good enough for us. So you can please give us more time, to be able to address this problem. We do have a plan to make TimberScan better. TimberScan has changed a lot. The environment around TimberScan is not the same like it was before. Now it's different. If not, I would have never been living in there, But basically, we're trying to avoid going into receivership because a lot of homeowners have nowhere else to go but TimberScan, and it's going to be hard for us to get another place to stay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flores. All right, next speaker, please.
All right, next set of speakers is going to start with Thomas Chambers, followed by London Martin, Soren Harris, and Consuelo Malia, and Melinda Sinclair.
What was the first name? Thomas Martin. Thomas Martin. He's here.
I'm Thomas Chambers. I live at 2529 Scan Court. And my primary concern is this is my home. I've been in TimberScan for the past 13 years, and so far it's been peaceful. And yes, it has its troubles now again, like any other neighborhood does, but I really don't want to lose my home. I really don't want to end up on the streets. And I want you guys to give this new board a chance. Give us the time to actually change things, make things better. We got everything ready in order. We're doing what we can to make this a better place. And I can only hope that you guys are willing to give us that time. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chambers. Next speaker, please.
Yes, sorry, my name is Soren Harris, not London Martin. He's away, he is type 1 diabetic, and he needs to take care of some things. So I'll be talking instead. Well, as I said, my name is Soren Harris. Originally, I moved from Washington State all the way down here, and I came here, I didn't have many resources. It's me and my roommate, London. And the minute I walked into this place and we started checking it out, Cindy came down, and Mickey came down, and George came down. And they're all like, hey, if you need anything, let us know. And so I called up Cindy one day. I was like, hey, we need internet. We need Wi-Fi. I don't know what to do. And so she's like, let me help you. Let me take care of that. We went shopping the day after that. These are good, honest people. And I plead with you to let them keep their homes. Thank you.
So, Mr. Harris, just real quick, let me just understand.
Yes.
Are you a resident there at TimberScan?
Yes, of a recent, yes.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been there?
It's been a month.
Okay. And you live with several other people?
Yes.
there.
So
Okay, is that
London,
what you're-
who is supposed to be speaking, diabetic can't.
And that person is, one more time, who is that person?
London Martin. He was supposed to be
Martin.
speaking before
But
me
he's unable to speak.
at the moment.
All right. I'm clear now. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, everybody. I am Consuelo Mejia. I'm one of the homeowners over at Timberskin since 2009. There's been a lot of up and down, but nothing is the same like it was back then. And right now, we want to start a new, we have a plan in order to fix everything and comply with the new laws for the condominium. So far, we have 4 certified new members that we could have on the board and help us all together to fix our units from the outside. The inside, most of our units are pretty nice inside. It's nothing that you can believe that you're in Timberskin. They are fixed from the inside. It's just the outside, the roofing. But we are willing to get that fixed. We just need the time to get it done. We didn't have all the knowledge before, we have it now, and we're willing to move on and execute our project.
All right, thank you for your comments this morning. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Melinda Sinclair now. It was Melinda McIntosh. I represent the HOA board of Timberskin. I'm the board president. What I'd like to say is that a petition was made for a recall of the board, and the current board plans to work with them to ensure, a peaceful transition into the next board. They have good ideas. They have very good ideas. They're focused. And they're determined to make this work, So I also want to say that we have never really been formally notified of anything that's been going on with Orange County. I know it has been brought to my attention that some correspondence has come into play, but we haven't received anything, any mail, I haven't talked to Jason, what's his name? Jason Reynolds at any time, so we haven't had that conversation. We've always had Attorney Robert Anthony in our past correspondence when we was going through this years ago. He's always been the attorney for Timberskin.
There will be a presentation, and some of the questions that you are asking now will be answered during that presentation. I just hope that you're able to stay long enough to be able to see that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, our last group of speakers is going to start with Chanel McIntosh, followed by Casey Gwen, Michelle Spenzel, and Dennis Warren.
Ms. McIntosh, are you here? I think Chanel McIntosh. Okay, she's not going to speak. Okay, then thank you for your presence. We'll go to the next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Michelle Sperzel and 708 East Colonial Drive, joined by Judge Lattimore. We just are super excited to give you an update with where we are with the Family Justice Center, which was part of the Domestic Violence Commission as one of the recommendations from the Court Process Committee that Judge Lattimore chaired, and then also the system mapping. And so we had our first meeting yesterday as far as to roll out the presentation and have the community forum. We had 65 individuals as far as community service providers. We had 26 law enforcement. We also had an additional 39 people from the government and 15 people come from the faith-based community in order to come together and talk about starting a family justice center here in Orange County. The next process is going to be us having a strategic planning session that's going to be in June. But I would have to say it was an incredibly positive experience, a lot of buzz with everybody as far as the collaborative nature of how we can help survivors. And one of the exercises we did to plan for the meeting is we did a mapping of a survivor, and within a week of her having a domestic violence experience, she ended up going to 14 different locations, some of them twice, filled out over 150 pieces of paperwork in order to help all of that while in pain and trying to navigate how to go to work.
All right, thank you, Ms. Purcell. By the way, the president and CEO of Harbor House. I don't know that she said that, but
Probably
that's
didn't.
her
I had only a
connection.
minute.
All right. Judge Latimer, are you planning to speak?
I was not planning to speak. I came here in partnership with Michelle in light of the fact of the hard work that she's done and the fact that we were both the chairs of the committees that came up with the same idea, and I'm glad to see that it is hopefully materializing. I think it will be a great addition to this community, something that we definitely need for victims of violence. And so the work is moving forward, Mayor, and we thank the commission for its support as well.
All right, Circuit Judge Alicia Lattimore, and she's been a great partner through our Domestic Violence Commission that we reinstituted, and there were various recommendations that came out of that. Some we were able to institute immediately, some over time, and others require a lot more collaboration within the community to become a reality. And the Justice Family Center is one of those concepts that is being widely discussed at this point, and it will take public-private types of partnerships to come forward and how we implement that within our community. But thank you, Judge, for your presence.
Thank you. And Mayor, I have the pleasure of introducing Casey Gwen, who is here with us and was actually the presenter yesterday for our community forum. And we are glad that he is present. He's our next speaker. He's with Hope Alliance, and he is instrumental in helping us to guide our way as we try to bring the Family Justice Center to Orange County.
Okay, we'd love to hear from him. Commissioner Scott, did you have a question for?
I'll let him speak, and then I want Judge Lattimore to come back up just for a brief moment.
Okay.
And Mayor, I just really quick point of privilege. I got to attend yesterday, and I will tell you, incredibly supportive, really grateful that they're here this morning so that we can, in the sunshine, really establish that there's a need. It's life-saving. We have the data, we have the information, and incredibly supportive. So anyway, thank you for including us.
All right, just give us your name and title.
Hi, Mayor. I'm Casey Gwynn. I'm the president of Alliance for Hope International, and honored to lead a movement that's now opened 300 family justice centers around the world, 150 in the U.S., 150 overseas, and we see homicides drop dramatically. In Orange County, you had 14 domestic violence-related homicides last year, families that were torn apart by violence and abuse. Family justice centers actually can eliminate domestic violence homicides. In large family justice center communities, you've gone to zero. And I just want to say thank you, Mayor, for your support. Carol Burkett was there with us yesterday expressing your support. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for being there yesterday. Thank you to all of you for your passion for public health and public safety. This is going to be a public health, public safety, public-private partnership. So thank you, Mayor, for your leadership in the council. We look forward to the entire commission's support as we go forward in this journey. Blessings on all of you. We can break generational cycles of violence and abuse in families, and the Family Justice Center is one pathway to do that. So thank you.
And where is home for you?
I was the former elected prosecutor in San Diego, California, where we started the first family justice center in America that began this journey. Oprah Winfrey endorsed our work in San Diego, and the movement has now gone across the country and around the world.
All right, thank you. I know there's a lot happening out in California, so certainly we pray for your recovery there. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Dennis Warren. I'm here on behalf of the Village Condominiums Association to speak in regard to the timber scan proposal. And my apologies, and I'm on the board of directors there, and I'll get into that in a moment, but I just found out about this. I was alerted to this meeting. We were unaware, and so I was sent down here. I speak on behalf of our board, and we represent 120 owners of the Village Condominiums. And to explain where we are, and by the way, I'm a property investor, and I have investment properties all in that area, in that particular zip code. Several different associations. I'm affiliated with the boards of most of them. In this particular case, I'm on the board at the village. The village shares the property line with TimberScan. We both sit on the lake, Lake Catherine, and we would be on the east side of that property line, TimberScan on the other. And I just wanted to say, the short reason I'm here, we fully support county's move to do what is being proposed. And I guess I'm limited here.
Okay, if you can just wrap up.
Yes, sir. This is not, and I feel bad for the people that live there, this is not a new problem that's been going on for years. There's all kinds of issues. We have, they do not have the checks. We have a lot of people from there coming through our properties. We have no felons that live in ours. They have no checks. There's a lot of issues. I could go on. My apologies. I didn't know the time was be so short, but we fully support it. I'm here on behalf of the association at the Village Condominiums, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Yes, sir.
Known Mr. Warren for quite some time. He's former county employee, long time, retired from Orange County Corrections, and gone on to do great work all over the place. So good to see you. All right. Commissioner Scott, Judge Latimer was trying to get out of here as quickly as she could. I think she
had a
might
docket. We could do it another time. I do just want to, as a point of information, kind of expand on something that you shared as it relates to TimberScan. So for those members of the community that I met with yesterday, as the mayor indicated, if you're able to stay for the presentation, I think a number of the questions that you have will be answered. We are not going into receivership today, so I want that to be clear. But again, I think when the presentation is given today, I think a lot of the questions that you have or concerns that you have will be answered. And if they're not, we certainly can have some more conversations to address any of the concerns you have that aren't answered today. So thank you.
And just in case any of you have to leave, just know that this board has all intentions to try to help you. Okay, we're not trying to hurt you. We want to make sure that some of the conditions that some are living in now are improved. We have a plan of how we can help you. We have been working for decades now trying to address this issue, and we're a compassionate board, so just know that that's where we are. So hopefully you'll understand that. It's not an immediate process, even if the board decides on moving forward with beginning the process of receivership. That's not something that happens tomorrow. It will take months, many months to get it done. In that process, there will be a number of things. Clarity will be brought. There's no decision that we make today that will be final because of the process. There could be modifications made in that as we move forward in the process in your best interest and the best interest of all of those residents who live there. We're just concerned about you, okay? And sadly, I have to say, we cannot continue to just kind of look the other way because there are some life, health, safety issues that are addressing you there. And if something, heaven forbid, something happened out there because we did not do our due diligence to address those issues, then many will blame us. And so we want to be in a position where we are taking deliberate steps moving forward to make certain that all of you have a good place to stay, that you are not challenged by fire safety related issues, public safety, public health related issues. All of those things are really important to us because I know that they're important to you. Okay. With that, do we have any other speakers, by the way?
We have no more registered speakers, Mayor.
Okay. If we have no more members of the public present who wish to be heard, then we're going to close the public hearing speaking opportunity for this morning, and we're going to move forward on our agenda to the consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county attorney, the county administrator, county attorney for a moment to say, what? The county administrator to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Two items. One is just a correction, and then one item to pull from the consent agenda. The correction would be on item B12 under county administrator. It has to do with the collective bargaining unit agreement with IAFF B unit. The correction is simply to note and add the term "and execution." So for the record, we just need to reflect approval and execution of the collective bargaining unit agreement. So that's just for the record. And then the one item to pull off the consent agenda is under Public Works. That's H8 under Public Works. This item will be pulled to be considered with a matter that is the subject of public hearing C3 this afternoon. So with that, Mayor, pulling correction to B12 and pulling H8 off the consent agenda to be heard this afternoon, staff presents the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with the notations by the county administrator, is there a motion for approval?
Second, Scott.
A motion by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, with the action that was just taken on the consent agenda, I do want to point out several things. This morning, we approved the Sheriff's Office request to purchase Live 911 software for $271,751 from the Federal Treasury forfeiture funding that the sheriff has control of. The Live 911 platform will hear 911 calls live, and it really is a platform that will allow deputies to hear those calls so that they're better informed when they respond to emergencies. The Citizens Commission for Children Division is entering into a 3-year partnership with Youth Advocate Programs Incorporated, providing supportive services for individuals who are transitioning out of foster care. These services are intended to help these individuals gain independence by providing resources that promote self-sufficiency. Services may include case management, mental health counseling, housing assistance, job training, and more. And then our Mental Health and Homelessness Division is renewing contracts with the Children's Home Society and Devereaux Advanced Behavioral Health to administer services for Wraparound Orange. For nearly 2 decades, the Wraparound Orange program has provided a coordinated network of mental health and supportive care services to Orange County youth and families. There's probably not a board meeting in the immediate past or in the near future where we will not talk about all that Orange County is doing to address the homelessness-related issues within our community. There are short-term solutions, and then there are interim and long-term solutions that we're advocating for. All of them come with a monetary cost, and we are trying our best to use the funds of the county in the most advantageous way to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our community. With that, I'm going to move forward now to our discussion agenda, and Ms. Carrie Mathis, our Procurement Division Manager, is going to come forward. She'll be presenting Procurement Committee recommendations regarding various items. And with that, Ms. Mathis, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for staff augmentation for information systems and services. I'm requesting board selection of 3 firms and 3 ranked alternates, as well as the requested actions on the screen. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to all these firms that participated. It was like 26. Awesome. Okay. Anyway, I move for the selection of Conject Inform Tech Corporation with 402.92 points, Software Resources Inc. 380.83 points, and Trifactor Inc. with 377.94 points, with Axtel Inc.
with 369.33 points. Componel Software Group, Inc., with 367.96 points. And 22nd Century Technology, Inc., with 358.47 points as the ranked alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen.
A second, Wilson.
All right, we do have a motion and a second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move now to the discussion item B1. Ms. Whitney Evers, one of our senior assistant county attorneys, will be making a presentation on the establishment of the Mid-Decennial Redistricting Advisory Committee. She will further explain the necessity for this empanelment of this committee. And so at the conclusion of her presentation, we will have a board discussion regarding any input or direction, and we'll go from there. With that, Ms. Evers, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator, and Mr. Newton. I am here to talk to you, as the Mayor said, about the 2025 Mid-Decennial Redistricting Advisory Committee, or in the language of the government employee, the MRAC. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the background and why we're doing this today. We'll talk about redistricting itself, what the criteria are and the process. We'll touch briefly on the appointees, and then I'll get quickly to the action requested. In terms of background, you'll recall that in the general election last year, voters approved 10 different amendments to our charter, one of which was Amendment 6 that increased the number of county commissioners from 6 to 8, making us a 9-member BCC after the 2026 general election in November of 2026. The charter amendment requires the adoption of a revised redistricting map no later than November 1 of this year to be effective for that 2026 general election. So for that reason, we are asking you to appoint the MRAC today. As with all charter amendments that go on a ballot, the Comptroller's Office did a estimated financial impact statement. In order to increase the districts from 6 to 8, they estimated that there is a one-time cost of $2.6 million with an annual recurring cost of $1.3 million. In terms of the redistricting itself, there are a list of criteria that the Supreme Court has adopted over the years. I'm going to talk about these in order of importance, the first of which is equal population. That is the most important because that is largely the point of a redistricting, to balance the population between the districts, because the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of our Constitution has been distilled down to the concept of one person equals one vote, meaning that everybody's vote should count the same. In order to do that, our districts have to be divided to ensure the population is evenly distributed as practical. We do that by creating an ideal population where we take the total population and divide it by the 8 districts. We are allowed to have a slight deviation between that ideal population to account for the other redistricting principles that I'm going to talk about in a minute. However, the maximum deviation between the most populated district and the least populated should be no more than 10%. The next most important criteria, according to the Supreme Court, is the Voting Rights Act, specifically Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, that prohibits governments from denying or abridging any citizen's right to vote on account of race, color, or status as a member of a language minority group. Section 2 prohibits minority vote dilution, which is frequently accomplished through 2 ways. One is called fracturing, the other is packing. Fracturing is where you take the members of that minority community and split them up from one district into more than one district, such that you are diluting their ability to elect the representative of their choice in that district. The opposite of that is packing, where you are taking members of a minority community that exist in more than one district and packing them into one, such that they no longer have the ability to elect a representative in more than one district. Courts have said that a violation of Section 2 has occurred if, as a result of the challenge map, the minority group in question does not have an equal opportunity to participate in the political process and to elect candidates of their choice. Moving on with the redistricting criteria, the next 2 are geographic in nature. The first is contiguousness. This is required by the Florida Constitution. This simply means that your districts cannot be separated by anything other than a water body. In Florida, a water body is allowed to meet the contiguous requirement. Excuse me. The next criteria is compactness, which is something that is really, as you see, an eyeball test. You'll see on your screen certain examples of these. Compactness, the courts have just said, means you shouldn't have a meandering, oddly shaped district if you can avoid it. The next considerations permitted by the Supreme Court, which cannot be prioritized above the Equal Population and the Voting Rights Act, are the preservation of political subdivisions, meaning that you should try not to split municipalities between more than one district, the preservation of communities of interest, which I like to think of in Orange County as those communities that you would recognize as a neighborhood but aren't necessarily incorporated. Think of Dr. Phillips, think of Conway, Pine Hills, Meadow Woods, areas like that. The next criteria is preservation of cores of the prior districts. This is a much more subjective and factual criteria. The courts will look at that actual district itself if an argument were to come up. A lot of times they will look at it and say it's where most of the population is located. In some cases it's surrounded by a college or a church. You all are basically the experts on what the core of your districts are. So to the extent that that's an issue for the committee, I would suggest you have that conversation with your appointees. The last item on the redistricting criteria that the Supreme Court allows is the general protection of incumbents, something that I'm sure will be important to all of you. Unfortunately, the Florida legislature 2 years ago changed one of our state statutes, Section 124.01, such that it is now not allowed to draw a map with the consideration of the incumbent or an elected representative based on their address. Any ordinance that is adopted after July 1 of 2023 is void if it's proven that this is the this is the impetus for that map. Moving on to the redistricting process, the MRAC is created by a resolution, which is what's in front of you today. It's a 15-member committee with 3 individuals nominated by the mayor, 2 of whom will serve as the co-chairs, and then 2 individuals nominated by each of the 6 of you. That committee is going to be tasked with reviewing the 2020 census data and the updated population estimates, since we don't have updated census data at this point. They will analyze proposed maps for the commission district boundaries, and we are asking that they recommend a map or maps to you by September 15th of this year. There will be staff assistants. The deputy directors of PEDS and Community and Family Services Department, Scott Scraben and Levon Williams, who I'm sure are here somewhere, thank you, are going to serve as staff co-leads to the committee. We are hiring a consultant this time, which we've not done in the past. We are hiring them for both mapping and technology support, which I think will be helpful. County Attorney's Office, Ms. Shonda White, is going to serve as legal advisor to the committee. County Comptroller's Office, as usual, will serve as recording secretary. And we've got the Supervisor of Elections Office, who is going to assist as needed as well. Right now, we have some ongoing staff activities. We're continuing our internal coordination meetings and our discussions with the consultant regarding what population data is going to be used to update that 2020 census data, as well as the mapping software itself. In terms of the process, community input is always important when we do redistricting. Of course, the MRAC meetings will be public. Orange TV is going to broadcast them and put them on our social media channels as well. And as always with redistricting, we are going to have a public-facing tool so that members of the public can come in and analyze the data and create their own maps. Communications Division has been engaged for public engagement, and they will be using our social media channels for that as well. As with all of our advisory committees, the MRAC meetings are going to be noticed and open to the public. Minutes will be recorded and open to inspection by the public. For this committee, again, it's 15 members, so a quorum is 8 members necessary to conduct any meeting of the committee. We've always done what we refer to as the road show with redistricting, where we go out into the districts, and that will happen here as well. There will be 1 meeting held in each commission district. And then finally, there'll be 1 public hearing by the MRAC to adopt the map or maps that they are recommending to you all. Again, we're asking them to do that by September 15th of this year to give you the time you need to adopt it by November 1st. And to hold your meetings, which will include a work session that staff is currently anticipating to be in late September or early October, and then your public hearing to adopt the redistricting plan, which must occur on or before November 1st. As far as the appointees, you've got The list on your screen of all of your appointees, you've got some new names on here as well as some repeat customers, bless their hearts for doing this again, including your two co-chairs, Mr. Tico Perez and Ms. Camille Evans. They were the co-chairs of the last redistricting committee in 2021, so hopefully they'll be well suited to take this effort forward. And with that, action requested is approval and execution of the resolution establishing the Orange County Mid-Decennial Redistricting Advisory Committee. Happy to answer any questions, and we've got lots of staff here as well.
All right. Ms. Karen Castrodent, there she is. We have the supervisor of elections who is here today. Before I go to any comments by members of the board, I will extend an opportunity for the supervisor of elections. If you have any comments at this time, I would invite you to the podium to make those comments.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mayor. As far as the MRAC is concerned, we stand ready to help. We have a department that deals with mapping, so we can assist with maps and drawing precincts and everything you might need for this redistricting process. We look forward to getting started.
All right. How are things going with the office?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It has been a very interesting start to the office. We continue to uncover invoices that were never really input into the process, so our budget remains precarious, but I am happy to report that Valencia College, when they said that all you need to do is ask and they would return the money, we have asked, and as of yesterday, they reached out to our general counsel, Nick Shanine, and they have an agreement in principle. They just have to go through their board process to get that approval, and we're hopeful that those funds will be returned, the $2.1 million, in a matter of weeks. And then once that happens, we will be making a joint statement with Valencia.
All right, and obviously, our board is supportive of the supervisor of elections to make certain that we have fair and lawful elections, and we want to make sure that you have everything by which we can provide you to do that. Just as we have supported the prior supervisors of elections with an appropriate budget, we have held all of the supervisors accountable to the budget process, and so what I'm hearing you say is that your budget remains somewhat precarious because you believe that all that you need, at least financially, including funds that may have been allocated to non-specific supervisor of elections related types of activities, you need those funds back in order to operate. Is that what I understand?
That is correct. In fact, as the former sheriff, you would appreciate that we still owe our sheriff deputies about $275,000 for working during the general election. So we're still not able to make that payment yet, but we are hopeful that we will in the coming weeks when we receive those funds from Valencia.
Okay, well, we stand with you in being able to pay all of the bills that you need to pay that were approved through the budgetary process. Okay. All right. Any members of the board, before we allow the supervisor to be seated, anyone else have any questions or comments for her? Otherwise, we'll move forward.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's directed to you or perhaps the comptroller, but so in the case of CareerSource, they made the payment back to the Orange County comptroller. Will that be the same, or can they make a payment directly to you? How would that work in terms of the funds being returned? Because you're requesting it. We've given the funds to you. It's in your budget. And so in the conversations that you had with Valencia leadership, are they going to issue a check to Orange County comptroller or Orange County supervisor of elections?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure. Commissioner, we've given the situation that the former supervisor left this supervisor in, we've had a number of discussions, and if I could just give a bit of background and then answer your question. Number one, as you might recall, there were a number of concerns which led to the board freezing the funding to the office. Every single penny that the board was going to make to the supervisor's office has been made. On January 7th, as you voted, we wired, I think, $1.7 million into the office. However, due to the irresponsible spending of the prior supervisor, and as the supervisor just mentioned, there were a number of invoices and whatnot still to be discovered. So because of that, the office still has financial issues. We reached out. We in answer to your question now, typically the $2.1 million from Valencia would have gone directly back to the board, but we've had a number of conversations with Kirk Peterson, and that money will go into the supervisor's office, given their needs, given what they've been left with by the prior supervisor. Additionally, you might remember from our report that there were some accounting irregularities from the prior supervisor, $600,000 or so of expenses that he should have put into last year. He didn't. So because of that, that will also be reimbursed to the supervisor this year, since it should have been included in last year's expenses. So we've gotten that money back into that office as well. But still, I think, and I'll let you speak for yourself, but I think you're still discovering issues, and it might be a while still before all the dust settles, and we know exactly where things stand in your office.
Thank you. And yes, so the county has decided to allow the money to come back to the supervisor's office to help meet the needs that we currently have.
And then with respect to the career source funds that we have possession of, what is the plan for those dollars? Because that money was given back to the county directly. So are we going to disperse that to the supervisor of elections where I would imagine it should be, or what is the plans for those funds?
Yeah, well, and we did receive that. We received it. It was an expenditure from last year, so initially it's been applied to last year's expenses, but if there's a need, there's certainly the option for the board to make the decision to send that to the supervisor's office as well. But that was $2 million, I think it was $2 million that was that we received, and hopefully we'll have some resolution soon as far as exactly what's happened in that office, and going forward, things will be in a much better place.
And then what is the status of the funding for that nonprofit that received this? Are they going to return those funds? I didn't get an update on that.
So
that's the final question I have.
So, Commissioner Scott, I want us to somewhat stay on the topic, but because the supervisor was here regarding the redistricting, there are upcoming elections. I wanted her to kind of speak, but because she's here and we all have seen some of these things play out, I don't want to get too far into the operation of our office at this point. Just understand that we are working with the supervisor, just like we always have worked with any of the constitutional offices, as they move forward through the fiscal year and expending their budgetary dollars. We, with the assistance of the comptrollers, have some accountability roles and responsibilities there, and we're doing what we have normally done to make certain that we provide the payments according to the schedule, that if they run into some budgetary concerns, then there's a conversation that we have. And if there needs to be budget amendments, then this board takes action to handle that. So I don't want to get in front of all of that needs to happen. There's some things that, quite frankly, I think need to happen behind the scenes and allow us to have those conversations, and then at an appropriate time, let's have that conversation. But today I want us to kind of refocus on the redistricting, very, very important role that the supervisor of elections will play in that process. So I'm going to kind of move us forward at this point.
I have a germane question.
All right.
That works for me.
So my question is actually about the redistricting, kind of understanding that this was something, quite frankly, that if I'd known it was going to pass, I probably would have gone to the CRC, with all due respect to the wonderful work that they did, and asked, can we do this when we have a census year? Because we know we built into our budgets on a census year redistricting. Knowing that we will be incurring some additional costs in some of the mapping, some of the staff resources, communications, et cetera, will there be expenses that were unanticipated for the Supervisor of Elections Office in this process, in this sort of mid-place redistricting, if you will?
We currently have staff who would be participating, and they're already on the roll. But as far as any additional funding, we will have to assess that, seeing that you have some other staff also working on it. But we'll know closer to when, after the MRAC has started to meet.
Great. Well, and just, as part of the, I think, understanding of us and our support and being really ready to make sure that you have the resources you need, the elections process in Orange County, we have for so long been really, such a steady hand in the elections world. And I know that you've taken the helm and we're going to be right back there. But, I would be supportive of doing what needs to be done with those returned funds in order to be able to stabilize and to get through what some of these unanticipated costs may be, and knowing that we have, I think, municipal elections coming right around the corner. Okay. So you're going to have a busy year. So, yeah, thank you.
So I hear you. Not the real subject for today. So I'm going to get us back on task.
No, it was because I wanted to make sure for the redistricting, which is going to be additional time, and they do the mapping for the precincts.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. We're going to have this all wrapped up soon.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Evers, if you will come back, I'm going to. Various members of the board have expressed a desire to speak. One of our members could not be here today, Commissioner Simrad, but she did circulate, I think perhaps late yesterday, some correspondence that she wanted us to consider during the conversation. And Ms. Evers, did you get a copy of what she?
I did.
Okay, can you, just so that the public is informed about some of where we're headed with this, can you, let's put that up so that the public can see what she wrote.
So while we're finessing the technology here, I'll just discuss some of the items that she mentioned. The first was that you, Mayor, get to designate the co-chairs of the committee. She had some concerns about that and wanted the co-chairs to be selected by the committee itself. And then similarly, throughout the resolution, there are reference to the co-chairs having some authority to run the committee. The second is Section 5C, where the language reads that such requests may only be initiated by joint motion brought forth by the committee's co-chairs. This is in regard to additional meetings, which is then approved by the majority of the committee members present. Excuse me. She wanted to modify that language to allow the committee, basically, instead of the co-chairs, to make that request. In Section 5D3I, again, with the co-chairs adding additional items to the agenda, she wanted to remove this. Empowering the co-chairs to add items to the agenda without a majority vote from the committee members could undermine the collaborative nature of the body. I apologize, my allergies are trying to kill me today. And I did want to clarify on this item, the resolution does require a majority vote by the committee on this item, so there is still a vote by the committee on this particular item. And then with the rules of procedure, again, the language stipulates that changes to the rules of procedure may be made by joint motion of the co-chairs, and she wanted to replace this by simply a motion of the committee.
Okay, I just wanted to put that on the record that she had some concerns, and as we start the discussion, when we had the decennial redistricting, there was a process that we went through, and at that time, this board approved the mayor appointing the co-chairs, which is consistent with what was done this time. And I think the wisdom there was this. When we look across our entire county, the mayor is really the only person of the Board of County Commissioners that runs countywide and has, I think, a responsibility to make certain that as we move forward, that we move forward with a countywide focus and emphasis to include the election, fair elections in all of the districts. Also, we were pretty intentional after feedback from our board at the time that we wanted to make certain that ultimately whatever decisions were made by that redistricting committee comported with law, and it followed all of those necessary things that you have reviewed again this morning. And I'll ask you this, Ms. Evers, were we involved in any litigation over what was recommended ultimately by the decennial redistricting committee?
The 2021 committee?
In 2021.
Not that I'm aware of.
And historically, have we ever found ourselves in litigation over prior redistricting? The county attorney, Mr. Newton, you've been around a long time now. Have we ever been in litigation over actions taken by a prior redistricting?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And
we won, by the way.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
It's the one I did in 2011.
And so,
Ms. Evers was the assistant county attorney at the time that was the liaison to that committee. And yes, we did prevail in the litigation, and we also were reimbursed some expenses and attorney's fees related to that litigation.
And with the mid-decennial redistricting, that is something that would not have been required but for the fact that we had a charter amendment that is increasing the number of commission districts from 6 to 8. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is kind of an unusual circumstance, and because of that, we have a relatively short period of time by which to get a lot of work done in preparation for the 2026 election cycle. And we want to use 2025 to make certain we do our due diligence and going forward to get it right, as we will redraw the boundaries in an equitable way amongst all of the future 8 county commission districts. I would not be on the ballot at that time for county mayor or a county commission district seat.
Come on, you know you want to be District 1.
Yeah, I'm going on the record right now.
Come on.
Okay. So what I'm saying here is that the work of this mid-decennial redistricting committee is important work. We are going down a path that we have never been before. We have never had 8 members of the Board of County Commission. Also, it is my position that we want to make certain that nothing goes wrong. Having experienced leadership in terms of, it is my desire that the 2 previous co-chairs, both of whom just happen to be attorneys, and I believe did great work in keeping that redistricting committee, that decennial redistricting committee, on task. They made certain that because of their legal training, but also their community advocacy, that ultimately what came out of as the work product from that group, it was successful. And to me, I measure success by the fact that we have not been involved in litigation over the work that was produced by them. It was successful, I think, in meeting all of those criteria that Ms. Evers just went over. So successful that several of you, since the decennial, have been either elected or re-elected. And we have accomplished something, I think, that is historic within this community as a result of the work that has been done by that prior district. There had never been a mayor of Orange County who identified as being African American. We had never had a period of time in which we had 3 Latinas either elected, re-elected, women, diversity. So I count it as success within this community. When we went through making and discussing with our community who could potentially lead us through this process, another very serious process that we're going through, I believe that there's no substitute for training or experience. The 2 individuals that, with your support, that I hope we reappoint as the co-chairs, because of their experience, the work that they have done, I believe that it would be beneficial to the overall outcome of the process. Now, what Commissioner Simrad has laid out in her memorandum, with the exception of number 1, which was she thinks that it's not appropriate for the mayor to appoint the co-chairs. I differ. I think it is very appropriate for the mayor to appoint the co-chairs. In terms of 2, 3, and 4, modifying the language in some way to give further empowerment or clarity to the remaining members of the redistricting, the mid-decennial redistricting committee. I'm generally okay with that. But I do think that because in going forward in 2026, it'll be a consequential election cycle because we have not ever had 8 before. I think this work is important. We want success going forward. So I'm going on the record saying that I'm opposed to the mayor now, this mayor, and mayors in the future, I think, should have the ability because the mayor is the only person that is elected countywide, irrespective of districts, and I believe has the perfect position to have the kind of objectivity so that other selfish kinds of consequences don't creep into this process. Okay? And Ms. Evers.
If I may add on to what you were talking about, Mayor, I think there are two key points there. One is the efficiency factor, which is similar to our 2021 regular centennial redistricting. We had census data, but it was late because of COVID. They had an expedited time frame to get that done. We have the same situation here. We have no new census data, and we have an expedited time frame. So I think it is more efficient to allow this committee to hit the ground running, but more importantly, from the legal perspective, I do have concerns, and I agree with what you said, Mayor, in terms of you being elected countywide. The redrawing of the districts isn't going to affect you. As far as the commissioners, with the change in the law that the legislature passed, and I want to read this to you directly, it says, districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate for county commission or an incumbent county commissioner based on the candidate's or incumbent's residential address. Any ordinance enacted or adopted by a county on or after July 1, 2023, which is in conflict with this subsection, is void. And so I think from a legal perspective, although it is not required, I think it would be beneficial to us if we did have to defend any part of this map or the map in general that is eventually adopted, to say that the mayor's appointees were the ones that were the co-chairs. And I think that helps protect the commissioners as well, because if you are drawn out of your district, unfortunately, and somebody proposes a map that may put you back in that district, I think we have to deal with this legislation. Again, it's not a requirement, but it probably would be legally beneficial to give us the ability to defend that map.
Yeah, that is my point, that it kind of bakes in some accountability, okay, to the process because of how these individuals are appointed. Commissioners have made appointments to this redistricting committee, and I'm not trying to assail the credibility or the honesty of any person here. I want to be clear in that. But what I am saying is that I do think that it is appropriate legally. I think it's strategic on our part and defensible to make certain that no one can accuse you or me or any of those who will serve of not having appropriate accountability in place while this process moves forward. Okay, so with that, I'm going to open it up for further discussion by members of the board. I'm going to call on you in the order in which it appears that you press your button. Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. With that, Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. So I completely forgot that Commissioner Simrad was an appointee on the redistricting board, but I will say that having understood that my district, District 1, was the highest population growth under the census data, I attended every single one of those hearings, and I really wish, I know that she's had a loss in her family, but to be able to articulate, I think, the basis for the position she takes here it is in no way, shape, or form a judgment against the idea of somebody who's been elected at large appointing two members. It's very important that those two members are represented. They're at-large appointees. They're not particularly there for any particular subset. I mean, ideally, right? Because they were appointed by the at-large mayor. I think the concern is, and this was based on those hearings, that there was, and to some extent for efficiency, but I think there's got to be a balance, that there was a lot of discretionary measures taken by appointed chairs and co-chairs. And in a situation where that discretion is allowed for them to make some decisions that potentially have not just procedural outcomes, but really this is content outcomes. These were actually district lines, that potentially there needs to be some method of redress for the other appointees. Only because those appointees, the ones that are district commission appointed, do have some distinct information about potential census tracts or communities of interest or potentially underserved communities that are concerned about one of the other measures. I agree with you. It was successful. I'm sitting here again by the grace of God and my amazing community. But I think it's an important thing that looking at and I think that chair and co-chair are extremely qualified, that you're appointed members. So this is not by any means an evaluation of their ability. I just think there has to be some way that if there is something discretionary that comes from the chair or co-chair, that there may be an option for another appointee to have some redress. And I don't know, I know you said 3 is off the table here, right? So that we don't have to even worry about. But
and
the language.
That's why I said, Commissioner, the other 2, 3, and 4 will provide that redress.
So you mean as far, okay, so I was going to say, so the language in 2, those requests, so I agree with you, Mayor, and I think that that is appropriate. I'm not sure about, I'm just going to hold it there. I mean, I think maybe if you have something that you would like to hopefully help me understand about the difference in the way that the new law, because that law was passed after our 2022, how potentially that would have changed some of the outcome. I mean, I don't know if it would or wouldn't. So when we look at maps, they can't ask anymore where commissioners are located. I mean, everyone knows where I live.
So, I don't know the answer to that either, Commissioner.
Okay.
I wish I did. If I knew answers like that, I would have won the lottery and I wouldn't be here today. But I think the way I read this is that you can't draw your maps specifically with that intent.
Okay.
Historically, we have always shown the redistricting committees a map that has a point where each of you live within your district.
Right.
I don't think there's a problem with doing that and just
It's a
letting
matter of
them know.
information.
Yeah, because you have the interplay of state statute, you have the interplay of case law, constitution, as well as our county charter, which says that if you are not a resident of your district throughout your entire term, you vacated your office.
Yeah.
And so I think that's important information for them to have, but can they base a map on that? No, they have to use the other criteria.
That's exactly, then that is the answer that I think I want to hear that falls in line with. So Mayor, I'm supportive of adopting the changes, also 2 and 4, because 3,
Yeah, I would say,
3 is off the table.
yeah, Whitney, you want to clarify, just to be sure everybody, that's what we.
3's already.
Yes, sir, that you said that 3 wasn't necessary.
So number 3 says she suggests removing the language about the co-chairs adding additional items to the agenda. Because she says empowering the co-chairs to add items to the agenda without a majority vote from the committee members could undermine the collaborative nature of the body. And that is 5D3, which reads, committee members may add additional non-commission district boundary adjustment map items or issues to a subsequent meeting agenda if at a committee meeting, the co-chairs of the committee deem that such items or issues move the committee closer to the committee's objective of recommending proposed commission district maps, but also a majority of the committee votes in support of adding such items. So
That was an or.
No, that was an and. I apologize.
So that is a pretty big burden then. They have to get the co-chairs and the majority.
Yes.
So I see 3 is still on the table. Okay.
Well,
but why would you take the
keep in mind-
co-chairs out?
I'm not taking the co-chairs out. It is that they would have to that would have to be the first.
Yes.
So the co-chairs could be the only 2 dissenting, and they would still stop it.
So this is an and. So the co-chairs deem the items would move the committee closer to the objective of recommending proposed commission district boundaries. That's pretty broad, right? And that is the point of what this committee is doing. So hopefully no one is going to be recommending anything that is moving them further away from their objectives. But it says, and a majority of the committee votes in support of adding such items or issues to a subsequent meeting agenda.
What is
So
the
the
point
way
of that
I read
first?
that is, if your committee chairs say no, I think your committee can still have a vote and say, we still think it needs to go on the agenda.
Then what's the point of that first step?
Well, I think it's a 2-step process. If the committee chairs say no, the committee, it says, there has to be a majority vote in support of adding such items.
Well, they'll still be
So we
voting
can-
on it.
What's that?
They would still be voting. It would be a 2 dissenting vote.
Yeah.
Let's say the majority
But they
It seems to-
couldn't carry it.
It seems like an unnecessary additional step if there's not.
So what Commissioner Semrat has written is empowering the co-chairs to add items without a majority vote from the committee members, and this is
No, that's
requiring
not
a
what I'm saying.
majority
What
vote.
I'm saying is, can we just remove that first piece, and so that it just goes to a majority vote?
So what we could do is strike that the co-chairs of the committee deem it that way and just say the
Yeah, 'cause
committee
that
deems
just
it.
that feels extremely unnecessarily discretionary, since there's no procedural outcome to that other than that eventually there'll be a dissenting vote, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I get the wisdom of what Commissioner Simrad is advancing here, and I think again it's to give some balance there to the committee members with the co-chairs, and I'm not in opposition to the overall thought. The only thing is, I just want the county attorney's office to make sure that it's legally defensible and it's clear what we're saying and that it's consistent with what the direction that this board wants to go in.
So in 3I, you would just simply, I mean, when I say 3I, I mean 5D3I. You would simply remove the phrase, the co-chairs of.
Correct.
And then you would just
Make
have a
it committee
remaining part
deems.
with a capital T, the committee deems, I guess.
Correct.
Got it? That was it for me, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
With respect to these changes, Mayor, are we kind of setting the guardrails in how they conduct their business? Are they not empowered to do that for themselves?
No, they are. There's nothing, as I said here, generally the committee is able to conduct their business. But I do think that we have to be intentional about, what the leadership structure looks like of the committee so that they can get the work done in a timely manner. And all I'm saying here is those experienced individuals, fortunately, this requires a lot of their time. And those experienced individuals got us through that decennial process. And here we are with the mid-decennial. I'm simply saying by the appointment of the co-chairs, it gives us some experience, some understanding. And just so happened these two individuals not only have the experience of having
No,
done
I'm
the
sorry.
decennial.
I'm good with the co-chairs. What I'm saying is these items, so 2, 3, 4, et cetera, can these be discussed in their first meeting in terms of how they have, because we're deciding the procedures.
I think that, well, let the attorney answer, but in terms of the Board of County Commission, setting what you think the governance structure looks like, I think is relevant, and that's what we're talking about today, to ensure that there's a balance of the power, the influence, the discussion that happens, and that comes out kind of organically from the committee. I don't want to have the co-chairs stifle that, not in any way.
Right.
And if you, so I'll let legal say, do we have the authority to at least establish or codify what we think that should look like? Right.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, what we have historically done with the resolution that you all adopt to appoint a redistricting committee is we do sort of give them guardrails for how we want them to operate. Because this is such a large undertaking, we want to give them some, a lane to stay in, so to speak. They do have the ability, as you see in Commissioner Semrad's memo under number 4, to adopt additional rules of procedure once they get in there. We're simply saying, we need you to have at least this many meetings. We need you to get this done by this date. In this case, here are the co-chairs of the committee. Here's how you will actually operate and interact with staff, because there are a lot of moving parts when it comes to redistricting. You've got multiple departments and divisions that are involved. So we do this to try and make it easier for them to have a more effective and efficient committee.
Thank you, Whitney. And then as it relates to other commissions, so I'm up for reelection regardless. But like this to say, in an instance where Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Wilson were just recently reelected, and so if the lines are drawn in a particular way, then would they have to run again?
Yes, so.
It was good knowing you.
You like running. That's what they said.
So the way the charter amendment was written, it does say that commissioners in office when the redistricting plan becomes effective shall continue in office until the normal expiration of their term. However, if they get moved out of their district, again, our charter requires that you be a member of your district the entire time, that you live in your district the entire time. So yes, that would create a vacancy in that office. The way the laws on vacancy work is that if the remainder of the term is less than 28 months, the governor fills the remainder of that term. If it's more than 28 months, the governor fills it until the next general election.
So there is some positive there, Commissioner. You may have the ability to stay in office longer than what would have been just 8 years.
I don't know what I want to do. I understood it, but I didn't, like, you know how you understand something, you don't comprehend it? Like,
Is it one of those things where you don't want to know?
I mean, so I have to run again regardless, so it doesn't matter where the lines fall, but I'm just curious, you know, how my colleagues are going to be impacted, because for sure we'll have, you know, another mayor and 5 new commissioners potentially. So, like, I guess in terms of like the timeline, would that won't be made clear until the lines are drawn in terms of when these folks would have to run for office?
Well, the new redistricting map is to be effective for the 2026 general election, so that is when that map would take effect. So at that point, if anyone has been moved out of their existing district, then they would need, I guess they would need to run at that point, although you won't know until 2026 because you're not adopting them. Well, no, we're adopting the map this year.
25.
Don't make me do math, Commissioner.
I'm not good at that.
Yeah, so if the map gets adopted November of this year, you'll know whether or not you're in your district or not come 2026. So that would give you the ability to run in 2026 if, not 2026, if you know that you've been moved out of your district at that point. That was the whole point, I believe, of the CRC requiring this by November 1 of this year, was to give folks who wanted to run for those 2 new districts time to do that in 2026. So that would also give you all time if you got moved out.
And then if I'm not mistaken, and I'll look to our supervisor of elections and that really cool attorney over there to kind of nod in affirmation. So then would that also result in new precinct numbers and the like? And so then that would be some additional work that would be done on their part. So we adopt, you know, the new districts in November, but I'm assuming it may take potentially some additional time yet to be determined for them to then make districts and maps for which we can run. So
absolutely. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I think this deadline was November 1 of this year, because as I said, there are a lot of moving pieces with the redistricting. They're going to have to create the new boundary lines. They're going to have to overlap those boundary lines on the school district boundary lines, on their municipal boundary lines, to make sure that they've got all of the precincts that they need to run that election come November 2026.
And so part of what Commissioner Scott is asking, so let's say we have 2 new districts. They never existed before. If one of the current term-limited commissioners somehow lives in a new district, that commissioner would not be prohibited from running in a new district, right?
Well,
because that's a new district.
This is like complex math.
And, right?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to make it make sense.
That's kind of what I think he's kind of asking there. He's up, if his district, if he remains in the district that he represents, and it's not one of the, I'm going to say, new districts, so to speak.
So the amendment that the CRC made to Section 204 of our charter, which is terms of county commissioners, talks about an initial abbreviated term for one of these new commissioners of 2 years. It says the initial abbreviated term shall not constitute a full term for the purposes of the term limits imposed by this subsection. But then it goes on to say preceding terms of county commissioners holding such offices upon the transition from 6 to 8 commission districts shall count toward the term limits imposed by this subsection.
Okay. Whitney, I'll email you if I have other questions.
Email the Charter Review Commission. I'm just kidding.
I'm going to email the Charter Review and the supervisor elections. You're going to be busy.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, Whitney, actually, I'm going to go back to outside of this amendment, a couple of requests. So you said these maps have to be done and certified by November 1st?
They have to be adopted by you on or before November 1st.
Okay, and in the past, when we were in the census, and I remember Commissioner Gomez Cordero, when she ran during the census reboot. So she was actually able to qualify by petition by anyone in Orange County because you actually wouldn't know where those said maps were. So would that also be the case when this happens? Kind of would the rules of kind of like the census interim be happening? Because let's just say essentially I were to run or Commissioner Scott were to run and file prior, he could essentially file right now if he wanted to, and not knowing where those boundary lines, and he would be allowed to collect petitions countywide, not knowing, would those rules still apply like what happens during a census year to current?
Well, I'm not sure about the census aspect of that. I think
it was just procedurally what's allowed during a census redistricting.
And I think, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but qualifying isn't until 2026, right? For the 2026 general? The end of qualifying? Okay. And so,
well, I understand that, and I get that because we have until June, that week. But what I'm saying is, Commissioner Scott has the legal right to file for office today. Okay, so he is eligible to file. Not understanding where those lines are, if he wanted to qualify by petition, I could sign his petition, even though I don't live in his district, because of said not knowing where those provisional lines will be coming.
And I do want to qualify for petition. I want to save some money. So yes.
So that would, Nick, and I know, Nick,
Nick?
you've actually have, so that would, all I was asking just procedurally, would we kind of go into that same pattern? Fantastic. That's one of the things I want to know. I understand also municipalities and districts, but we clearly know the city of Orlando. It's very big, and I believe 4 of us split the city of Orlando. I have a portion of the city, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, and also Commissioner Semrod. So while the essence, but I also have the city of Edgewood and the city of Belle Isle, which are 2 much more smaller cities that do fully fit in my district. But essentially, we would be running around the same rules when it comes to that, because when you think of Lake Nona, all the way down to almost, downtown and north and south, it's almost impossible to create a district that would capture all of the city of Orlando, or it would look like one of those things, because even their city only connects by one street in my district. So I just, just understanding that still, those terms still kind of apply. Also, when we talk about the core of the presence of the districts, this has been one that's been, I remember us sitting here during the last redistricting, and it was very, very difficult to even do that with 6. And if my math is correct, we're all going to lose about 75,000 residents, give or take, because we don't have any new census report with like Commissioner Wilson that we know is the most growing area, and I would probably second would be Commissioner Gomez Cordero. Losing 75,000 residents, it's almost impossible to capture that in a way that would make sense, because of how, I actually say I have the smallest district, I have the most density. So when you look at mine, as a whole, it's almost going to be virtually impossible for them to strategically take out 75,000 residents. So I just wonder, could we possibly be legally challenged on that? Because when you were saying Conway, Meadowwoods, well, right next to Meadowwoods is Taft, and Taft isn't enough. And then, and so forth. And when you look at connecting communities that are growing also internally, even though broadly we're seeing more of a growth on the east and west, corridors, but there's a lot of intergrowth because through our Vision 2050, we are looking to densify internally. So I wonder procedurally and legally, could this cause us to have additional legal challenges of people, not being satisfied with said drawn lines? Because at some point, somebody's going to get cut off almost across the street. Like I even believe Commissioner Scott and I split Orange Blossom Trail. And that is his furthest east side and my furthest west side. But yet we split this major corridor in half. And I think it's unjust because they share essentially the same resources. When you think of law enforcement, you think of all of that. It just seems quite difficult. So I'm just curious to know your thoughts on that, because taking 75,000 people from each district and trying to find a way to make that work just seems, and then this new legislative opportunity where we are not allowed to, consider that, because without sharing too much, Commissioner Cordero is on the west end of her district, and I'm on the west end of my district. I go out, and when I go to Walmart, I'm in Commissioner Scott's district, so, those kind of ideas that could we essentially be, it'll be we worked so hard to overcome, you all, not we, you all worked so hard to overcome that the last time, and when you just think mathematically, it's going to be a nightmare in a sense.
There is no doubt this is going to be challenging. I mean, a normal redistricting with a census is challenging. It's always like squeezing a water balloon, it pops out somewhere else and you've got to balance out that population. So there's no doubt this is going to be a challenge. I don't know whether ultimately the committee will decide to toss out the district lines entirely and start over to alleviate that whole water balloon issue, or whether they're going to try to squeeze in 2 new districts in between where you already are. Can we be challenged? We can always be challenged.
Okay.
It's
just one of those thoughts being,
I go back to my Powerball theory, but yeah.
Put out there because we all sat through those last sessions, and we have representatives, and when you looked at lines, and it was crazy because when you looked at the census and you moved something very quickly, it would just jump or reduce so quickly. And so even when you took half a neighborhood, and when you're looking at that kind of situation, especially with the density that we're seeing. Well, that moves me into the memo. And really, I wanted to go to section 5, the second part, which is section 5C, additional meetings. This is what brings me to this, because right now we are saying that it would require the co-chairs to approve, to bring a motion forward by the co-chairs, which is then approved by the majority of the committee. I'm a little concerned about this because I did not sit as many meetings as Commissioner Wilson did, but if this board doesn't feel satisfied and yet they are dependent on the co-chairs authorizing additional meetings, I don't think that should be, because you're talking a way more condensed opportunity here than what we did for census. And so there are going to be a lot of moving parts very quickly. And I feel like if the board feels, and we saw this through the citizen review, if the board feels that they are not satisfied and want additional meetings still within that time frame, I worry that now if the co-chairs don't deem that that they want to, then the board members have no other option, and they're sunshine, so they can't talk to each other outside of that. I am very concerned with that, because then it becomes, well, if the chairs, the co-chairs who are appointed, obviously count, in a sense, representing the mayor countywide, if they don't feel it's necessary, I have concerns that this board, and if they have the majority and they still have to have quorum, aren't given the ability to have additional meetings to work through these things. And so that one does concern me, that only the co-chairs would be allowed, because if I'm on that board and I'm like, look, it's 11 o'clock at night, and we've seen the citizen review committee go through late nights, and they had subcommittees and all of that. But if that board feels or deems that they are not satisfied and need to meet additionally, why isn't the committee members itself allowed? Because it comes to a quorum.
But Commissioner, what Commissioner Simrad is recommending is that says such requests may only be initiated by the committee through a motion instructing the co-chairs to request additional meetings, which is then approved by the majority of the committee members present.
Yes, that's exactly it, because then again, we're giving all of the power to the co-chairs, because
Well,
they
no,
have
no,
to deem
no.
it.
That's the, to me, what that says is the opposite. The committee is instructing the co-chairs to add meetings to the agenda to address the issue that you're talking about.
Well,
This language is what Commissioner Simrad is suggesting that would allow the committee to make the determination about adding additional meetings. All the co-chairs do is issue the agenda, but this is saying that the committee members are instructing the co-chairs by majority vote to add meetings.
Yes, but Mayor, I agree partially, but it says such requests may only be initiated by joint motion brought forth by the committee co-chairs. So they are the only ones that are allowed to do it, and then it is approved by the committee.
Well, no, the first part is, that's the current language.
I think the mayor's
The
already.
second part
Is what
is the
she's-
new language.
What she's requesting, which is
Right,
it could
right,
be
right.
initiated
That's the
by
new-
any committee member.
So the first part becomes null and void. The new language is, it starts from below that.
Okay, so we are going to go with such requests may be initiated. I don't agree that may only be initiated, because let's just say a co-chair does want to have an additional meeting also, but may be initiated by either the co-chair or committee through a motion. I just wanted to assure on 5C,
I don't
it
know.
could be one or the other. I don't think it should be deemed only necessary by the co-chair.
Well, the chairs, I think the mayor's already agreed that the language that Commissioner Simrad has offered is acceptable to him, and I think it's probably acceptable.
On the second
Yes,
point?
on
Okay,
the second point.
all right.
That's the point.
All right, I heard 3 and 4, I just didn't hear 2. So okay, so anybody on this committee can request it. And they still need a supermajority, but anyone can request additional meetings.
Majority, yeah.
Majority, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
And Whitney, if I can, Commissioner Wilson was speaking on section 5D3I, where it says deems agenda items. Could I request going back to this provision entirely, empowering the co-chairs to add items to the agenda without a majority vote from the committee members could undermine the collaborative nature of the body. I believe the committee should have the authority to determine the agenda by majority vote. Can you give me a point of clarity? So on this, and I know you just went through it, it was just a question I had and I didn't want to interrupt. So there is an agenda that's set forth for this entire board to function.
Mm-hmm.
When we are talking about at the agenda, we are talking about adding additional agenda item, not the actual agenda of work to be done on the committee. And it is now open to anyone on that committee, any 15 members can propose it and still require a vote? Or does the co-chairs deem that this is an agenda item? Could you just give me that extra clarity?
So the way we've modified that, it now reads, committee members may add additional non-commissioned district boundary adjustment map items or issues to a subsequent meeting agenda if, at a committee meeting, the committee deems that such items or issues move the committee closer to the committee's objective of recommending proposed commission district boundary adjustments.
Okay,
And
so-
then there's a majority vote.
Who deems necessary? The committee?
The committee.
The whole committee deems necessary?
Committee, yes.
So again, I like the or, so this would be, that's what I wanted clarity. Was it the co-chairs that deemed necessary, or was it the entire board? So let's just, I bring up, I believe we need to discuss the Orange Blossom Trail corridor, like I just brought up. And I'm a committee member. If I deem I want to talk about that itself, or major highways, and so then the board collectively would decide if it's worth that conversation, to bring it up as an agenda item.
The board would collectively decide whether
Okay.
adding that to an agenda furthers your
Understood.
objectives.
Okay, I just want to make sure the or and the deem, okay, fantastic. And I'm good with everything else. So those are just my points of clarity. And we, will we be getting any, besides us attending meetings, will there be a schedule of said meetings? Will they be in the districts appropriately to try to get the community to have knowledge and know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. We intend to have one of the meetings in each of the 6 districts, as we've always done in the past. And I will look to Mr. Scraven or Ms. Williams to let us know whether or not there's going to be a redistricting webpage that's going to have, okay, I'm seeing yes. We've done that in the past as well, where there is a specific webpage that contains all of the redistricting documents, any maps, agendas, minutes, schedules, et cetera.
And that schedule has not yet been, it's going to be at that first meeting that they can
Okay.
actually collectively talk about the schedule. with
And one last, how many meetings does the staff essentially feel is appropriate? Now, I know that they can add additional, but as a core, how many meetings does the staff, have you all collectively thought that would be appropriate if no one wanted to change it?
I'm looking over, do we have a number on that yet? No,
No.
we don't. Okay. Yeah, I think what's going to happen, Commissioner, is that their introductory meeting, the committee's going to have to decide how frequently they think they need to meet to get this work done by September 15th.
And do you have an idea of when that first meeting will be taking place?
End of February, is that what we're targeting?
Yeah, that was the
Okay.
target date by
All right. Wonderful. Thank you. Hey, I know this is a lot in the air, so I appreciate you coming together and bringing us as much as you can. These are just things that, me just thinking, if I kind of think of if I were a committee member, where am I at, and just being respectful of people's calendars and schedules. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I forget, I just want to bring up that for the redistricting in 2020, my residents from, well, I had one meeting, which was in Middlewood, but the people that I have in Avalon and in the east side, was upset because they said, well, why you in this big district you do one? It wasn't my choice, but if there is any way to do one extra, I would like you to consider District 4 on that one, because, it's true. I mean, it's very far, the southeast and the east. Oh, anyway, okay. So thank you, Council, for the presentation, and also thank you to Supervisor and Council for being here. I have 2 questions, very easy, Council, so maybe, it's the same as the others, but I just wanted to ask you in the slide number 9, you mentioned about the software. Is the software that's going to be used, it will be the same one that was used in 2020, and is the software has to be approved by the BCC?
So no, Commissioner, the software that's going to be used this time is going to be coming from the consultant that we're hiring.
Okay.
This consultant has done mid-decennial redistrictings before, so they are familiar with this. That is an ongoing conversation that staff is having, and I see Mr. Scraven standing up, so he's going to come up here and tell me I've said something wrong probably, but I don't believe the software requires BCC approval.
Okay.
But I will look to you. It's in place? Okay. Contract is done. We have the software.
Okay.
There you go.
And then my other question is, for clarification, based on what you said, the map will be drawn only on the 2020 census numbers you mentioned. Estimate can, with the estimate numbers, can that be legally accepted and used to draw maps for the district census estimate number?
So you're talking about the population, the increased population
Yeah.
since then?
Yes.
That's the only thing we have to go on. Unfortunately, we've got to use the most recent data, and that's something that, again, we're going to be relying on the consultant to provide us with that information. And the consultant is familiar with the legal requirements, so they will be providing us with information and maps that should meet those legal requirements.
Okay, you said that the, we had some kind of issues when the census were in 2020, but is there any other firm or organization?
Well, on the population, it actually specifies, so we have to use the University of Florida. They do the updates. So it's actually specified what population estimates we have to use.
Universal Florida
Yes,
numbers as well?
the BEBR, it specifies.
Yes, it's not a census, it's more like, okay, but still, it's still legal, right?
So
For the-
my understanding is that we do have to start with the 2020 census, and the consultant will then update that with whatever population estimates they have for us. That it could be BEBR, it could be something else at this point. They may have some other methods that they use. I know other consultants have used housing permits and things like that to get a better estimate.
Okay, thank you, Council.
All right. There's a motion before us now. We made some modifications to some language
So moved.
and.
Second, Gomez?
Okay.
Could I just clarify real quick? I just want to make sure I've got all the changes that you all agree to. In terms of Commissioner Semrad's memo, we're leaving number 1 the same. We're making the changes that were requested in number 2. From number 3, we're removing the co-chairs, and we're making the requested change to number 4.
Yes.
Correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
That's where we
And
are.
so your motion is
So-
as amended then?
Okay. So, all right. Who made the motion?
Me.
And I
Commissioner
second.
Uribe?
Mhm.
Commissioner
District
Uribe
7.
is the motioner for the requested action, and the seconder is Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Evans. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. And this is our legislative affairs priorities.
Canvassing Board, Mayor.
I said it, oh,
Yeah,
I
hopefully
skipped the
quick.
canvassing board. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, next up is the canvassing board. And okay. Byron Brooks, the county administrator, is going to lead us off reference to canvassing board appointments, and I'll call on Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Just note, the Orange County Canvassing Board is composed of the Supervisor of Elections, a county court judge, and a member of the Board of County Commissioners. This morning, the board is being asked to appoint one commissioner as the primary member of the Canvassing Board and designate one commissioner as the alternate commissioner for the 2025 Orange County Canvassing Board. The terms previously, Commissioner Gomez Cordero served as the primary, Commissioner Moore served as the alternate. Their terms ended December 31st of 2024. So for 2025, and again, it's just for this 2025 cycle that the board will be appointing a primary and an alternate. We'll note that Commissioner Gomez Cordero, who again served on the previous canvassing board, and she has indicated her willingness to serve again if so desired by the board.
Well, if there is no other person interested, I will entertain a motion to nominate Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Second, Wilson.
Well, I said I would
Oh, sorry.
entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second,
All right.
Wilson.
Now, we have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Gomez Cordero has not said she doesn't want it. So all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. Now, in terms of the alternate, the alternate had been Commissioner Moore. Okay, and Commissioner Moore, unfortunately, is ill today. She could not be here. Have we received any indication from Commissioner Moore that she was interested in continuing to serve?
I have not.
Okay, so with that, the floor is open for.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Uribe.
I have a question, though.
Okay, Commissioner Uribe has a question.
Is Nick here? Okay. No one, if someone files to run, they are not able to serve, even though the election may not be till a future date. You know, I know we were talking about just a 1 year, 2025, but if a person files for a 26 election, yeah, they are excluded from serving on the canvassing board.
The technical requirement is simply this. No one may serve on the canvassing board if that person is either a known candidate for a position on a ballot that canvassing board would administrate, or if they are in public support of a candidate that would be administrated by that canvassing board. So if you are on a canvassing board for 2025 and you are not up for an election in 2025, and you are not in public support of a candidate that is up in 2025, then you would be free to serve for that year in 2025, knowing that you would have to then resign your post on the canvassing board for 2026, of course, assuming that you were running for an office in that
So
calendar
Nick,
year.
if I could bug you, so even if you're a registered candidate for 26, you are still fine for 25?
So long as that canvassing board does not administrate that election, there
I
is
would
no
be
restriction.
honored to serve as an alternate to Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
All right, so there was a motion made by Commissioner Wilson
I'll second.
nominating Commissioner Uribe to be the alternate.
I'll second.
There's a second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion is unanimous. Congratulations, Commissioner Uribe. Congratulations, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, for your willingness to serve. And now we'll move forward then on our agenda to the Legislative Affairs Office update on legislative priorities for the 2025 legislative session. With that, Ms. Kelly Teague, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. It's great to be back with you today. As you've probably heard, the legislature is in special session right now. Given the time of the year, it's also time for us to start to talk about what the county's legislative agenda will be for the 2025 session when they gavel in for regular session. I wanted to start off by talking about at a 30,000-foot level how we develop the priorities that you'll be seeing today. As a group, we work to identify proposals that impact the county's provision of services to our citizens. We inform decision makers of positive and negative consequences of their proposed legislation, and we advocate fair, reasonable, and balanced resolution of current and future challenges in the state legislature. Recently, the county brought on 2 contract lobby teams to help further our efforts in Tallahassee. I wanted to point those out since they are new. The primary firm is Becker, and the specialist firm, which will take a deep dive into environment, land use, and water, is Sunrise Consulting Group. You'll have an opportunity to hear from them directly when we do our wrap-up presentation at the conclusion of session, but I wanted you to be aware that we have new firms. All right, today I'm going to be doing a legislative overview. I'm going to present the draft priorities, open up the floor to discussion, and then ultimately ask you to adopt the legislative agenda for 2025. All right, we have new leadership on both the Senate side and the House side. On the Senate side, this is President Ben Albritton, who is from District 27. If you're unfamiliar with that, that's portions of Polk, portions of Lee, and then the counties of Hardee, DeSoto, and Charlotte. Members of the Orange County delegation that serve in the Senate are here on the slide. We do have 3 new members, although they are not new to the legislature. We have 3 new members who are coming over from the House: Senator Trunow, Senator Guillermo Smith, and Senator Arrington. On the House side, this is House Speaker Danny Perez, who is District 116. That is the Miami-Dade area. And here are the members of the Orange County delegation that serve in the Florida House. We do have 2 new members who are also new to the legislative process in Tallahassee. From a timeline standpoint, committee weeks are already underway. We did have committee weeks in previous months, but I wanted to note the upcoming committee weeks. We also have special session, which is not noted on this slide. Regular session convenes on March 4th, and I wanted to also point out FACT Legislative Day for those who are interested in coming up to Tallahassee, participating in the process and meeting with our elected officials from the Orange County delegation. That is going to be on March 19th. Registration is already open. I would be happy to send that to your staffs if you need that information. And the last day of session is May 2nd, God willing. All right, draft priorities. We're going to start off with our key priorities, which are items of particular interest to the board based on discussion that's happened here in the chamber. We want to focus on affordable housing. This is a 2-prong priority. We want to broaden the local incentive option for the Live Local Act to take it beyond that 4-year time certain date. And then we also want to adjust the AMI thresholds to incentivize low and very low income categories to further incentivize affordable housing. We also want to address excessive fees when it comes to towing. Language slipped into a bill last session that allowed the towing companies to charge an additional $250 administrative fee in addition to the $50 fee that you all already provide in code. So our goal is to try and take a step back and look at that fee. Obviously, it dramatically impacts the cost when your car is towed. Noise impacts. This is an issue that first came up in District 5. We would like to provide flexibility to address noise near a racetrack. Florida statute regulates motor vehicle noise ordinances, and it exempts racing vehicles from operating noise limits and muffler requirements. So this is one of the tools at our disposal to try and address this. That is one of the key priorities we've identified. And last but not least, a carryover from the 2024 session involving alum treatments to help impaired water bodies in state waters and submerged lands. You may recall this is also a FACT legislative priority. On the state funding side, a carryover from last session is the CRC, making sure we protect mental health services. And we also have a new item. We're taking a different approach given the outcome of previous member project requests, appropriations, if you will. We want to take a look at the challenge grants under homeless intervention. In light of the public camping bill, might there be an opportunity to grow the pot that is available statewide, or create an incentive program to allow people to do different types of efforts locally when it comes to homeless intervention in our community? On the home rule side, I will speak honestly, this is where we're going to spend about 98% of our time during session. These 4 prongs: preserve home rule, preserve local government funding sources and protect against unfunded mandates, maintain existing authority for zoning, permitting, and conservation, and expand local authority to address unique needs related to BMAP and TMDL goals. That is code for fertilizer ordinances. That's how it used to be written, and we wanted to broaden that a bit just in case something else came up. Next category are our support and opposition statements. This is priorities that come up during the process that we might be able to partner with other organizations and interest groups to help advance issues that have been identified by this board. These 4 items are carryovers from last session, so the 2024 session. I wanted to point those out to you real quickly and then move on to some of our newer items. We have a support position for inmate Medicaid eligibility. Inmates in the county jail lose access to Medicaid coverage, though a federal carve-out does exist. And so our goal is to address the lack of clarity in Florida law so that we can be reimbursed by the federal government when an inmate receives medical care. The next item is support leveraging community partners to advance county priorities, building coalitions to maximize impact. I'm going to talk about that with more specificity in just a moment. On the opposition statement, this involves TDT. We have 2 prongs to this priority. One is we want to oppose any legislation that negatively impacts TDT funding. In the past, in the very recent past, we've seen this come up when it comes to diverting TDT funds collected in Orange County to help offset costs for Visit Florida. We've also seen it come up with sending money to fiscally constrained counties to do promotion for those fiscally constrained counties specifically. So making sure that we protect the funding that is generated in Orange County would be of great importance. And then also another prong is maintaining the governance structure, making sure that the Board of County Commissioners decides where to program those TDT revenues. When it comes to TDT, those 2 elements are the heart of what is critical here in Orange County, maintaining the funding and making sure the governance of our TDT dollars does not change. As promised, oh great, a formatting issue. All right, so we want to support leveraging community partners to advance county priorities and build coalitions to maximize impact. I know this has come up in the past, how we work with other groups, and so I wanted to identify, in recent years, this is an example of some of the partner groups we've worked with to advance the legislative agenda. Metro Plan in Orlando, obviously funding issues, how the Metro Plan Orlando board is put together. We've worked with Commissioner Uribe on, and so we work with these different groups on identified priorities. Orlando Economic Partnership, lots of preemption issues come up involving that area. Homeless Services Network, we worked very closely with them on the public camping bill. I also wanted to identify Visit Orlando. When it comes to how we might work with Visit Orlando, should the board approve these legislative priorities, you can look to that TDT opposition statement that I just showed you, which is to oppose any funding diversion to other areas outside the state and to make sure that we preserve the governance structure. So should Visit Orlando be interested in working on legislative priorities in Tallahassee, if the board were to approve this agenda, those are the 2 items they would be authorized to work on. Last but not least, this is the monitor category. These are items that have come up previously in sessions, some dating back more than 10 years, but it's always good to keep them on the radar. If they were to come up, they could move to a key priority pretty quickly. So when we work with the folks in Tallahassee, these are the items that we're watching very closely as session evolves. I wanted to pause, Mayor, to offer an opportunity for discussion.
All right, discussion by members of the board, and Commissioner Uribe, then Commissioner Scott.
Kelly, I know that we spent extensive time talking about this yesterday, and when you were talking about setting very specific language, right? You just, like on the draft priorities, oppose legislation that negatively impacts TDT funding governance. That's very broad to me, okay? So can we get language that's a little bit more precise? Because if there is an opportunity for TDT to be used for transportation, I mean, obviously, depending who the sender is, meaning if it's Visit Orlando, they may not be supportive of that, but it could be something that we're supportive of. So is it possible to tighten that up or add the verbiage of deemed appropriate by the Board of County Commission? Because I call it the eye of the beholder, you know. What do they feel is the priority of it? And it just seems very, very broad and big. And so I just would like to know, and I know last year the mayor tried to get, the additional tax for housing, right? And I know it didn't get any traction, but just for some reason, I know that Representative Perez is very big on housing. I've read a lot of articles on him, and I've seen what he's doing in South Florida. We don't know if he tries to pass an agenda that allows for that. And mind you, I have no intel. I am just broadly trying to say we should be a little bit more concise about what that means when we go out there. I mean, clearly in the past when I went for MetroPlan, we were looking for funding for the disabled to provide ridership. And it was $4 million that the governor and the Senate approved for people with disability to have access to ridership. So that was very, very specific. I just worry that, and this isn't just on that one, I just mean as a whole, because we've kind of gotten into this thing where people are in Tallahassee and they're like, well, you know what, we're working on your priorities. Well, how? Priority of how you see it, priority of how this board sees it, and that's all if we could get a point of clarity on that.
So let me just kind of jump in, because at this point, we don't have any proposed bills or legislation. We don't have anything specific. Before any of these, I'm going to say partner organizations that we have contractual relationships can advocate, they would be advocating for something very specific. We don't know what we don't know at this point. And so I think what has happened is Kelly has deliberately tried to keep it at a level where there's general guidance from the board to her. As this evolves, this has to get much more specific, and that always will come back to the board for the specific direction. I also believe that this is a game of chess. You should not telegraph every one of your moves before you're ready to make the move. And so we don't want to inadvertently hurt ourselves in this legislative process in advance by putting too much out there and giving people concern or something to marinate on, or to begin to direct legislatively. So this is so early in the process. This intent today is intended to give broad guidance to our staff, who is listening, seeing, watching for the filing of bills, et cetera, to come back to us. These are just, so if that makes sense to you, Commissioner.
No, I actually want to, I have a follow-up, because one of the things that we've seen, especially in the last couple hours, right at the end, stuff moves really fast. I mean, essentially last year, we almost eliminated the MPOAC. And it was literally the last day that the MPOAC was saved from the legislature. So being that we only meet every other week, if that, considering holidays, something could drastically happen where we wouldn't meet as a board. And so,
That's always the case.
and so that's my whole point. I mean, the only clarification is that, and I don't want to share any chess moves because I know we're always being targeted because we have such a robust TDT fund. Heck, if you open that up, everybody would want a piece of our pie, and I don't think that is accurate because we collect that pie here. What I'm saying is, if there is an opportunity, when you just say negatively impacts, that is also very broad, because when we look at, Congressman Soto sat here and said,
Agreed.
the
What are you
Sunshine
recommending?
Corridor.
What language are you recommending?
Well, that's a little bit difficult because.
Perhaps the two items that I referenced as examples could be articulated more. We could say funding that leaves Orange County and goes to either fund Visit Florida or other counties.
Let's just say Duval County's
Correct.
beach erosion,
Absolutely.
I'm with that, but,
I even
Sunshine Corridor.
I think that's risky.
No, what she's saying, the language of impacts losing funding is what
It's
she's
going away outside the
Going
county.
away, so removing our funding, because when you look at, Congressman said it, talked about the Sunshine Corridor, talking about trying to find federal dollars, and everyone wants to find funding to connect this train to Tampa. So, depending on who looks at it, I've heard the CRA conversations and so forth. It could help tourism if people can connect more smoothly through Central Florida. That's such a open opportunity that if there were a chance, so I like the removing our funds. Jeopardizing our funding is definitely, but not getting into the details of it. But it just, the only question, and it doesn't have to do necessarily with TDT. I just meant as a whole, that it depends on who's up there. Because when we're up there for MetroPlan, we're just looking out for that very specific organization, and they want to preserve all state funding they could get. So, and then it's like, is it I-4? Is it CSX? That's only, so, not making it tight. I agree, we don't want to share our chess moves and make ourselves vulnerable, but a little bit more specification of don't take our money,
Okay. So, Kelly, between you and Mark, what are y'all recommending?
So I think the best option would be to, in part, keep it broad, but I think what the commissioner is saying is we want to make sure that that's not interpreted, the, diversion of funds is not interpreted to mean like funds that are in Orange County but used in a different way, is what I'm hearing. So we want to put in our priorities, we don't want to see any revenue collected in Orange County leave Orange County for the TDT item specifically. Yeah.
Well, even that, you're going to need some wordsmithing, because we collect sales tax in Orange County that goes to support the whole state of Florida. And that isn't going to change, okay? We're donor county. So I just think the intent of what Commissioner Uribe is saying, I understand it, but I don't know if you're ready today to say what that language needs to be specifically.
We certainly understand the spirit of it.
You
based on
understand the
this
spirit of what is being said, but make certain that it's practical, because we collect a lot of funds on behalf of the state right now in Orange County that supports the entire state, and it's not just Orange County.
That makes sense.
You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know this is a tough process. It's not black and white.
Right.
A reasonable and obvious priority statement.
That's how the state operates, from state sales tax.
Listen, the state operates
and because we're the number one tourist destination, we generate more sales tax than anybody else in the entire state of Florida.
I get it, but we're still absorbing the most impacts from those visitors. So.
Well, but the state couldn't function really, because without it.
Well, that is because
all
they're
I'm saying.
continuing
It's a
to give
major-
away millions and millions to billionaire buddies. But I think that they could.
I'm just saying we're not going to get that. Just being realistic, we'll be.
Yeah.
I don't want to create false expectations in here that when the state levies taxes of some sort within our county that we're bold enough to say, you can't do that, state of Florida. No. That's impractical. But tourist development taxes, it's shared, it's county specific now, and it's spent within the counties. We understand that what we're saying is if tourist development tax is collected in Orange County, it should be to the benefit of Orange County. That's the intent of what we're trying to say, but don't make this so broad that we're going to get ourselves in a whole conundrum here and invite the state, okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I feel like.
I know some, I don't walk around like we have no hope, but
Optimism.
It's not that there's no hope, but I mean.
Anyway, you heard the feedback, so.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Uribe, anything else on that?
No, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get into my stuff, so just so I'm clear, whether or not we amend this list, modify language notwithstanding, the priorities are going to be based on what we observe. So we may have a purpose for when we go up there, but we may, through meetings, observations, may have to deviate. And so this doesn't stop you from being able to make adjustments based on information that you hear from us today or in the future or things that you observe while you're in Tallahassee. Am I correct?
Certainly. And if you think about it, if we use history as our guide, as I mentioned, 98% of what we're going to do is in that home rule unfunded mandate. So how that appears in session is very dependent on what bills are filed. But, much like Florida Association of Counties, anytime a bill is filed that involves a preemption, even if it's not something we're interested in doing, we are in opposition to it based off of the board's adopted priority that we oppose all preemption.
Okay.
So that's how it usually takes shape.
I'm good with the priorities as they are listed. If you could just kind of summarize the special session that happened. I think that we've seen a number of news articles of what did or did not occur. And so just from your perspective, as it relates to impacting what we do or what we plan on doing, if you could just summarize that, I would appreciate it.
I think what is currently happening in Tallahassee, so this is still evolving, is fascinating. It's an opportunity to see how everyone is settling into their new roles. As you know, the governor initially called a special session, and the House leadership and Senate leadership seem to kick back a little bit on that. But they are constitutionally required, as they stated, to gavel in for that special session that has been called by the governor, and they did. And gavelled out a few moments later, and then gavelled in on another special session. So governor's special session was 1A, and the House and Senate special session was 1B, I think 1B. So it's interesting to see how everyone is kind of following how they're going to be charting out this upcoming session. It's not clear that there's a consensus in thought with the executive branch and the legislative branch at this moment. We also saw an override of a veto involving legislative funding. That has not happened since Charlie Crist was governor. So it's an interesting time for sure. How that's going to evolve in Tallahassee for the regular session is still to be seen. A lot can still change, but as of right now, it seems like there's an independence in thought, which might not necessarily be a bad thing.
All right, and so I don't have questions, I just have a couple of requests. You do a good job of sharing the weekly readouts with our consultants, and I think that that's helpful. I think would be additionally helpful for us as we kind of chart these waters ahead, especially to Commissioner Uribe's point, is if, based on the feedback you received from us today and in the meetings from the prior days, and as, again, things take shape, looking at other opportunities to update us. I mean, once a week is fine, but sometimes it may be, hey, an update on Monday, Wednesday, in addition to the weekly update. So I think that it would be helpful for us, as you see needs dictate based on what our interests are collectively for the county, but maybe specific to the districts that we represent, to be able to share to a little bit more frequency what's going on. Because again, that is from the consultants and the firms that represent us, but also you being here as long as you have a perspective that they don't, and can understand what our needs and concerns are beyond what their mandated is from our priorities. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. And as I mentioned in the briefings, oftentimes there are issues of importance to your constituents that are not necessarily on our agenda. In the past, it's come up like the Bright Future Scholarship. We had a lot of interest in that from some of the commissioners. Even though it's not on the agenda, I'd be happy to keep you up to speed if there's an issue of importance to the people you represent that's not necessarily a county issue, but something that's happening in the legislature. So most certainly.
And then I do have one additional request. I think some of the commissioners may be aware of this. So I got a news alert that President Trump paused all federal payments with respect to grants and loans and funding starting today at 5 o'clock, right? And so at a time frame that's appropriate, that could be a week, it could be a couple of days, it could be 2 weeks again, because I don't know what research you'll need to do. But I think it might be prudent to either an email update to let us know kind of how we're going to be impacted. Head Start receives a number of federal funding. I know Family Services Department receives a number of federal funding. And so, the grants that I've had the opportunity to work with and for and manage, sometimes it's monthly payments, sometimes it's quarterly payments. And so if all those things are paused at 5 o'clock today, how long is this pause going to last? Will those funds then be reissued? I think it's important that we as a board know, so that as we're engaging with partners, we can figure out options to be able to still meet whatever service is being provided, but also give a little bit of just comfort knowing that, hey, our federal representatives are working towards this, but here's what we know right now, because I think that caught a lot of folks off guard.
Yeah.
I do understand that as it relates to individual assistance, so Social Security, and I would assume, again, I don't know, individual assistance would also extend to Pell Grants to college students, that those things are safe. But we're in
Uncharted
different
territory,
times.
yeah.
So if you could, as you work with different departments, get us some type of update when you're able to, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, I think you're spot on. Some of it, the Office of Legislative Affairs is monitoring. Some of it is going to come from other areas of the county, for example, with county administration. Sometimes things are moving pretty fastly with the new administration, and there are going to be challenges about presidential authority versus congressional authority and the usurping of that. There'll probably be some litigation. But they have offered, I have seen a continuation of these briefings that come out of the president's office,
IGA.
and from the IG and others, even though there's something going on with that, where they invite local governments to sit in on these briefings. And if they continue, we'll get some updates, because it's about interpreting the directive that has come out of the president's office and how that kind of plays itself out right down to state and local and tribal organizations. And if we see where there is some impact on the cash flow from the federal government into our government, those are things that our staff from county administration and Office of Management and Budget, they're monitoring. Because it's happening so quickly, I suspect that you may find that we're giving you some information on a weekly, it may be several times a week. It's happening quickly right now, because those are the questions we ask because of the, Congressman Soto was here this morning and talking about 500,000. And I looked at the comptroller and said, have we gotten the money yet? And I don't think so. I looked at Congressman Soto. He took the poster board check back with him. I'm like, well, we're celebrating here, but is that money caught up is what I was asking him. And the answer is, we don't know. Okay, so that's what you were trying to get to, right? We don't know at this point. And so we are sitting in on those calls trying to get clarity about it. I think after, hopefully, a number of weeks, this will start settling down, because otherwise we all can't function like that. We depend on the cash flow coming in from the feds. So, Kurt, how many billions do we get? I saw Kurt here earlier. He might have stepped out now, but I know our budget, Byron, we started out at 7.2 billion. We're up to about 8 billion, and that's because of federal funding and kind of reconciling, money that we're owed and all of that. So we'll see. It could have ramifications if that happened too long. Mr. Comptroller, you grabbed your mic. Were you wanting to say something?
Well, I did, and one was just to say I hadn't known about that until Commissioner Scott mentioned it to me. And if I had known, I would have said, we need to grab that check before he goes.
I hear you.
But I did want to, I did want to clarify something that Kelly said. And you had mentioned something about the partner organizations can go to Tallahassee and make their views known. And that's relevant to us because, as you all will remember, we had given you some preliminary findings on our Visit Orlando audit a few months back. We're getting closer to having a final at some point, but one of the issues we raised was that you have a contract with them which says if they want to lobby, they have to have the board say yes or no to the issues. And I didn't know how your comment, if that was meant to address that or if it was for something else. And I just want to get clarity because that is an issue that we brought to you a few months ago. And I just want to put that out there. And I don't know if this is an effort to ratify that or where things stand.
Well, contractually, we've had the conversations with Visit Orlando. They're really clear about the lobbying clause that we inserted in there to provide the protections to us, that they have to have a conversation with us and get the authority, if they're lobbying. So that's out there. I think at this point, I'll trust the process, until they demonstrate that they're violating the process. And we had many conversations with them about it. Right, Byron? We had many conversations
we've been
about
participating in those meetings and doing follow-up on that initial preliminary findings as well. And I know there's been discussion specifically about Visit Orlando and how that will be coordinated with the lobbying team.
And if it comes from their board, Commissioner Wilson is on the board, Roseanne Harrington, they're monitoring this. So they're really clear about it. I think more so now than perhaps in the past. All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Kelly, thank you for the presentation. And I only have a question on the slide number 19, the draft priority. In the marijuana session, do you think, is a question, I don't know, it's just because and you have been, also helping me with the issue that we have in Moss Park in regards to the hemp. Okay. Can there be a preemption or something that could remove this to have a solution in a local government or no?
I think the first question is whether they're even willing to bring it up. And because expansion of marijuana did not pass at the most recent election, if that had, I think you would have seen a large number of bills and potential opportunities to address what was shaped back in 2013. Okay. The absence of that passing, I don't expect this issue to come up during session. I do know it's heavily lobbied, and there was a lot of thought on the legislative side on that preemption, essentially saying you can't do anything beyond what you would do for a CVS or a Walgreens because it was intended to be medical use of marijuana. So I think anything is possible, but the absence of anything passing as a constitutional amendment, I think makes it unlikely that we'll even see the topic come up.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for spending some extra time with me also. I know that there, with 3 municipalities that all have their legislative priorities and kind of talking through that, and then, something that I brought up with Kelly when we met, and so I just want to let you all know, is a lot of concern in my district about the SRO program and sort of the unfunded mandate that came along with very important safety legislation following Parkland tragedy. And, really making sure that they're somehow up there in Tallahassee, that they understand the importance of that unfunded mandate and what it does when it comes down to the school level. But the thing I actually wanted to ask about is, I think you do such an amazing job, your team. You get all this information along the way, and things are moving at breakneck speed. But usually when we get information about bills that are filed, or later on, amendments that are filed, and sort of the packages they come in, or who filed them, we don't know until later who actually wrote and filed them. And so, I find that the longer I've been here, the more I realize that many of these entities are also entities that we support. And just as an example, I think we understand that one of the reasons why both the the abortion measure failed and the marijuana measure failed is because our threshold now for citizen petition amendments is so high. Well, that was directed by the Chamber of Commerce. And so understanding that we have a lot of opportunities to actually navigate within our own spheres where these bills are coming from and why. What we saw in the Live Local Act, that it effectively preempted our ability to do any kind of stabilization measure, came from the Realtors Association. Look, I've got relationships in all these organizations, and I want to continue those. But if we know that they're working in Tallahassee to undermine the things that while they're here and in front of us, they supposedly, potentially support, we should be able to have those conversations. So even if it's not part of our official updates, if there's an update that allows us to understand a little bit more about that backdrop, like this is something that was supported by, and then maybe that entity, I think it allows us the opportunity to leverage those relationships, and even the county business, really, if it's a vendor that we understand says something in front of us here, high towing agencies, where we supported them, right? We supported them to increase their fees, and then they turned around and they're going to come back at citizens and double that through a legislative action on towing fees. And so, if that had been happening about the same time, which I don't know if that will ever happen, we may have an opportunity to really be able to be cohesive in our goals. So just a thought about who's really actually writing legislation for some of our bills. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Comptroller, we probably talked about what, I see where you have pressed your button. We probably talked about it already.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, Comptroller, actually, I wanted to come back to you because, and then Kelly, currently in our agreement, Visit Orlando is prohibited from lobbying in Tallahassee without the approval of the BCC. We're now waiting for an audit to show if they actually did lobby in Tallahassee, whether for or against us, whatever. So wouldn't that measure also be important? Because once we get that audit and everything is revealed, we would actually know, because I think that's very, very important as we go forward. Because again, what Commissioner Wilson just said, they're for us, they're not, they have their own agenda, rightfully so, just like the realtors, just like everyone else. I actually think we're getting into a very slippery slope when that agreement specifically says, and we've had this discussion, Comptroller, that they are prohibited from lobbying in Tallahassee without the BCC approval. And right now we're waiting for, your team has been working on this very aggressively and diligently, so I'm so thankful for that. But this conversation could totally change once we get the data and the information. And I think we have to be very, very cautious on that. So while I understand your intent is to kind of have like our feelers out there, but we also have our paid lobbyists that we, just approved our secondary, and we have now an updated lobbying firm that's representing us. And I think that while in theory, it could be good. I think we have to be very cautious because, like Commissioner Wilson said, one thing could be important to us, but when you get to the state, you know, everyone has a different agenda and idea, and I think we have to be very, very cautious when we do that, especially when we have an agreement that's very, very specific and black and white on what is allowed. And so I still agree that we need to remember that, and it's what I look forward to on the audit, to find out has that happened and not, and things like that. So that was just my thought, and thank you, Comptroller, for bringing that up also.
I'll go to the county attorney. I don't know if the clause in our agreement with Visit Orlando is a blanket to do any lobbying in Tallahassee. They have to get our permission, or is it issues that the county has taken a position?
I don't recall off the top of my head, Mayor. I don't have the agreement in front of me.
Okay. So I think we just we need to clarify
Yes.
what it specifically says, okay, and kind of report back to the commissioners on what that says, okay? I don't want to say something that isn't totally factually accurate here today. Okay. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Yes, Mayor, in regards to that, I want clarification as well, because, I mean, just to be fair, I don't know, exactly, I know the contract or whatever, we discuss it here and it says that, but I want to know, is that include that they cannot go to Tallahassee at all, even to talk to, whoever over there? Is that, are we for sure that, they go there to lobby, or just to be, fair, because it says in the contract, but I just want to know if they are not allowed at all to go to, to Tallahassee if they don't come to the BCC. I don't know, something like that. So please, clarification would be good.
Okay. All right, Ms. Teague.
I will
you
move
have
forward one more ask.
One
There you
ask.
go.
Motion to adopt the recommended action.
All right.
Second.
There were some, just some qualifiers in there, and just make sure that that's understood. We have a motion by Commissioner Scott, and a second by Commissioner Wilson.
Mayor, let me reframe. Motion to adopt a recommended action with the revisions as stipulated by Commissioner Uribe. The language.
Yes.
Or guidance, rather.
The guidance, because
okay.
we got to work on what that says. Okay. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Teague. We're going to move to the next item. Mr. Jason Reynolds, manager of our Neighborhood Services Division, will be making a presentation regarding timber scan on the lake. After his presentation, then I'll open it up for discussion by the board and potential action at that time. With that, Mr. Reynolds, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Newton, and Comptroller Diamond. I'm with a group of people today. I'm the one delivering the presentation. Yvette Reyes will be joining me to talk, and Shonda White from the County Attorney's Office. Excuse me, but there are a number of people who have helped along the way to help get us here. So some key terms to help everyone get on the same page, because we're discussing some complex topics. Timber scan on the lake is the subdivision. It's timber scan, the property, the complex, or the neighborhood. I'll use, or as a group, we'll use those terms interchangeably to describe timber scan on the lake. Lakes Catherine is the lake adjacent to timber scan. The condo units are the residential units where the folks live or lived in timber scan. There are air units which have been demolished by the county, and those are the air condo units in timber scan. And then the condo association, which is the private association to govern the community and the community of condo units and maintain the shared areas. And lastly, a building is a group of several condo units in timber scan. So our purpose today is timber scan for the last 20 plus years has been plagued by public safety issues, and residents there are in unsafe and precarious conditions. Some of the conditions are the buildings are dilapidated, there are condo units without water service, most of the buildings are demolished. Orange County owns 38% of the units. fire hydrants are unmaintained, and there is dumping. And we'll go into each of those respective issues throughout the presentation. The county understands the plight of the residents who are there and realizes that an approach that is compassionate and thoughtful is needed to provide a long-term solution. A staff group for the better part of about 2.5 years have reviewed options as long-term solutions, and we'll go over those in more in depth, which include status quo, foreclosing on the liens, and terminating the condo associations and utilizing a receiver. As the most effective long-term measure, staff proposes to terminate the condo association, utilize a receiver to manage the petition action and force the sale of the property. There's been some discussion about what's going to happen and how quickly things will happen. The outcome of today's meeting will not be a receiver be appointed or the petition action to take place. Those are processes which will have to go through the courts, of which the county attorney's office will be initiating those processes. So there will be significant amount of time throughout this process. And the good part about that is that will allow the county an opportunity to work with the residents and offer them services. Because we realize this process could take a year, which is somewhat aggressive and ambitious on our part, but it likely will take longer. And again, and I'm stating this again for the record, is that the outcome of this meeting and the requested action, if it's moved, does not mean that the receiver is appointed or there's a petition action. This process will play itself out through the courts, and we know that could take time. The presentation will cover the following topics. We'll provide history, existing conditions, the county's next steps, and any of the services for residents. And I mentioned it earlier, the requested action is the authority to terminate TimberScan's condo associations, petition for a receiver, and then support the Lake Catherine Resident Assistance Plan. This is our outline. We're going to again start with the history and conditions, then move on to the status of the condo units, next steps, future possibilities, discuss the resident assistance plan, and then a summary and requested action. TimberScan was built in the early 70s as luxury condos as what is known as young professionals. Downtown Orlando was not what we see it today, and many of the young professionals flocked to this area. There's 49 buildings and 321 units. There are 4 condo associations there. Section 1, which was 78 units, which is inactive at the moment. Section 2, which, as we heard from some of their representatives today, was 120 condo units. Section 3 is inactive, 123 condo units, and then there's the master association. So to date, there is one section that is active, which is Section 2. This is the general location in the Texas Americana area, just east of John Young Parkway, south of I-4, and west of Rio Grande. So the history and the decline started in the 1990s with the condo associations dealing with mismanagement of funds and poor administration. The condo associations, their funding is meant to maintain the exterior and the roof and common areas. So keep that in mind as we move through the presentation. In 1999, the OUC, Orlando Utility Commission, threatened to discontinue water for unpaid bills. And again, that comes from the HOA dues collected by the condo association. And they continue to struggle to collect dues and with the operating costs, which go into the maintenance. In 2004, those of us, or I wasn't here, those who were here experienced the 3 hurricanes and the devastation that caused to our community. Well, the exterior damage was not repaired in those to the building, so that would have been the exterior, the siding, the roof, and any other common areas were not repaired, and they just continued to get worse. Then we had the foreclosure crisis a few years later, which exacerbated problems. Many of the owners there lost their homes or walked away. And that culminated in a receiver being appointed to manage the 2 condo associations, which that process was largely ineffective and not successful. The previous environment, so we're going back about 10 years now, is unsafe, dilapidated structures. There were fires that started there very regularly, crime, which happened in the community and spread to nearby communities and apartment complexes. There were people squatting in vacant buildings. There was quite a bit of dumping. The HOA dues were not regularly collected. We talked about the water, again, that was delinquent in wastewater bills, and then intermittent trash collection. The impetus for the county's involvement was in 2014. OUC was again going to terminate the water bill for the water service for the community, and they initiated that process. residents came to a BCC meeting and to appeal for help and assistance from Orange County. Subsequently, OUC delayed the water disconnection, but at that point, the magnitude of the issues and the dire living conditions and the need for intervention became apparent to the county. And county staff was directed to outline options to engage residents and stabilize conditions. Those areas were providing social services, address some of the unsafe structures, and then improve the infrastructure through the community. Orange County then started a process of significant investment to the tune of about $3.5 million to engage the residents and stabilize the community. The demolitions occurred. Those concluded in 2022, about $3 million. We'll get into more depth with that. There were social services offered from what was then Family Services for relocation assistance to residents. County secured units and cleaned up trash through lot cleanings. There was repaired water and wastewater systems, repaved services and stormwater cleanout, and forgave $48,000 in wastewater fees. That would have been to Orange County Utilities. That's about $3.5 million worth of investment to address the concerns in Timberscan. Right now, conditions have changed, but still the residents there are dealing with dire conditions. A majority of the buildings are demolished. The existing buildings are unsafe and dilapidated. The fire hydrants there are not maintained and not functioning. The county owns 123 units, which I'll get into more detail later. There is no water service in sections 1 and 3. There are condo units, people living in condo units without water service. Section 2 currently is delinquent with their water payments. There is still dumping. HOA dues are not being collected regularly. The crime and the squatting activities are limited, but they are still occurring, and trash collection is infrequent. So run through some of the code violations there. There are life safety violations against the condo associations. And again, this is for the exterior. These are the exterior walls, the roofs, and the common areas. Again, that's where the condo association is responsible for maintaining. 104 of those violations are in compliance, but they're not in compliance because the condo association addressed them. They're in compliance because the county demolished those buildings, which brought the violations into compliance. We have 15 cases that are not in compliance, and those are the 8 existing buildings still in Timberscan that are actively accruing fines, and those violations have been unaddressed and still occurring. So against the condo unit owners, condo unit owners are responsible for the interior of the structure, so everything inside the home. And there are 144 of those violations are in compliance. And again, those violations are in compliance not because the condo unit owners addressed them, but because the county demolished those structures. And there are special assessment liens there, and those are for the demolitions. There are 6 condo units that are not in compliance, accruing fines. Importantly, the county has not been able to gain access to 47 of the condo units. Based on the conditions of the neighboring units, we know what they're like, but we have not been able to gain access to conduct inspections to determine if there are violations. And 1 condo unit is in compliance right now. The fire marshal last year recently adjudicated 3 violations, their code violations. The fire hydrants are not maintained, they're not tested annually, and they're not marked properly, and access to the fire hydrants is obstructed. The special magistrate deemed those violations a threat to the health and safety of the community. There are fines accruing and there are liens on the property. I do want to talk about realizing there is a problem with the fire hydrants. The Fire Rescue Department provided us some information about what's being done. Is during a structure fire, the water hose can be connected to the nearest hydrant, which is not in the community, just on Texas Avenue, so just outside the community. So they are able to provide services to that community. The hoses that they have can reach the nearest point in the community and the farthest point in the community. And then lastly, from a services standpoint, is they have the ability to dispatch their water supply task force to any of the fire-related incidents. They can, of course, access water from lakes, ponds, and swimming pools if necessary. And last week, they were in the community canvassing with us and providing smoke alarms to residents of Timberscan. Providing and installing, importantly, smoke alarms there. So they were realizing the need when the issues with the fire hydrants. Fire Rescue has detailed some of their ongoing activities to address the conditions there. So in summary, there is a summary section at the end of each me slide at the end of each section because there's a lot of information. TimberScan is plagued by public safety concerns and dilapidated structures, which makes it unsafe for residents. The water service is almost disconnected. The county's invested almost $3.5 million to engage and stabilize the community. The current conditions there are dilapidated, unsafe buildings, the water disconnection, which is looming. There are condo units without service where people are living. The trash collection is infrequent. There's dumping and unmaintained fire hydrants. And there are several unaddressed life safety code violations with fines accruing and liens in place. So next to the status of the condo units there in TimberScan, the county, due to the extensive damage on the buildings, the special magistrate deemed the buildings in the complex a threat to the health and safety of the residents there. The county exercises authority, which is in Chapter 162 of the Florida statutes, to abate those violations, to demolish the structures and address the public safety concerns. The county started demolishing in 2014, of which since then, the county's demolished 41 buildings in TimberScan. In Section 1, that's 12 of 13. In Section 2, that's 10 of 17. And in Section 3, all of the buildings have been demolished. All in all, 84% of TimberScan's buildings have been demolished. And this graphic will start to tell the story of the demolitions. All of the yellow rectangles were buildings that were standing in TimberScan. So there are 49 yellow rectangles here. By 2014, 2 buildings were demolished. 2015, another one. By 2016, starting to pick up some steam and gaining a critical mass. And again, anywhere that is red, a rectangle, is where a building was demolished because of the public safety concerns there. 2017, starting to make more progress. 2018, again, starting to really demolish a lot of the unsafe structures. And importantly, the county was only demolishing structures once they became vacant. That's a very critical point. So once buildings became vacant, the county exercised its authority and demolished the dilapidated structures. 2019, again, more structures demolished. 2020 is continuing to move. 2021, and concluding in 2022. All of the buildings that are in red have been demolished. All of the ones with the yellow rectangles are still standing. Importantly, though, these are the buildings that are still currently occupied. This green arrow, which if you can see, this bottom left building is the last building standing in Section 1. They currently do not have any water service there, but there is someone living there with a homestead exemption, and units there are being rented. So the status of the condo units, there are 56 units still standing. 47 have not been accessed to gain so we can determine if there are violations. 8 condo units have life safety violations, and 1 is in compliance. As of January 2025, there are 5 units with a homestead exemption there. And I mentioned earlier the county owns 123 units there. That's not because the county is acquiring them. That's through the tax deed sale process, people not paying the taxes, and those are units, a sheet to the county. 121 of those condo units are already demolished, but 2 units are still standing. That's in that bottom left section of the building, in the building where there is a homesteaded resident. So this is where the county-owned units are. You see all of them except for this where it says 2 in the bottom left have already been demolished. And this is where the homestead units are. You see most of them are in the front, clustered in the front. This is Section 2, except for the one in the back where we mentioned before the homestead is there. That person who is there as homesteaded does not have wastewater service running to their unit because it's been disconnected. So the status of the condo associations also own 31 units. They are divided between Section 1, they have 3, Section 2 owns 23, and then Section 3 owns 5. So they're divided between the condo associations. 18 are demolished and 13 are still standing. And this is where the condo associations own their units. Again, in Section 2, which are the rectangles that are in yellow towards the right of the picture, or my right of the picture, those units are still standing, and then some of them are throughout the other demolished buildings. There are units still changing hands in TimberScan. They are actively being sold. This is a recent listing that was found for $95,000, and you can see there the language is the standard language you see when a property is being sold. The marketing language from a real estate agent. Someone did make improvements to the structure. The air units are also being sold. So these are the demolished units, condo units, they're being sold. You see here for $40,000 and $50,000. This is just a snapshot of what we've seen over the last few months. So in summary, the dilapidated units in TimberScan pose a threat to the residents' safety. To address that safety, the county exercised its authority to demolish the dilapidated buildings. 41 of the 49 buildings are standing, 56 condo units remain. Through the tax deed process, the county owns 123 units, and there are 5 condo units with a homestead exemption. So we're moving on to next steps. As I mentioned before, the residents in TimberScan live in dire conditions, and this is just a rehash of what's there. The dilapidated and unsafe structures, there is a looming threat of water disconnection, condo units without water service, infrequent trash collection, dumping, and unmaintained fire hydrants. Without intervention from the county and involvement, the conditions there for the residents will continue to deteriorate. So we got our group together. We have a think tank. We have some of the best minds from across Orange County. And we came up and we realized that we need a thoughtful and compassionate approach to provide a long-term solution to the precarious situations. We looked at several different options. We reviewed 3 options. Status quo, which is, and we'll go into more depth about these 3 options, which is simply to just monitor and respond as needed. Foreclose, which condo units go for bid in a judicial sale, and then there's an equitable relief from receivership, which allows for the sale of the property. So the status quo is what we've been doing for the last 10 years since 2014, so 10 plus years, is we monitor the conditions. You have the conditions there before. We monitor them, we review the complaints from the residents and determine how we can assist, and then we demolish buildings as they become vacant. Right now, the demolitions are tentatively concluded because all of the existing structures are occupied by residents. We looked at foreclosing on the liens, but for this method to be successful, liens would need to be on all 321 condo units. As I mentioned before, there are 47 condo units that do not have active code violations. We didn't see it as an effective method to just start a foreclosure process on some of the units and then have some of them still owned in the market. So, and even if the foreclosure process was initiated, there is no guarantee the property would be aggregated and sold as a whole. Interested parties could still bid on the process, and we would be somewhat where we are in regards to multiple people owning the property and keeping it in limbo. And then after the foreclosures were resolved, say we went through the foreclosure process, the property is still subject to the condo declarations, and those condo declarations are very strong and very powerful in dictating how the property can function and what can go there. And the foreclosure process is a very lengthy process. An uncontested foreclosure could take anywhere from 18 to 24 months, and a contested foreclosure can take anywhere from years to resolve. So we looked at equitable relief, which is a mechanism to terminate the condo associations and provide, importantly, a path for the property to be sold. The receiver, so we petition for equitable relief, and then petition for a receiver. Then that person, the receiver, can act as a third party and make decisions related to TimberScan. They have the powers of a board of directors, and they have the ability to manage the sale of the property. The property being sold and eventually redeveloped presents a long-term, effective solution to the unsafe and precarious living conditions in TimberScan. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Shonda White from the County Attorney's Office to go through how the county can utilize the Florida statutes to bring this goal to fruition.
Thank you, Jason, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, Mr. Diamond and Mr. Brooks. So generally, Chapter 714 governs the appointment and requirements of a receiver in the real estate arena. The receiver, as Jason stated, is a court-appointed individual or entity with the authority to control and manage TimberScan, as well as to wind up any outstanding affairs of the association. They are eligible to be awarded fees for their service, and those fees could come from the inevitable partition sale of the property. Chapter 718 is also known as the Condominium Act. Specifically, Section 718-118 allows any condo unit owner to petition the court for equitable relief, and that can be in the form of termination of the association as well as partition. A resolution is before you all today to consider. The petition for equitable relief and appointment of the receiver will be initiated by filing of a formal petition. It is a civil action as well. The court has discretion about the appointment. It does require an evidentiary hearing with notice given to all parties that have an interest. Once the receiver is appointed, the county would revert back to the role of a condo unit owner. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that the resolution is not a prerequisite to the filing or initiation of this action. Once the receiver is appointed, the receiver must provide notice of their appointment, and prior to the county petitioning for appointment of a receiver, we are required to give notice to every unit owner as well as the associations, and that notice must be at least 30 days, and it can be posted in a conspicuous place on the property and provided to all unit owners via certified mail. So according to each declaration, if at least 80% of the condo units are deemed untenantable or uninhabitable, the association may be terminated without unanimous agreement of all unit owners. As Jason stated, we know sections 1 and 3 meet this threshold because of the fact that at least all but one of the buildings in section 1 have been demolished, and all of the buildings in section 3 have been demolished. With section 2, only 58% of the condo units have been demolished, so we would be asking the court to make a determination that section 2 is untenantable based on the other issues, but primarily the lack of inoperative fire hydrants. So once the condo associations are dissolved, the receiver can then petition the court for a partition action. That is probably the most important piece here because the associations must be dissolved before a partition can occur. Every property owner receives notice. Once the associations are terminated, each unit owner has an interest as a tenant in common, and everyone will receive their fair share based on their ownership interests once the property is sold. In summary, because the county is an interested unit owner in TimberScan, Section 718-118 of the statute provides that avenue for us to petition the court for equitable relief. Staff proposes filing that petition for equitable relief as well as the supplemental petition for appointment of a receiver to serve as termination trustee to manage any outstanding affairs of the association and to oversee the partition process as well as under the supervision of the court as well. This is a very ambitious timeline. As Jason stated, to be candid, we are completely at the mercy of the courts. We have no idea how long it will take for us to resolve. However, this is an estimated timeline. And at this time, I will turn it back over to Jason.
So we're moving on to future possibilities for this property. So TimberScan the property itself is 63 acres and it's on Lake Catherine. There is aged and deteriorating infrastructure there. In regards to property taxes, the estimated taxable value for the existing units comes to about $259,000, and based on 2024, about $4,000 was assessed to that property. And from a standpoint of a local government, you see 63 acres, and what's assessed that is on the lower, very low, and so we deem this as an underutilized piece of property from the standpoint of from a fiscal and also from a community asset standpoint. The development details, this is just someone to get an understanding of what would be entitled there, what could go there. Currently the property is zoned R3, which would allow up to 560 dwelling units. It's medium density residential future land use. Under Vision 2050 and Orange Code, which I'm speaking into being, the property would be allowed for apartment buildings, townhomes, duplexes, of different types, and also from neighborhood-oriented retail up to 3.5 stories, and anywhere from 10 acres, from the minimum of 10 units per acre to a maximum of 30 units per acre. So it would be a more dense, it could be more dense per the future code. So this is the general area. I showed it on a different map. This is the Texas Americana area. This is one of the more dense parts of Orange County. Probably in all of Orange County, incorporated and not, one of the more dense areas of Orange County. And I'm showing you this demographic profile to start to tell the picture of the community. So there's about 5,000 people who live there and 2,000 units or so. When you look at the median household income, the unemployment rate, and the rates of the bachelor's degree, those numbers significantly deviate, are different from what we see countywide. The household income is lower, the unemployment rate is significantly higher, and the bachelor's and graduate professional degree is significantly lower. And what I'm painting the picture is this is an area that could be of beneficial, could stand to benefit from what we look as some of the goals for future development. So we look at that could be affordable mixed income housing. We see a benefit as not utilizing the full density and being an amenity for the community. We look at those as our goals. And obviously when we are moving into the real estate market, the market will dictate the value of the property, but the county has leverage in that there are hard costs and fines and liens, which any time that property would be moving through a real estate process, they would be doing due diligence. Those liens that would appear would show up, and any potential buyers would come back to the county. Presumably, they would need all of those costs, or all or some of them, waived or reduced to purchase the property. And that's when the leverage comes from the county to ensure that what's developed there is appropriate and is of the best interest for the community and the greater community. Again, when we look at goals, we're thinking about affordable and mixed income housing, not utilizing the full density, and an amenity for the community. There is new construction happening next door, the San Marino condominiums. They're under construction currently. It's 123 units starting at about $250,000. The property was consistent with future land use and zoning, so they went straight to permitting. So also realizing there is redevelopment activity happening in this area. So in summary, the property is 63 acres. Orange County Code will determine the minimum and maximum density for that property, which will determine how many units can go there. The real estate market dictates the value, but the county has leverage to ensure the development there is in the best interest of the residents and the neighboring communities through the fines and liens. And for the appropriate developer, as an incentive, the county can reduce and waive fines and hard costs. And again, our goal would be some kind of an affordable mixed income housing, not utilize the allowable density, and be an amenity for the community. So I would say maybe the most important part of this presentation is going to be handled by Yvette Reyes, the manager of the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division, which is the Lake Catherine Residents Assistance Plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Comptroller Diamond. I am Yvette Reyes, the manager of the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division. And up to now, you have heard the concerns that have brought us to today's meeting. So I will be outlining and sharing the Lake Catherine Residents Assistance Plan. I will share with you, thank you, Jason. I will share with you the involvement that our division will have with the residents that are currently residing in Timberscan. As I outline the plan, I want you to know, please know, that our division, the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division, we operate various social service programs. The division staff is experienced in providing direct services to the individuals and families who are facing difficult circumstances. There are staff on the team that have previously worked in this community and are familiar with the challenges that it faces. So as you have heard during the presentation, the appointment of a receiver will culminate in the sale of this property. This process could take up to a year or longer, in which time we will be working to relocate all the residents that are in the existing 56 units. Throughout the receivership process, the county is committed to offering services and support to the existing residents. Services will be provided by an assigned case manager from the division who will meet with each family individually and assess the needs of each household. The type of services that will be offered will be determined on a case-by-case basis, dependent on each household's circumstances. The goal is to have the residents relocated before the sale of the property. But through this process, case managers will be working with the whole family to see what other services they can benefit from. So Orange County government offers many services and programs that they can benefit from. And we're looking to be able to connect those residents to those services to address the challenges that they may face. Our department, Community and Family Services Department, recently adopted a motto that some of you may have already heard: where joy lives, hope grows, and help happens. Joy, hope, and help is accomplished through the services that are offered through our various divisions. This slide shows you just a few of those programs. So as mentioned, the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division will offer relocation services to the current residents. We also have the Citizens Commission for Children, who operates 13 neighborhood centers for families throughout the county. The services that are offered within those centers include employment skills, food pantries, counseling services, English classes, and tutoring, just to name a few. The Oak Ridge Neighborhood Center for Family is the one that is closest to this community. The Community Action Division has the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, which is designed to assist income-eligible residents with tuition assistance for post-secondary education, such as vocational training. Families with small children will be provided information about the Head Start program to access early education, childhood education. Fingers crossed on that one. The Health Services Department operates the Orange County Medical Clinic that provides eligible residents with access to much-needed healthcare services. Our division also works closely with the Mental Health and Homelessness Division. So for those TimberScan residents that are facing a homeless situation, they will be connected to programs that can assist with their unique needs. We also understand that help happens through the numerous community partners and agencies that provide beneficial services to the residents, including ID replacement, furniture, application assistance for state programs, just to name a few. And as you have heard today, this community also has the support of a local church who is interested in the well-being of the residents in this community. Citizen Resource and Outreach Division is the lead division to provide these direct services to the residents currently residing in TimberScan. The division funds and operates several social service programs, including the Crisis Assistance Program and the Family Resource Program, and has also worked relocation projects such as this one. Through these programs, the division works closely with apartment complexes and private landlords that will be a resource for finding available housing for these residents. The Office of Tenant Services assisted with canvassing efforts last week and serves as the liaison for the residents, providing information on how to access services. During canvassing, flyers in English, Spanish, and Creole were left on all 56 units, and the division staff had the opportunity to speak with residents in 38 occupied units, many of whom you heard from today. Case managers from the Family Resource Program will be assigned to meet regularly with the existing residents to encourage them to actively participate in the relocation process. In addition, the division has multiple staff who are fluent in Spanish and Creole and are able to communicate with residents in their native language. There are approximately 18 owner-occupied units in TimberScan, and what this means is that the unit is the owner's primary residence. 5 of those units have homestead exemption. The ongoing issues in TimberScan can make it difficult for a unit to be sold, which may be preventing owners from being able to relocate. So as a part of this process, the county will offer to acquire or to buy the units that are occupied by the owner, and the offer will be based on an appraisal. Real Estate Management worked with a professional appraiser to provide the value of 5 condo units, and they each valued at $65,000. In summary of this assistance plan, please note the following. The sale of this property is estimated to take up to 1 year or longer. This gives the case managers time to work with each family, determine their needs on a case-by-case basis, and connect their household to the appropriate resources. The Office of Tenant Services will serve as the first point of contact for the residents and as a liaison to access Orange County services. The county is committed to offering support to the existing residents, which will be provided through case management services. As part of these services, the county will offer to buy owner-occupied units based on the appraisal. And an important takeaway is that the Citizen Resource and Outreach Division is experienced with working with residents facing challenging circumstances such as this one. To the residents, we hear you. We recognize that this is your home. We are committed to walking alongside you and providing the necessary support to connect you to the proper services. The team is ready to begin working with the families in this community. These are key dates to provide an estimated timeline to the existing residents. Canvassing occurred last week, and additional canvassing will be scheduled to disseminate information regarding the outcome of today's meeting. We anticipate a receiver being appointed by the summer of this year, which will lead to terminating the condo association by the fall of this year. It is anticipated that the property could sell by the end of this year or into 2026. I will now pass it back over to Jason to review the final summary and the requested action. Thank you.
All right, we are wrapping up this presentation. So in regards to the summary, this is back where we started. Timberscan is plagued by public safety concerns, and the residents there live in unsafe and precarious conditions. A review of some of the conditions there are buildings are dilapidated, the condo units without water service where people are living. Most of the buildings are demolished. The county owns 38%, about 123 of those condo units. The fire hydrants are unmaintained and there is dumping. The county, of course, is understanding the plight of the residents there, and we've already detailed that thoughtful and compassionate approach to provide a long-term solution. We looked at the three solutions which we reviewed, which were status quo, foreclosing on the liens, or terminating the condo associations and utilizing a receiver. Realizing, again, I'm going to reiterate it, and you've heard it as a theme through this presentation, is what the county is proposing today, or what staff is proposing, and what is a part of a requested action, it will take time to materialize. What happens from terminating the condos and the receiver will take time to move through the courts to be effective, and that, again, gives Citizen Resource and Outreach and Community and Family Services time to work with residents to make sure that the appropriate services are provided. So we are proposing as effective long-term solution is to terminate the condos and utilize a receiver to manage a partition action and force the sale of the property. We know that we have a year here, but we realize when we're dealing with the courts and the market, that could be much longer. Again, the Orange County Community and Family Services Department will work with residents and offer services. The requested action, just in summary, before I show it to you, is to authorize to terminate Timberscan's condo associations, petition for a receiver, and support for the Lake Catherine Residents Assistance Plan. And this is the requested action before you, and this is to approve and execute of the resolution of the Orange County Board of Commissioners regarding the authority to seek termination of the condo association of Timberscan on the Lake, a condominium, a master association, sections 1, 2, and 3, authorization for the county attorney's office to file a petition for receivership for Timberscan on the Lake condominiums, and support for the Lake Catherine Resident Assistance Plan. That concludes our presentation this afternoon, Mayor. There are a number of staff here who have been involved who are ready to answer questions and address any of the concerns from the Board of County Commissioners.
Well, that was very comprehensive. To members of the board, you can see that really Orange County has been engaged in coming up with long-term and short-term solutions for over 20 years now. More deliberately in the last decade or so, this situation has continued to deteriorate. It has continued, unfortunately, to put our citizens in jeopardy. The current living conditions, they're really, I hate to say it to the residents, they're not sustainable. The compassion part of our board says that we got to help you. We, being the county, has to help you get out of the situation that you're in. What that looks like, we don't quite know yet. But what we do know is that the remaining owners cannot afford the improvements needed. Life, health, safety, and overall welfare of the residents is our principal concern here from the Board of County Commission. What you have just heard is that by working together, we can come up with a long-term solution. You heard Mr. Reynolds mention that the purchase price of owner-occupied units essentially would be negotiated. Non-owner-occupied units would require appraisals and some other things to be done. It was going to take some time. I don't know who to point the finger at, the reason why we're in this position today. Probably a lot of people, the condo association from the past. The world we live in is kind of profit-driven, and maybe over time, those who were collecting, they were concerned about themselves and perhaps less about you. But we care about you, okay? And as we move forward together, one way or the other, I want you all to understand that we're going to build additional relationships, some trust in the process. That's all we can do, right, is work with you. I'm glad, the Discovery Church is kind of taking this on as one of their missions. So at this point, what's going to happen is the Board of County Commission is here today to kind of hear some discussions about what's the next steps, what's the most appropriate steps to take. We've been having these conversations with the board for quite some time, over years now. And so there are members of the board who have expressed the desire to speak. I know that Commissioner Scott has been out on the property and the premises recently, had conversations with all of you. There have been prior commissioners for District 6 who've been there. I've been there. Going back to 2004, during Hurricanes Charlie, Jean, and Francis, I was out there. I was Deputy County Administrator and Director of Public Safety at the time. And then, of course, 2008, I got elected sheriff. And for the next decade, I was out there many times. Sometimes you saw me, sometimes you didn't see me. And I was looking at what was going on out there. Here I am, completed 6 years as the Orange County Mayor, starting the 7th year. The entire time that I've been here, TimberScan has been on my radar. Hopeful that we would get to a point where we could see significant improvement in the conditions around you. And some of you have lived there a long time. And when you moved there, perhaps it was a different place. Are you all, ask your question, just kind of nod one way or the other? Are you all satisfied with the conditions there? Okay. Anybody satisfied?
As of now, with the improvements that we have made, I am satisfied. We have so much improvement to make. However, I feel safe and I'm very proud owner and living in the community now as we make these particular changes within the last year. So I do feel safe and comfortable living in there. I'm very proud to be there as well.
Okay, so some, just so
Mayor,
the television audience couldn't see, I'll come to you in just a moment, Commissioner. The television audience couldn't hear what you were saying, but some said they feel safe now. I don't know that they're really satisfied. Okay. Others are shaking their hand, no, we're not satisfied with the conditions as they are today. And that's kind of the conundrum that we have at this point. But what I can tell you is, regardless of what position you're taking now, it can be better. The way you live can be better than what you have now. Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, if I may, I would like to request that we deviate just a little bit from our procedure, and before we engage in dialogue from the commissioners, I would like for the president and one member of one of the owners to have another opportunity to share their comments given the presentation.
I have questions for staff.
I know you have questions for staff, but I just, given the seriousness of the decision, they're home, I would like to give them, if it was
100%. I would like some of these.
You want to do your questions first before we go?
Yeah, because I may not have as much, yes.
Okay, so.
Oh, there's two
I do want to give them an opportunity to speak before we.
There's two ways we can address it. We can let them speak first. They're living there.
And they may be able to follow up.
And then we can hear from staff or vice versa.
We'll go through our discussion process. That's fine, and then we can go.
It's just questions. I have a series of questions.
So why don't we? I'll open it up to the commissioners first, and then we'll let them have the last word. Okay. Before we take any action today. All right. Commissioner Wilson, you're up first, and then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, and thank you, Jason, and for the time from everybody that, very thorough briefing, a lot of information. I will say, stark contrast to what we're hearing today, and so I think it's important, if it's okay, I kind of wanted to walk through a couple of items. In the outline, there was, in our briefing sheet, there was very specific indication of public notification. We heard today that there was a problem with public notification and that many of these folks didn't know about this until the last minute. I'm getting lots of yes. And so what could you lay out for us what that notification process was, and if these were active and engaged residents that are saying that they weren't notified, where that shortfall may have been? And I'm going to come, I have a few more, but I wanted to get you a chance so I don't lose track.
Okay, thank you. So so in regards to notification, there is no mandatory notification for what we're doing today, spelled out in statutes. We realized we needed to talk to residents so that the first time they heard about this was not on the news or a neighbor texting them said they watched it on the BCC meeting. So we canvassed the community last Wednesday in the rain and the cold to make contact with residents to tell them, one, about this meeting, and then tell them about services that were provided. Some things are somewhat getting conflated. When you are doing a receivership, there are required notification, and that's going through the court, and that's, I think Shonda mentioned it earlier about those are required notifications.
Yeah, no, I don't, and I'm not talking about the legal parameters. I think I'm talking about more of the effective notice, right? Like just letting people know. I mean, I have a newsletter, I've sent postcards, what does that
so
look
we
like?
went to door Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday and spoke to residents, and those who weren't there, we left a notice on their door.
I mean, as somebody who spends a lot of my time here, that wouldn't have worked for me, right? I would have gotten home, would have been soaking wet, like little flyer somewhere, so I just know
It didn't, Commissioner, in all fairness,
Okay.
it didn't just start
No, I
last
understand.
week.
I just want to make sure I'm getting why
you're kind of asserting that they just started
No,
having a
that's
conversation
not
with
what I'm
residents.
asserting. I'm trying to find out why, because I believe everyone is telling us accurate information, where there may have been some either misstep, miscommunication, so we can strategize for future communication. I honestly think communication can be the key for so many of the issues we have in this county if we layer some of those things, right? So if you're not somebody that goes through your front door, you may never see a flyer on your front door, but then that's maybe your postcard people. But that's where my question was coming from. Really quickly, I'm just going to go down because I know Mayor's giving me a look and I don't sometimes get the luxury of finishing all my questions. So for relocation, you use the word relocation. What does that mean? Because I know that we've had, other crisis intervention before, and that was like temporary hotel and I know this is case-by-case basis, but there's got to be something a little bit, I think, more reassuring, at least for me as somebody who's trying to assess this, that a relocation isn't just a couple nights at a hotel somewhere or a shelter, as soon as they can get a shelter bed open.
Right, exactly. So it is going to be on a case-by-case basis depending on the household circumstances. But our social service programs, the way they operate is they provide financial assistance for past due rent, mortgage, and utilities. So we would be able to provide those services to individuals who can secure another dwelling, so another apartment. We would be able to help them with those fees that they need to be able to move into the place. So we're looking at deposits, and that can be very costly and can really keep someone in a particular unit or neighborhood, and so we would be able to alleviate some of that burden.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of walk through it as an example situation. They have, let's say they're paying right now $1,300 or $800, $8,000, whatever. Then all they can find for relocation is twice that, 3 times that, because we know that the assessed values and probably where they've been able to lock in are probably not the same as what's out there on the market right now. Mm-hmm. What then?
So the resident does have to be able to qualify for a unit on their own and be able to obtain that. So we are not able to make a landlord or make a complex take someone. So this is going to be, it's not going to be easy. There are going to be some challenges, but if they're able to secure a property, we would be able to assist them with that process. But yes, it is going to be challenging. We are going to get creative, if we need to see where residents may need to look at surrounding counties because housing is a little bit more affordable in surrounding counties. We can consider that as well. But
okay, so that leads me to a follow-up question. And the follow-up question is because you used the phrase homeless situation, if there's a homeless situation, but we're literally relocating people who are currently in homes, maybe not the homes that we would want them to have, but they're somewhere. So when you say create a homeless situation, is that because we're creating a homeless situation?
so when I was referencing that, it's looking at if there are any individuals who are squatting in these units or individuals who may not have sufficient income to be able to afford another dwelling or another apartment outside of TimberScan. We would be working with our partner division to be able to provide connections to those programs who may be able to provide the bridge housing, the transitional housing, a shelter bed if that's what's needed.
Okay, so then that leads me to sort of the next series of questions. I know we laid out sort of the blanket, Orange County services, but I think even as commissioners, sometimes we have a hard time breaking through some of those silos. And as we heard from our friends this morning from Harbor House, that oftentimes our services and agencies are working in different spaces, and it becomes a burden, and I mean like a full-time job to walk down a list like this. So when we talk about case management, is that truly a soup to nuts case management, or is that here are some brochures and an 800 number 311 if all else fails?
No, we are going to be walking alongside these residents. So we are not going to be giving them just a list to say, call us when you have another unit, but we're going to be also reaching out to those contacts that we have. We work with landlords and private landlords and apartment complexes on a daily basis with our other regular social service programs. And so it is going to be reaching out. Of course, the resident is the one who's going to decide and choose where they want to live, right? We don't want to pigeonhole someone to a particular community or apartment complex, they have the decision-making ability to choose where they want to live. But we will definitely offer resources and support in that process. So once again, we do have a lot of connections with apartment complexes and landlords that we work with regularly through our programs that we can reach out to and find out what units they have available. Because they know us and they work with us, they may be very willing to help us in this particular project.
Okay, thank you so much. And then my last question, the evaluated cost of $65,000 per for the owner occupied. You know, I just really quickly while we're sitting here looked up on Realtor.com. There's an empty parcel in that complex for sale right now for $50,000.
Yes.
So, once again, walking me through this as a resident, how would $65,000 to take the parcel and whatever the dwelling structure is, even if it's not ideal, for that amount, leave them with something that would provide some safety or security or really anything of value for their own well-being?
Yes, so that is part of the Lake Catherine Assistance Plan, but I definitely do not want to speak out of my realm of expertise. I'm not sure if there's anyone here that's from real estate management that can share, I'm not sure Mindy's here, that can give a little bit more insight into that appraised amount.
So, also out of my realm of expertise, but I can give a little bit more. We worked with an appraiser, or the county, real estate management, worked with an appraiser. They conducted appraisals on 5 units. This is a professional appraiser, so it's not staff doing that. And they came up with that $65,000 mark. And again, that...
Yeah, but I guess my question is, because I think anybody who's gone through that appraisal process through a home buy, sale, or purchase knows that the appraised value and the actual market amount are not in match, which I know that's not necessarily why, I mean, we were looking at what that appraised value is. I understand why that is. I think in very practical terms as policy, we need to figure out what does that then get the people who are living there, who this is all they're going to get, right? Because if they can't even turn around and buy the parcel that their current structure's under for that amount, I'm not sure if we're putting them in a worse position.
So let me jump in. Let me just jump in. The appraised value is just a starting point.
Correct.
That is not the purchase price that may be offered. As a Board of County Commission, we may have to take into some other considerations
100%.
and what that value is that would be offered would be negotiated.
Yeah, okay.
And so to try to get them as close to being able to be relocated into decent housing. Our ultimate goal is that if we work this process correctly that Ms. Reyes just talked about, no one should be homeless, okay? We're not...
I agree. And
we're not going into this trying to take people from a home that may be, in some cases, has some problems, that when we relocate them, we're going to relocate them to better circumstances. And there's a cost to doing that.
there was just nothing in my understanding that assured that relocation wasn't a very temporary situation that would then leave them with the burden.
And all I'm saying to you is part of that maybe year-long process would be we'll lean into this, we'll understand what that is to make sure that these people get treated humanely, okay, and as fair as we possibly can with the people's money.
I fully get that, but I think we have to be realistic also that when we talk, and this was from you all, that we talk about the market, right, indicating some of these things and it being a very market-driven housing is. Sorry, it is. We are all at the mercy of the market, which this is this big, beautiful parcel, and I can feel I can feel the vultures, and it would be a beautiful development for somebody to gobble up. And what I want to make sure is that we don't have a small subset of our population that will then be bearing the brunt of somebody else's wonderful investment opportunity.
None of us want that, Commissioner.
Oh, there are people out there that do.
I said none of us want that, okay? None of us want to see any of these people because of the safety-related issues, a fire or otherwise, be seriously injured or what have you. Sometimes, the fundamental reason the government exists is to keep the people
Yeah,
safe.
100%.
And sometimes that means even keeping them safe from what conditions they may put themselves in. So I want you to look at it holistically. We're not starting this with the goal in mind is to, we're starting this with the goal to make life better for them.
I understand that, but I think the
Understand that.
devil's
So
in the
don't,
details.
with staff, I feel like
No,
you're
it's
kind
not.
of attacking the staff who is telling you that
No, I
they're
appreciate
working.
the answers, because there just seems to be the questions that I want to make sure we're resolving in a public forum. Listen, I have so much respect
Be
for their work
open.
on
All
this.
I'm saying to you is be open to it. We haven't fully determined what this is going to look like at this point, and it's almost like you're saying, okay, do nothing. Doing nothing
I never said
here
that.
is.
I never said that. That's you're putting words in my mouth. I never said do
Doing
nothing.
nothing here is not an option for us.
I never said that, and what I'm trying to say is that we need to button down those specifics before pulling a trigger, whether that's a legislative trigger, a policy trigger, or an endorsement of this board to move forward. Some of those details, I think, were worth, at the very
Commissioner,
least, a robust
process.
discussion.
We're not pulling the trigger today. From the vernacular we would use, from my law enforcement days, you pull the trigger, there's a round going down. You can't pull it back. That's not this situation, okay? What we're doing is talking about making some definitive decisions and taking action to move us forward. And that process is one that it will evolve, that may change over time. That's all we're
So
we're
then I
talking
just
about
want
today.
to, in closing, because I got through my questions and you guys rocked it. Thank you so much for all your time and work on this. But I want to make sure to land this with, if this does move forward, then we need involvement, like very heavy involvement from my PEDS folks to make sure that this doesn't end up being, this wasn't a part of our overall conversation yesterday, and I don't want to drag in a whole nother set of staff, but I want to make sure that the understanding about the issue of what this can be potentially undermined by the same market forces that can pull us out of things and sometimes, be a detriment when they see an opportunity that maybe isn't good for all. And that's all I want to say.
I just want to point out, for sake of condensing this as well, we shorten that slide, but the point of Jason bringing up, this board has the ability to control what happens with that land because of the liens, the fines, and the things in place. So
agreed.
That was his point. We didn't want to, for the sake of time, trying to go through all that, what that means, we didn't cover it, but you do have the ability to control that use, ultimately how that land is used.
And I understood that, but as, I'm going to relate to the earlier hearing today, we don't know what this board's going to look like in 2 years. And quite frankly, anything that we can do to try to bring assurances and add those extra bumpers and safeguards, I think, just trying to work through those in my own mind about the potential that I could see some other entity seeing in this. That's just where I was going with that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Wilson, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm on the same sheet of music with you, okay? We just may articulate how we get there differently, but I'm with you. All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. We're on the same page. I have several questions. We're hungry, so we're going to be fast, okay? Jason, in the slide number 15, it says here that
You said 15 or 50?
15.
Okay.
It says that 47 condos unit don't have violation, and this is because there wasn't no access.
We have not been
granted
able
the
to, the
place?
residents have not let us inside the
Oh,
condos
the
to conduct.
residents didn't,
Any unit we've gone inside is because a resident let us inside to conduct an inspection. So the 47, that don't have, residents have not let us inside to conduct inspections.
So you were able to enter in one because one is in compliance?
Well, no,
or
we've been able to go into others. We've been able to go into other units, but of the units there, we have not been able to go into 47.
Okay, so then going into slide 32, then that it says the same thing. It is 56 condos, 47 units have not been accessed, but those 8, you were able to go in?
Yes, we've been able to go into 8. At least, so those 8, and then the 8 that are still not in compliance, And then the one that's in compliance. So we've been able to go into at least 9 units. Again, that would have happened years ago. Staff would have conducted inspections and determined they were code violations.
And Jason, when you say life safety code violation, one example of what you mean about that? Life safety.
Like deteriorating roof.
The roof. Okay.
Or I would say the fire marshal, again, those aren't ours, but fire marshal violations. Anything that deals with maybe compromising the structure, those are in the realm of life safety.
So that picture that you have right there in that slide, that structure is still up?
No, that's been demolished. But that was a structure in TimberScan that was demolished. So that's an example of something that we had the authority to demolish.
Okay, and then in slide 34, you said that unit number 1 over there doesn't have water is disconnected. Is disconnected because there's no services all around, or because
it's disconnected because of lack of payment to OUC, and it was turned off. And so so there's no active HOA dues coming in to pay services to OUC, so it was disconnected.
And there's people living there?
Yes, there is someone there with a homestead exemption, and there are people there renting as well.
Oh, okay. And, okay, then in slide number 37, it says here, condo, are these actively there? These?
We've seen, these are, so, what do you mean?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, you said, when you say these, you mean these listings?
This one,
Yes.
condo that you have there.
Yeah, so these we've seen different listings over the last several months. So this is one we saw recently, the one that's $95,000, and then the units that are for sale for $40,000, $50,000. So if you go there, you will see condo units that are standing and also the air units for sale.
Okay, and these are located in the ones that is mentioned that are still up?
Yeah, so the standing unit that's for sale, that would be in section 2.
Oh.
The ones that are air would be somewhere between either of the 3 sections where the county's already demolished buildings.
Oh, okay. And then my other question is, let's see, this is so sad, but it's important. Okay. Well, going back to what they were saying, this is with Yvette.
Okay.
Yvette, thank you for all those resources and services that are going to be provided. Please, like we said, we all in this together, and we want the best for them as well. But I wanted just an idea. Maybe that doesn't work, but you said it before. It needs to be also if they are, if they can, they qualify, right?
Right.
But I know in Orange County sometimes, not sometimes, but we have around some kind of affordable housing going on. And so if they qualify for that, can that be like an option to help them buy the house? Because since they are owners, right? They are owners in these condo owners.
Yes, so the individuals that are going to receive compensation from the county for their unit are those owners that are actually living in the unit. So that's their primary residence.
Mm-hmm.
So we estimate there's about 18 individuals who live in the unit that they own. And they are the individuals that we are looking to potentially provide acquisition funds to be able to purchase their unit.
Mm-hmm.
And so that money that they receive, yes, essentially, they would be able to utilize that for, another property, which I think is what you're asking, correct? If they're able to put that towards another property.
Because maybe they won't be able to, like Commissioner said, the market, rate is very high.
Of course, yes.
If with the money they get and affordable, that we can help them, like maybe be in the list or something, maybe we can help them as well.
Yes, absolutely. And that goes in line with what Mayor was saying, that we do want to make sure that we're leaving them in a better situation than what they're in. So if that is a possibility for them to do, then of course we will see how best we can assist in that process.
Very good. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Uribe.
Okay, so there's been so much said, and I have all these notes, but it's a little overwhelming because I'm trying to break down like what we're actually discussing. You just made a comment that there's 18 living that own. So how many are renting?
So there's 56 standing units, and we can estimate that 18 of those potentially could be owner occupied. That would leave the remaining could potentially have renters. When we were out canvassing, we did notice that a lot of the units, or I won't say a lot, but a few of the units did look vacant. There was no window covering, so we could clearly see inside the unit. They were clearly being renovated, so there are some vacant units as well in the community, so of those 56. So it's hard to tell until we start meeting with the residents, who's renting, who's actually residing in their unit. So those are just estimated numbers.
Okay, so I guess my concern is, I'm going to kind of come back to the HOA, because you have an HOA, but you're not paying your utilities. So you have people you're unable to collect HOA fees. So maybe this is legal. So we have an organization that is essentially ineffective. Normally, HOAs have the ability to put liens, they have the ability to do all these process things, but it seems like we can't balance. And I'm going to ask Jason. Jason, what discussions have happened with the HOA?
So the only active HOA there is Section 2, and we have not had very many discussions recently. I've, over the years, exchanged emails with representatives from there, but not recently.
So when you guys went door knocking, did you meet the HOA president?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if we didn't encounter her there, but we would have left, we knocked on the doors, we would have left information on everyone's door. And not the HOA president, but the group behind them, they're all here because we engaged with them through the process. We've had multiple conversations Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and yesterday in Commissioner Scott's office.
Okay, so I'm gonna go a little further. So this morning, she got up here and said, I'm the president of the HOA. These group of people came up and said, give us time to get organized. And even after listening to them, did you try to engage at least a conversation here before your presentation? Because it just doesn't seem like communication is flowing both ways. And I can understand your attempt to go door to door. That is the most simplistic way to try. But like you guys just said, you didn't get many people. I'll tell you, you knock on my door, I'm not going to open it, regardless if I'm home or not. So was there at least an attempt with these individuals before we just are listening to this presentation to talk to them?
Yes,
that are here?
So I disagree. We did reach, I'm trying to find, can we go to slide that says a summary of the candidate? Oh, we spoke to, so 56 people live there. 38 folks we spoke to, realizing there might be another 7 or 8 are vacant. We did speak to a lot of the residents there. We engaged them in between, through the morning. We've had a long morning and a long afternoon. I have spoken to representatives. We spoke this morning, we spoke this afternoon. We spoke in Commissioner Scott's office. And also importantly, there are different groups. There's the HOA, and then there are also an owner group. So those are two different groups. And with the HOA group, or the HOA president, Ms. McIntosh Sinclair, I think is your name now. I have not spoken to her in several years, but again, and also, Commissioner, this is the start of the process. And as we've said before, is what the action the county takes today does not mean that there are going to be material differences and changes in people's lives tomorrow or next week.
But it's coming.
It's coming. And in that process is where we, as the mayor said, we lean into it. The social services are available, and we engage more. We have more of those discussions. This was only the movement through a process.
Okay. So here's a couple concerns. And Commissioner Scott, I totally respect, this is your district, but as someone who has been, we displaced people in an area where we had homeless people living, and we have now felt the ripple effect of people not being able to survive and live. They can't afford it. Even though the circumstances were not the best circumstances to live in, they actually had somewhere to live, and now they don't. So while I hear the intention of providing all these opportunities, we don't know the circumstances of anybody that lives there. We don't know, and what we do know, and Jason, maybe you can answer this question, these 63 acres, we're not going to develop them as a county. We're going to sell this, correct? And somebody's going to come.
It wouldn't be a part of a sale. The partition action allows to break apart the condo associations and force the sale. The receiver would manage that sale. So it wouldn't be the county selling. The county would be maybe facilitating the sale because the mayor said the future of that property rests with the power of the authority of this board because of the liens, fines, and hard costs. So again, we're not selling, but the goal is for the property to be sold, which the receiver would manage that process.
Okay. Well, 63 acres, you can almost build Baldwin Park on it. So this could completely change. And the fact that these individuals are living in the circumstances that they are makes me very uneasy knowing that they'd be able to afford anything out that's going right now, because I don't believe that anybody living in these circumstances they're dealing with what they have to deal with. And to hear them say they could maybe even move to another county is, to me, completely unacceptable. To tell someone, we'll just move you to another county, is not an option that I would even consider telling this neighborhood to do.
Yes, absolutely. And I apologize for just saying that kind of abruptly there, but we're just going to be looking what options these households have. So I just want to touch on the fact of social services and the programs that I shared. If there's an opportunity for the household or a member in the household to be able to improve their situation with like vocational training or something like that, where we can leave them in a better place, maybe with a better paying job, we're going to do those things. And what's good about this process is that we have some time. We really don't know what the timeline is, but it could extend up to the year, over a year, to get this process to the final sale of the property. So we really want to look at those programs that we have in place to be able to help them with a better situation in their household, considering the market, considering the lack of affordable housing. So when I mentioned about the outlying counties, it's really looking at the tenant is the one, the residents are the one that are going to determine their livelihood, their next steps, where they want to live. That's not something that we're going to dictate. If that's an option, we are willing to look and consider that. So it would be their option. We don't normally do that, so that's where we're saying we really are trying to help in this situation to leave these residents in a better place. If that's a viable option, then we will definitely look at it, but we are not by any means dictating where someone goes to live or, sending them outside of the county. That is not the intention at all. If there is a situation too, there's been situations where we've been able to relocate individuals who maybe have been trying to leave the area, and so we can help them with a bus ticket or a train ticket to another area. Those are options that we have done before through the county as well as through our contracted providers. So that is what I meant by that. So I apologize if that came off abruptly, but we would never dictate where somebody has to go. We are just looking at how we can best serve these families.
Okay. This is a lot to absorb, and I know we've had briefings on this and we've got information, but we heard I think about 10 residents this morning get up here and say, give us time to work through this. And I just got the updated $77,000 is due to OUC. This is from OUC. You guys have no way to pay this. Okay. This $71,000 in arrears. Huh?
We'll bring you up.
Yeah. In my opinion, and Commissioner Scott, they went out there last week in the cold. This should have been gone out 2 months ago. These people should not be showing up feeling desperate with the unknown of what's about to happen. And there has to be way more conversation than a week ago before I feel comfortable making a decision on which way to move forward. I understand something has to be done. Jason, I've gone through this with you in Downey Park and things like that, but also in Hope City, and I'm feeling the lash back of people who are still displaced all this time later. And I know that there's a big hole here of the inability to do things, but I also heard these people come today, and there was a woman, and I don't know if she's still here, who is 70 years old and and has nowhere to go. So there's no retraining this person. There's no option. She doesn't need Head Start. She doesn't need that. She's living there because that's her only option. And so there had to have been much more in-depth communication, but I'm going to put this on the HOA too. You have to open the doors and see if the county can help. When I look at this unit that's been repaired, that's $95,000 on the market, so are they going to get $95,000 to demolish it, but everyone else is going to get 50 or 60? I mean, no one can move anywhere in Orange County for that money. And like I reiterate, there's no way you can afford, and again, the circumstances that they're living in, I'm sure are not their number one choice. And so to just say, here, we're going to just try to move you somewhere else, it's just not enough. And I don't feel comfortable that there's been lengthy and intentional enough communication. Even though you guys went out there last week, that is not enough for me to make a decision on these individuals here, because something's going to happen. Not malintended, mind you. I appreciate what you are trying to do. And Jason, you're in a very tough position. This is now 3 times that I know of that we've had to go through this. And with all due respect, I've been through there on a ride-along, and I was told by the deputy, duck in case bullets are shot. So you have a significant crime issue and calls, but not as much as it was, because now that the buildings are demolished, but you know that there was a time that there were squatters and all of that living there, okay? But there has to be something. I mean, at least these people have to commit right now to wait here and talk to you. There has to be some more in-depth conversation before we even ask to proceed with something with a lot of unanswered. I have a list, and I'm not going to hold you up because even Commissioner Wilson has, to feeling comfortable to make a decision today on this. And again, I'm going to digress to Commissioner Scott. This is his district. He's way more aware, but I have a whole lot more. I look into legally the homesteaded issue. I look into, we can tell the developer who's going to buy it that they have to give these people first rights. And even if they do, if they get told a unit that's $600,000, they're not going to be able to afford $600,000 for a townhome. So there is so many levels of this. And so while I say the intent is well, there's just way more unanswered questions for me to feel comfortable even moving in a direction without there at least some good faith interaction here. And then the possibility of there may be people who say, well, I'm willing to look at moving. What can we do now to prepare? But job training, Head Start, that's not enough. Those are just things, but not realistic. And I apologize. And again, like I said, you guys have done a lot, but I don't feel comfortable.
And Commissioner, I'll say, it's not Jason or that, put that on me. We thought it was important to be sure we came to this board and had this discussion, so there is some awareness, and so there was a timing consideration to when even more substantial conversation would occur. But there's some components here that we needed to be in a position to really have this discussion before we could even go out into the community to have that. So I would say that Jason and the team did their part. I'll take responsibility for the
I understand.
piece.
I will probably say you guys probably have more
they-
people here that are willing to engage in a conversation than what you had at the door, and that could be a step forward. But
Okay, let's do this. Because we got a full board meeting. Commissioner Scott, we can go to you now, or we can go to the residents. But,
I want to give the HOA president 3 minutes to speak.
So let me just say this. When we were talking about the HOA president, I went on Sunbiz just a few moments ago. I put in to see if there was an active HOA registered with the state. I didn't see that. So when you come up, can you just address that? Are you active with the state as a bona fide representative for the homeowners association? Address all of those things. Tell us where you are at this point.
Hello, once again, my name is Melinda McIntosh Sinclair. I'm probably registered with the state under Melinda McIntosh.
But, I mean, the HOA.
The HOA, yes. When you go to Sunbiz and you put in Timber Scan Section 2, you should see my name up there. I should be there.
You can start.
Okay, great. I'm just touching some bullets that he talked about when he was talking about the access to the condos, that when he went on the inside. I know it probably was a while ago, but currently, like, say, people move out, they'll most likely call code enforcement and say, oh, this place isn't up to par. Code enforcement goes in and inspects the units. So we've had code enforcement come out several times, inspect the units, and in order to pass them, because we have to rent to the next tenants. So that's something that's occurred. And also when they came out putting the flyers on the door, they put our residents in a state of panic. They don't know what's going on. So we would prefer that to be addressed to the owners, you know, to let them know first exactly what's going on and come up with a plan, and then we could initiate that to the residents or as a joint effort together, besides putting turmoil in the neighborhood. Because if you remember, back when the water was cut off in sections 1 and 3, the police and I guess it was the commissioner at the time, I mean, not the commissioner, I'm not sure who it was, but they went knocking door to door, putting pamphlets on doors, and then they escorted the people out like it was a mass exodus, that the people left. And when I went into some of the buildings, it was their belongings still in the buildings, food still on the table, and so we remember that. We remember that, and we're traumatized by that. So when you're saying you're going to help us, you know, we don't have too much faith in that. So let's see.
If not to rush you, but if you can summarize, because we have another meeting.
Okay, I'm trying to hurry up. Okay. And when you're talking about the residents, the owners have been waiting for years. It's just not about the residents. The owners, we know the property is of value. We know what we have there. So we've been waiting, enduring, taking care of our neighborhood ourselves. We have active waste management. We pay our water bill. It might be $70,000, but we're paying $16,000 a month in water. When you tore down the buildings, we incurred a leak. And we've been trying to find that leak over time. So when they spring up, we have massive water bills. But we've been in compliance with OUC all this time, probably 9 months, paying $16,000 a month in water. And also, let me see what else I'd like to address. With the fire hydrants, we know the fire hydrants need to be replaced, but who does that, y'all own 30% in each neighborhood. The dumping, we asked for a little help. They're dumping constantly. I mean, can we get help from Orange County to remove the dumping? You left that one building back there on Scan Court. You say you was going to tear it down. It had squatters in it, drug dealers in it, all kinds of stuff in that building that wreaked havoc on Section 2. If we could have had that building knocked down, we could have gated off that road and they wouldn't have access to any of that. We asked for you to give us a gate. We had the church saying they was going to donate money to give us a gate to have security within the neighborhood. You refused to help us to take the code. It was just a code. We just needed the code lean off of one of the buildings in Section 3, not in Section 2, to put a security gate up. We wasn't given that. So we still suffer. Okay. You see what I'm saying? And so it's a lot that we asked. And I knocked on doors. I've been all the way to Bruce Anton, to, I came to Mike. I've talked to Mike. I've even asked Mike, we talked, and I've even asked to be included in the OBT Next project. Can we get some of that funding? Why was we left out? We like a street over. You know the conditions of Timberscan, what was going on in Timberscan with the crime and everything. Why weren't we initiated in that project?
If you could,
okay, I'm just saying, okay, but why weren't we initiated in that project with OBT Next, knowing that Timberscan was a big crime, was so much blight, and you got this OBT Next project coming through with all the funding? I'm just saying, we needed help, and we still need help, but I believe it's a conversation, and that's what we really want. We want an honest conversation to sit down, and maybe we don't even have to take it this far, but we really need a sit-down conversation.
Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. Mayor, I'm going to try to do this in like 3 minutes. Just a statement of kind of my interactions with staff, and staff can respond as they deem appropriate. And then my interactions with the HOA, and I'll make reference to OUC. As it relates to staff, commissioners, staff did talk with me and keep me abreast of kind of their plans as it relates to this community. And that's kind of how some of the timelines and suggestions that you have before you here today. In those conversations, they talked about what assistance they would provide to people who were renting and what assistance they would provide to folks who are homeowners. The reason why the individuals are here today is because I did ask them to go and knock on doors. As a result of that, a group of residents reached out to me yesterday morning, and the leadership of the association reached out yesterday afternoon, and I met with them. After the meeting with each of you, I did meet with the leadership of Family Services, and my exact phrasing was, when it comes to making decisions that's going to impact someone's home, we should be doing cartwheels and backflips to make sure that we are communicative and we're doing our due diligence to make sure they're involved in the process. That's what I shared. Obviously, as of today, that didn't necessarily occur, and that wasn't intentional or on staff's part. I was also under the impression that staff had been having regular conversations because, again, this issue predates me. As it relates to the association, and I did share this with the president, she says, oh, it fell on deaf ears. And I shared with her, I was like, if I'm in your position, I'm at the county every month. I'm emailing every month. There has to be some level of engagement with them as a leadership to make sure, because this shouldn't be a surprise. Maybe the date and timing of this is, but just the lead up to this shouldn't be a surprise. So that's where I have with that. And then at OBT Next has shifted some of their focus to focus on trying to provide affordable housing. It wasn't to do anything with housing before. It was more to address issues of blight, more specifically to like businesses and things like that. So when you guys had the issues as it relates to what you were going through, OBT Next, that wasn't necessarily a part of their mission and vision. What I did request, and I don't know if you guys remember this, I said as we talked to the family members to kind of do some type of survey or get some information. Can you kind of summarize what were those efforts, and because you have some numbers, okay, these are homeowners, these are renters, but like in terms of the specific needs, how did that take shape?
So when we did our canvassing, we were...
Not last week, and previously, not just last week. Last week was the kind of towards the end, but we had a meeting about what assistance would be provided and for what length, and I asked you all in that meeting months ago to say, hey, maybe we do some type of survey, email, something, let's get a good understanding of who is there in their situation as we start to craft what would happen if we move in this direction.
So we did not survey the community. We did not survey the residents in that regard, in that aspect. So the communication that we've had with some of the individuals that are here today, the homeowners that are here today, was through the canvassing. And so when we were going door to door, we engaged with each resident as much as they would allow us to, and as much information as they felt comfortable providing to us in that moment. So we did not survey before our canvassing events.
Okay. Final comments, Mayor. What this looks like, and I shared this yesterday with everyone I spoke with. There was a lack of communication in different aspects on both sides. Not assigning blame to any individual or entity, but things could have been done better on both sides. When it comes to the $65,000 appraisal amount, even if it was $100,000 for those that are homeowners, they wouldn't be able to find something. In Pine Hills, as an example, elsewhere in District 6, we're talking about $500,000 houses, two bedrooms and one bath. And so just realistically, we provide some assistance for a period of time for homeowners and renters, and then at the end of that, they're still trying to figure out what their next steps is. And so to my colleague's point, what I would like to see happen is I would like them the opportunity to go out to the property. I would definitely want to have a community meeting with them. Maybe we use Holden Heights as that site before we move forward with this action, because while you do articulate this is not a receivership, we are not doing anything. It may take several months, potentially several years. This does give the green light to move in that direction, and it puts a clock on it. And so now I have a clock over my head, which results in unnecessary stress, and I can't even focus because in any given moment, I'm going to get a notice in the mail saying, hey, we're doing this, this, and this, and this, and now I have 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever, to find another place to live, and maybe my credit isn't even good. And so I think the onus is on us as a caring and compassionate board to just slow it down just a little bit, because even in 3 months, some of them could get additional income, improve their credit or whatever. And so I'm not opposed to the direction that you guys want to go in, because you've been working at this for several years, over several commissioners and more than 2 mayors. But when it comes to addressing someone's home, it needs to be done with care and consideration. And I think that while you guys did a great job, I think you can do a better one in engaging them so that they feel involved in the process. But also, as neighbors, I do understand you all have some concerns that you've shared with me most recently as yesterday, but also some concerns that you shared with me 2 years ago when I came there and met with you. I've been there at least 5 times since I've been elected, but even before that, I was there. I had friends that stayed there, so I know all the things that go on in TimberScan, down to what the mayor referenced when he was sheriff, when the tanks would come in there like every week. So there also has to be some type of consensus with you as a community to have a conversation, because when we deal with these housing issues, these neighborly issues, I don't think it's our role to be the referee when there's things going on. And so there needs to be some conversation with you all before there's some conversation with us as a board and as your representatives, because as I told you guys, regardless of what direction we go in, as I represent you, we collectively as a board all make decisions that represent you in your best interest. And so there has to be some conversation with you sharing information with these folks, because while it may not seem like it, I don't want to kind of show my cards, they are genuinely trying to help you. But the only way they can craft something that's suitable to you and make you whole or near whole is based on you having a forthcoming conversation about what your circumstances is. It may require you to provide some intimate details, credits, and things of the like so that they can figure out. I don't want any of you to have to move to another county. I just think that's crazy. You know, like, oh, you don't have to stay and go to another county because, again, that isn't fair if their home is here. But I would like to set another meeting. I would like to make a motion to table this particular item.
Oh, we don't need a motion, I don't think, to reschedule or to get an update. We don't need a motion for that. And
you want to give me some dates, Byron?
Okay, so if the goal is to kind of bring back for an update the Vision 2050 thing that's up now, that's on my screen.
How's March 11th? Is that a reasonable time frame?
Okay, March 11th. Okay, so that's a month and a half or something like that.
That's reasonable. I think March 11th.
Okay, so we can bring it back for conversation. I did find Miss McIntosh St. Clair, there's several TimberScan HOAs that's inactive, but yours is the only, Section 2 is the only one that's active. So she is, let's just from a staff perspective, they're the active HOA, so let's engage with her in this process. And Commissioner Scott, if you want to do a community meeting between now and then?
Yeah, we'll definitely do a community meeting. We'll need your help in making sure that your neighbors are there, whether they're renters or not, because again, everyone's going to be impacted. So it's important that we have as much participation as possible. But again, I need you all, and again, I know you're reluctant to share information with government, but the more information you're able to provide us with what your circumstances is, the better we are in a position to assist you with what the next steps will be. Absent that, we would move forward in a direction making decisions based on what we're able to find from third parties and publicly available information. And so we're going to need to make sure that you guys are actively engaged in this process and then forthcoming with what works and what doesn't. You know, like being honest. Hey, this does not work for me. This does work for me. Where we can meet somewhere in the middle, but be willing to engage in the conversation, be willing to compromise, but we need you. We need you to be involved in this process, and I can't stress that enough.
Okay, so Commissioner Scott, staff needs to work with Commissioner Scott on what that agenda looks like. If there's a presentation that may be needed for the homeowners or what have you in the interim, let's give them as much information as we can, and then we'll look forward to coming back on the 11th. I don't think we need a motion we're not taking any action today other than just deciding to not take any action today, but to bring it back for discussion.
One additional point, before you all leave today, whether it's with Jason's staff or my staff, can we get name, numbers, and emails to make sure that we have the correct information and certainly the contact information for the attorney that you referenced so that we make sure that everyone who wants to be involved, we have the right information to be able to reach you, phone, text, email, what have you. So if we can get that, that would be certainly helpful. Is that, I mean, you guys are nodding affirmation. Is that good? Everybody's happy? Y'all feel better? All right, good stuff. I look forward to talk.
Much better because the decision going to be made at the same time, but also.
Okay.
We'll have an
because-
opportunity to talk. I just want to make sure
yeah.
you guys are good with what
Okay.
we're moving forward in.
All right.
Thank
So with that, Jason, thank you all. Thank you to the team. More work to be done. Because we have continuously gone, I'm going to look to the board. How much time y'all need for a break? 20 minutes. Okay. Okay. Can we make it, I tell you what, can we make it 2:45? That's fine. All right. We're going to go into recess and we'll reconvene at 2:45. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of January the 28th, 2025. We're in the afternoon portion. Our morning session ran well into the afternoon, but we're going to begin with the recommendations from the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and Ms. Brandy Driggers, our Assistant Manager from the Zoning Division, is going to frame this issue. And just for situational awareness, today is Commissioner Gomez-Cordero's birthday. We sung happy birthday to her earlier today, so if you see her, just ask her how old she is now, and maybe she'll tell you. All right. With that, Ms. Driggers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On January 2nd, 2025, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 7 cases. 5 of those cases were recommended for approval, and 2 of those cases were recommended for partial approval. The BZA Board of Zoning Adjustment deadline was, appeal deadline was Friday, January 17th, and no appeals were received. We request that the Board of County Commissioners accept the Board of Zoning Adjustment recommended actions and findings.
All right. With that, Commissioners, are there any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Uribe.
All A motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. And this is a public hearing item regarding budget amendments for fiscal year 24-25, which is the current fiscal year that we're within. I'll open the public hearing at this time and ask Mr. Kurt Peterson, the Director of our Office of Management and Budget, to frame this issue. With that, Mr. Peterson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. I'm happy to be here. Hopefully I have some good news to share with you all this afternoon. So in accordance with Section 129.062F, Florida statutes, the following amendments are considered. Fund balance, or what we commonly refer to as cash brought forward, amends the adopted budget for the difference between actual and estimated cash brought forward with adjustments allocated between personal services, operating expenses, capital, and reserves. And then we have encumbrance rollovers, where we adjusted the budget for prior year funding commitments for purchases not received prior to October 1st, 2024, that will be paid from fiscal year 2025 budget. And then grant rollovers, where we roll over unexpended grant funding to the new fiscal year to continue the grant programs. And then capital improvement rebudgets, where we rebudget the capital funding that was not expended in the prior year in order to continue those approved projects. So the focus of the budget amendment adjustment is, again, update cash balances, rebudget unspent funding in prior fiscal years required to complete the projects and services, and adjust for unanticipated items and cost increases occurring after the budget was adopted. So the total budget adopted by this board in September was $7.2 billion. And then since that time, we had in the encumbrance rollovers, grant rollovers, and the grant budget adjustments that have occurred, which increased our budget to $8.2 billion. And now after this budget amendment, the budget will increase to $8.5 billion in total. So looking at the sources of revenue, we have over 331 specific funding sources in the county, which includes 127 grant funds that total $578.5 million of grant funds. And then, so in the special revenues category, which is at 34%, the green area, those are legally restricted for specific purposes, and that's 132 different funds. And then we go down to the 20%, which is the blue, it's the general fund, and those are sources supported by ad valorem to provide countywide operating services. And then we have the enterprise funds, which is the red bar on the chart, and which are services provided for and financed and operated similar to private businesses, which is our utilities and convention center. And then we have the purple shaded area, those are our debt service funds, and those are used for operating capital and debt. And then we have our construction funds, which are sources exclusively for capital improvements. And then we have our internal service funds for goods and services provided by one department to another on a cost reimbursement basis. So looking at our total expenditure budget, looking at this pie chart broken down by category, almost half the budget is for operating expenses and capital. And then we have a healthy countywide reserves of 25%, and that includes restricted reserves for debt service. So this is the good news I was talking about earlier. The general fund, we did end with a surplus of $21.2 million, which is about 1.3% of the general fund. And how do we end up with some of that reserve, our surplus? Ad valorem came in slightly higher, interest came in higher. We had some excess fees that came in higher anticipated. And of course, we had some staff vacancies and some other countywide services or savings that help contribute to that surplus. So how are we going to allocate that $21.2 million? So you may remember back in July, the sheriff came and presented his budget, but at the time there was a need to be a mid-year salary increase. So the sheriff had not included that in the fiscal year 2025 budget. So So at this time, we need to help and adjust to cover those salary increases for the deputies. So that includes $10 million to be able to do that, to cover his payroll for the year. And then rebudgets, we have $3 million in rebudgets, and this is for the Children's Services and Regional History Center that we need to rebudget. And then, as discussed this morning into the afternoon, we're setting aside $1.8 million for property acquisition for timber scan. This is just the set aside for that as that initiative looks forward. And then court technology transfer, we needed to add $1.1 million to cover court technology expenses. And then redistricting, which was discussed also this morning, needed to set aside about $500,000 for potential legal services and contract expenses. And then we have some net other adjustments of $1.8 million, and that's mainly for facility and equipment repairs and some new positions I'll discuss in a minute. And then that leaves an additional $3 million for reserves. So for reserves, currently we're at $115.8 million. If you add the $3 million, that brings our reserves up to $118.8 million, which is 7.5% of the general fund. And that is where we feel a sufficient level for the fiscal year. I always like to remind the board, we always have these unanticipated expenses that could come up, natural disasters, and other miscellaneous things that could come up during the year. So we want to have sufficient reserves to be able to handle those as those come up. There we go. So looking at new position requests, we have 5 for health services, and this is for at the jail. It's for mental health and licensed nurses, and this is to help with people that could be ill in the jail, and they needed the staffing ratio to increase at the jail. And then we have 3.5 positions. This is for the TransMac charter amendment that occurred, and these positions were part of the charter and need to be hired in order to support that Transportation Mobility Advisory Commission. And then we have 3 positions for the Film Incentives Commission staff. This is something that's going to come back to the board as part of the TDT plan, but we wanted to go ahead and ask for the positions now to support the film incentive initiative that is going to be proposed. And then the final 3 positions they're requesting, one is under PDS, Assistant Project Manager for the iDrive CRA, and this position will coordinate the projects from the iDrive CRA and be paid from the iDrive CRA. And then the final 2 is the Internal Innovation Coordinator to help with the Innovation Lab and innovation training, and then 1 position for Grants Administrator to help with grant regulations and ongoing grant application efforts. So required board actions, we're asking the board to approve the budget amendments, approval of the new positions, and the approval of the payment to the sheriff of $10 million for the mid-year salary adjustments. So Mayor, I'll turn the floor over to you for any public comment and approval of the items on the screen.
All right, thank you. At this point, since this is an administrative item, it's not an applicant on this, but I will open it up for public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no registered speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion at this time. I'll open it up for any questions by members of the board. But before I get to the other members, Kurt, obviously there was a directive that was put out today by the President of the United States, and that included, I guess, suspending the payment of grant funds, federal grant funds. I haven't had the opportunity to get all of the details of that, but with our special revenues, obviously we get a significant amount of federal funds that are part of our budget process. In the last few hours, have you seen anything that has been pushed out by the federal government further explaining any of that, and If so, what are any implications for our budget?
So, Mayor, this has been changing very rapidly throughout the day. There have been a lot of those grant agencies sending out the memo, basically freezing funds. So right now, and I just spoke with the comptroller's office, all of our federal accounts to draw down funding have been frozen. So right now, we cannot pull down funding from the federal government. Now, there has been some recent developments. Some media outlets have been saying that we haven't gotten official word yet, but they are going to open those back up for like Head Start and Section 8, some of those that we need to make payments on that are coming up. But what we expect to get some official notification at some point from them to be able to draw down that funding. If not, we would have to figure out what we're going to do as a county to cover payroll and those other expenses. But that's kind of where we are at the latest. Comptroller, I don't know if you have any more to add, but that's kind of what my understanding is as far as where we are right now. We expect more information to come out soon.
And pursuant to this fiscal year, our federal fund revenue is projected at nearly $1 billion. Is that what's the amount
for federal grants?
Our projected revenue this year.
I don't know for federal grants. I know for our total grants on the books, we have about $500 million worth of all of our grants on the system. Specifically federal, I'm not sure exactly how much in federal grants. A lot of that is, but it's over a period of time, like our HUD grants and all. A good portion of that is federal grants. Now, as we go down, a lot of that's not operating, but it's for projects that we're working on. So we'll have to see as time goes on, how that will play out.
Okay, so we look to get more information. The Intergovernmental Affairs Office out of the White House historically would, on at least a weekly basis, provide some updates and clarification about things that would be directed by the federal government. So perhaps sometime within the next day or two, we'll get more information about how this presidential directive will play itself out. But at least wanted to make you all aware, because media may ask you about it. We don't know what we don't know at this point, because the directive, there was no notice and not a lot of information that was provided to us. So, but potentially, I just wanted you to understand that that's a cash flow issue for us, and if that is not resolved quickly, the ramifications would not just be for Orange County, but it would impact all subdivisions of our government at all levels. So thank you, Kurt. With that, Commissioner Wilson, question?
I did, just in a related note, and thank you for, I didn't have this question the other day because we hadn't had a executive order. My question is, because I do sort of understand some of those larger grant programs, such as Head Start and, the housing, but things that were potentially earmarked under like ARPA or that literally have, consequences, like our fire stations are half built. What would happen with those?
Well, so the good news on the American Rescue Plan, we already received all that money.
Okay.
That's on our books. So that funding should be safe, as far as, because we have the cash for that. It's those ongoing programs that we do, like Head Start and all that we draw down the funding after the fact. But the American Rescue Plan, we have that funding.
And then what about FEMA? Would that be also considered grant?
Yes. So that one, we don't have all the funding, and that one we'll have to see, what implications that is as far as getting our funding, sooner rather than much later. Yeah.
Okay. Well, fun fact about Wilson, I am a certified Montessori preschool teacher and would be glad to show up at Head Start on next Monday if they need me.
Good for you. I think there are some funds that obviously, could be in jeopardy. You may recall that as the Biden administration was going out, there was weeks left, we received notification of a CDBGR grant, I think in the amount of $33 million, if memory serves me correctly. I believe we do not have that funding, and it's those types of funds, I believe, that probably were the ones targeted by the new administration. And but we'll just have to wait and see. Yes, John.
Mayor, I will just add, obviously the discussion is that this is somewhat new, unprecedented, and a very fluid or dynamic situation. Mr. Peterson, I know Kelly Teague had just sent out, at least to the internal OMB team and some of those here, some updated guidance from the Office of Management and Budget with the federal agency. So obviously we've got to digest that, understand what that means, check to make sure that we're unfrozen as to the appropriate respective funds, but that certainly we can keep the board informed as to how this plays out.
All right. Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, I think you might have covered it, but I'm not sure because you said a different amount. You said 33. Did we receive the money for the CBDG-DR, the 200 and the HUD money? Did we receive that?
So that was an allocation, and I don't know if that's all that was in the prior, and that was a commitment. I assume we will be getting that. That was received or allocated a couple years ago, that full 200,000. So we should get that.
The 216 million.
Yeah, 290. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
so one related to Hurricane Ian.
That one, I would think we'd be getting that. We don't have it on our. I think there's a drawdown.
Deposit yet.
But that was already a commitment under the prior administration a couple years back.
And appropriated by Congress.
Right.
So I think those are, it's a lot of unknown, but that is one of those that I think is still unknown. But, we will ask. But just a few weeks ago, that $33 million for housing, affordable housing on the CDBGR guidelines, that was kind of, I want to say, nth hour kind of allocations.
Okay.
And this is me speculating, but I believe that it's those types of allocations that might be in jeopardy for a period of time, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I just want to if we could, because in the January meetings that I've had with the HOA associations, that's been a question about kind of the timeline specifically to the Bonnybrook meeting I had last week in Orla Vista that same week. So I'll be interested to learn how that it's impacted, knowing that they've been asking questions for those specific dollar amounts.
Unknown right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I entertain a motion for approval of the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Okay.
All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. Thank you, Kurt, for being here. Keep us posted on everything else. We'll go to item B2 at this point on the agenda. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Theron Mueller, our planning administrator, is going to be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 23-05161. This is a substantial change amendment to the Orlando World Resort Plan Development. This case was previously continued from the September 10th, October 8th, and November 19th board hearings to allow the applicant to have some offline discussions with the adjacent property owner regarding a dispute over a private access easement agreement. This site is generally located north of 192, south of Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge. The request is to increase the intensity of the planned development from 136 timeshare units to 342 timeshare units, and also increase the maximum allowable building height from 35 feet to 75 feet for the resort lodging use. Site is in District 1. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated commercial on the future land use map. And as previously mentioned, the property is zoned PD with similar designations to the east and west, Osceola County to the south, and Disney World property to the north there. Here we have the aerial. The subject portion of the PD is currently undeveloped, as we can see on the screen, surrounded by tourist, commercial, retail, resort lodging uses, as well as some multifamily there to the east. Here we have a copy of the proposed amended land use plan showing the boundary of the subject property, including the entitlements and development standards. And with that, staff's recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Orlando World Resort PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? It says Jim Hall. I see him out there, but somebody else is coming forward. So we'll give the applicant the opportunity to speak, or his representative.
I appreciate that, and I Mayor, have a PowerPoint. If he could put that up, I'd appreciate it. And my name is Rick Geller, Fishback Dominic, 1947 Lee Road in Winter Park, 32789, and I represent the applicant. We're the flagship green parcel here where it says Orlando World Resorts, a little less than 15 acres. We wrap around the WaterStar Apartments, and you'll also see down south towards US 192, there's a Red Robin restaurant. That's actually part of the PD. The amendment does not affect the Red Robin, and that's a 2.31 acre parcel of the PD. And then on the other, to the left of it, you'll see a Miller's Ale House, and then you'll see a green strip. That is the access for the Orlando World Resort to US 192. This is what it looks like today. You can imagine it upgraded to look like a resort entrance would look like, but there is existing access to 192. We're seeking 342 units. This is to give an idea of how this could lay out. This is conceptual in nature. 5 buildings with parking and retention ponds. This will be further refined at the development plan stage should you approve of this. This is the WaterStar Apartments that are adjacent, and you can imagine the Orlando World Resort on the left of that motor vehicle, and then straight ahead, wrapping around here. You'll see that the WaterStar Apartments has almost as many units as we're seeking today, 320 units versus 342. You also note that the Orlando World Resort has almost 50% more acreage than the WaterStar Apartments. So our contention is that we're very, very compatible with the adjacent property. This PD, this will meet tourist commercial standards, which you know are tough. The Orlando World Resort seeks less height than allowed in a commercial district, 75 feet versus the 200 feet that would be allowed. That 75 feet is identical to WaterStar. We're seeking less intensity than allowed in a commercial district, 200,000 square feet less square footage based on the 1.5 FAR allowed by our code. WaterStar hasn't raised any issues with us. The only issues that have been raised were by the Orange Lake Resort. They claimed a beneficial interest in an easement in that yellow striped area, and they said, we don't want you to use it. And we said, okay, we'll use our access to 192. And they also requested that we agree to a condition that at the development plan stage that we will work to protect their easement rights. And we said, fine. And we have some language here. If you care to add this, we're fine with it. If you don't want it, we're fine with it. But it says that our timeshare guests will not have access over the easement. It says that the site plan details for prohibiting and discouraging such access shall be addressed at the development plan stage. Under the Orange County Code, subjects such as easements, such as signage and pavement markings are dealt with at the development plan stage. That appears to be the proper step in which to address those issues. I want to remind you that on June 26, 2024, the DRC recommended approval unanimously, and we're very appreciative of that. We are asking you to make a finding of compatibility with the surrounding area, a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, and we're asking you to approve of the amendment to the PD. Thank you very much, and I would like to just reserve the balance of my time if needed for any rebuttal.
All right. You have about 11 minutes or so remaining, but at this point, I'll open it up for any public comment. And do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 registered speakers for this item. First speaker is Hannah Elmsry, followed by John Alvarez. It'll be right next to you. They can help you.
And if you will remember to give us your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Hannah El-Masri from Baker and Hostetler, 200 South Orange Avenue, Suite 2300. I represent HICB, who is objecting to the applicant's application for increased density to protect our private easement rights that are depicted on the depiction here. As you know, these hearings have been continued on multiple occasions to allow the applicant to present us with solutions to our objections. And since the continuation by Commissioner Wilson in October, we have repeatedly reached out to the applicant over the course of several months and have received absolutely no response from them whatsoever until January 14th, which was just 9 business days prior to this hearing. And on that call, we were presented with absolutely no solutions whatsoever. In fact, they told us that we could get our engineer to come to them with proposed solutions, which is obviously not typical course and not something that our client is going to be willing to do. And then Thursday of last week, they committed that they would not use the private easement area and that they would allow for a right in and right out from 192, but still have not presented any feasible solutions on paper to us of how they would actually prevent their invitees and other accessors from accessing our private easement rights and turning left into their property. And then hours before this hearing, they delivered a condition of approval that quite frankly does absolutely nothing to protect my client's interests. And I can show you why their proposed solution does not work. So here is where people would access, and so a right in and right out.
Okay, if you can go back to the mic.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Unfortunately.
My arms aren't long enough. Where you see the arrows is where our private easement area is, and so it does nothing really to prevent people from turning into our easement area and then turning left into the property. What we really need from them is a solution that our traffic engineer can analyze and assess whether it actually prevents their invitees from entering our property through that easement area, and that's why multiple continuations have been granted to them. I understand that they do not want additional delay. I wouldn't want additional delays for my client, but unfortunately, we are not the cause of delay here. The ball has been in their court and continues to be in their court. The danger of moving forward today is that DRC approval for their PD and land use plans are not going to come back to the BCC. The meetings are not going to be noticed to us. And quite frankly, we are really not particularly confident in them working with us because of their track record on communications in the past. In the alternative, we have drafted a proposed revised condition of approval that I'm happy to present to you all. I've printed copies of our proposed language for each of you that you can review. But ultimately, if this application is approved today and it's not satisfactory to my client in order to protect their interests, we are going to have to appeal this in court. Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Ms.
Yes.
El-Masri, are you an attorney?
I am.
Okay.
Sure, I'll hand it to you.
Okay. All right, Ms. El-Masri. We'll go to the next speaker at this point. Also, the same goes if you can state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely.
John Alvarez. Address is, I'll give you my home address. I don't know my work address. 729 Alameda Street, Orlando, 32804. And not much more to add. I just want to go through a little bit of history, though, because 7 years ago, by the way, we owned all the land. My company, Holiday Inn Club Vacations, which owns and operates Orange Lake. We owned all the land that's surrounding this development. It's part of a large DRI and PD. And years ago, when that easement that council had on the screen was introduced, we were approached because the developer of the Red Robin and the adjacent commercial uses wanted to access that Miller's Ale House Road that Hannah showed on the screen. At the time, we said, well, that's really not something we want. We don't want the impact on the intersection to our more than 10 to 15,000 guests staying at our resort. And we negotiated a very succinct and clear document that said, okay, we will give the users of the Red Robin an easement over this parcel, but nobody else. You cannot expand who gets to use this parcel, this easement. Here we are today, and as Hannah mentioned, no proposal is being made to us of how they're going to limit this direct violation of our private easement rights. And as I mentioned last time when I was before the BCC, this is something that we've provided the county with notice on multiple times. We believe that you would be facilitating a private contractual breach by granting this. And as you've probably noted, but I'll just point out one last time, the actual requested document that they've submitted to you to approve shows a right-in, right-out, shows an egress and ingress through our property, which I think is objectionable. That's it.
All right, Mr. Alvarez, if you'll stand by for a moment. Mr. Hall, you coming forward as well during the public comment portion?
I made it. This is my first.
Mayor, Mr. Hall is part of the applicant team.
Okay, you're part of the applicant team.
I am the applicant.
Okay, so we're not quite yet there. Let me just double check. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have no more speakers on this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing portion at this point. Mr. Hall, do you want to give rebuttal comments? Is that what you're going to do?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so before I close the public hearing, go ahead with your rebuttal comments.
Okay, Jim Hall, HDSI, 1302 Osprey Avenue, Orlando. The reason the first couple of continuances were taken was I got very sick over the summer and was unable to attend any of these hearings. And the client graciously went ahead and extended the time to such point that we felt ready to come. And here we are today. Another small bookkeeping error. Mr. Alvarez, correct? He said, well, it shows an access arrow pointing into our site. Well, you granted the access to Red Robin, so we have to show access from the Red Robin into the Miller. Fine, staff can correct you. So that's why that arrow is there, is because Red Robin has an access agreement to cross Miller.
Go ahead,
Sir,
Ms. Hall.
you can't speak out. We're not Red Robin, but Red Robin is part of our zoning. So it all gets put together into one package. There just happens to be two separate landowners, and one of the landowners does in fact have access to the Millers, and it's Red Robin. And according to code, we would have to show that, and we did. I thought that was a simple thing. I think we're here with much ado about nothing. we got up and made our presentation and said, we understand the conditions, we understand this easement, we understand we have no right to this easement. We went ahead and wrote a condition to take away from the zoning level, to take away the ability to have access through the millers. That was our full intention, and that stands on its own. If you read what Ms. Elsway said, the language is very simpler. They just added on that, and helped me with this, you added on that you'd like to be noticed on the development plan process so that you can participate in that to come up with a solution that best meets everyone's needs. That's what I took from reading that condition.
Yeah, that's part of it. And also, we need the language.
So I would, because this is being recorded, Mr. Hall, I just ask that you, at this point, you're speaking to the board.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily to Ms. Al-Masri. And so any of your comments, just direct them to us. If it's about something that Ms. Al-Masri or others have said, then you can reference that in your comments. But at this point, you're speaking to us.
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem with them getting notice to DRC. I think that's fine. I mean, they're going to be there anyhow, so that's all fine and good. But again, much ado about nothing. We're committing that the hotel guests, the resort guests, will not use the Miller's easement. And the best place to figure out how to do that is physically, because all the roads are already on the ground. So we already had 2 meetings with Mr. Callis of your engineering department, and he concurs that this is really a development plan issue. And if you heard Mr. Geller say, you know, all those types of things of signage and pavement markings and how you really make things work on the ground isn't a zoning issue according to your code. It's a development plan issue. So that's where we're going with that, is the development plan is the correct way to come to the conclusion of what is the best solution to avoid having people drive through the Millers. So there's no real complaint on any other thing other than this access. We got up in here and have said we agree with that. We'll offer this condition of approval. We'll consider other conditions of approval. You can make up a condition of approval. I'm on the record now, so I don't even know if you need a condition of approval, because we're saying we don't have the right to cross Millers. We have no intention of crossing Millers, but exactly how you finitely define that from a physical development standpoint will be done at the development plan stage. So we would respectfully request that this board go ahead and approve the zoning, which then will allow this to go to the development plan at the DRC, where Orange Lake can be notified, and hopefully we come up with some solution that is the best possible. Other than cost, we don't probably particularly care. They're going to have some concerns that will come to light, and I'm sure that the engineering department will have concerns on what you can and cannot do from a health, safety, welfare standpoint of trying to make this access work. So with that, I took this to be a fairly simple zoning. We're just adding some units to an existing PD that's been on the books for going on close to plus 30 years. And we just respectfully request your approval. Rick, do you have anything else?
All right. Thank you. Mr. Geller?
I just want to give you the provision in your code. It's section 38-1206, and it pertains to the development plan. And in the development plan, that's when you identify easements, signing, and pavement marking plans. So that would be the appropriate stage at which we would address the concerns that were raised by Orange Lake.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, now I will close the public hearing portion of this conversation, and we'll go to members of the board for any questions or comments. And we'll start with Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one question, just because I was reading it, I didn't see it. There's no waiver needed for the height increase that they are requesting?
That's correct. As the applicant pointed out, in this tourist commercial area, the hotel could actually, per code, be up to 200 feet. The plan development zoning had previously restricted all commercial uses to 35 feet. So part of this request is to increase that self-imposed restriction, but not up to the maximum the code allows, so no waivers necessary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, when it comes to the engagement, I know, Mr. Hall, you were out for some time, and when this last came before us, at least for my perspective, I was hoping that you guys would kind of come to some type of understanding so that as we got to this point, it would just be a matter of us approving whatever you guys had discussed. So is there a particular reason why you guys weren't able to meet? Was it the scheduling? I'm just trying to understand what happened there.
Well, we started communicating the beginning of this month. We thought we had enough time. And again, to me, unless I'm like completely missing the point, we all agreed we're not going to use Miller's. They don't want us to use Miller's access. We're not going to use Miller's access. So however that gets codified within reason, we're okay with. You know, she wrote some words today. I've got 30 seconds to read them. But it's the same thing. It just says we won't go through this certain parcel and has the numbers for Miller's in case it changes into some other restaurant in the future. And that, I think it says in the condition that was offered today, that no car would ever use it. Now, you can never agree to that because interestingly enough, we had the meeting with Mr. Callis, and they have those things that the engineering department euphemistically calls pork chops, the raised concrete barriers that only let you go one way or another. And he says, yeah, I've seen guys in their pickup trucks. They just drive over those. Well, we can't really be responsible for someone doing illegal actions and taking and being like that. That at the end of the day, if I'm correct, Orange County Engineering will say, this plan is doable, so then we need to be together.
Thank you, but just a more direct answer to my question. So I don't know if you had an opportunity, your team had an opportunity to look at our meeting, but at least from my perspective, my colleagues had other points, but the intent of us pushing this to this point was obviously to allow you guys time to meet and to discuss, obviously with compensation for the holidays. And so what we're being told here is that that did happen, but it happened kind of in the 9th hour. You just referenced you had about 30 seconds to review her thing, but it seems like they made efforts to reach out to you to be able to engage. And so again, I'm trying to understand what was the barrier in you guys not meeting to what happened?
We've had multiple telephone conversations this month. There's been 10 to 15 emails between the parties this month. We've had 2 meetings with Orange County Engineering. We've had 1 meeting with Orange County Planning. We've been vocal about all those things. So I don't really know why.
Again, so let me say it again slowly, right? Because I think maybe sometimes what we put out is not what somebody receives. What I'm asking you very directly is this. You have a party here saying that they reached out to you. They're saying that you did not respond until later on, that did not give them enough time to be able to gauge and digest what you're saying. And so I'm just very simply trying to understand what was the barrier? Why did it take you guys? Why did you wait to January? Why didn't you respond sooner? Because again, we pushed this back so that you guys could discuss in earnest what would happen and how it would happen. Not talk to the county, not come. So I'm just trying to understand what happened in that piece. Were you on vacation? Was someone unwell? That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm not upset if my delivery comes off like that. But again, I'm just trying to understand. She just shared that they reached out and that you guys didn't respond until maybe a week or so ago.
We have an email from Mr. Lee.
That predates January.
From this month, where he put 3 bullet points down that he would like to see. And we've agreed to all 3 of those bullet points, and that email was probably sent around the middle of the month. So why they didn't think they had time, there was communication. Were we meeting physically? No. Were we on Zoom meetings? Not necessarily. Was there, here's the email that we got, and it says right there in the yellow, we agree to a condition to go to do and figure this all out finitely at the development plan. Well, we saw that. We said, well, yeah, we can live with it. That's from last week.
Okay. So, Mr. Geller, let me pose my question to you, because I think you're understanding where this is January 2025. What I'm asking is, why was there any communication in maybe December or sooner? That's what I'm getting at, because at least what's being presented to us is that, hey, they did reach out, but they reached out only after multiple attempts. I'm not asking for a point, I'm just trying to understand the logistics of the communication. That's it.
I honestly don't recall any reach from Greg Lee to us. We reached out to him in January.
Okay, so Mr. Geller, if you want to comment, just help me understand what's going on here.
Let me just say that I got retained just shortly before Thanksgiving, and Mr. Hall was still very ill, and I was trying to figure out what was going on all this, and I got my ducks in a row after New Year's, and we thought we'd figured things out, and reached out to Mr. Lee, and we had this email exchange up here, and the whole premise was they wanted us to agree to work with Orange Lake at the DP stage, which I underlined, to ensure private easement rights are protected, and we agreed with that.
Okay, all right. And so I just want to know real quickly, when did you guys reach out? Just the date. If you can come up and tell me when the date. I just need to know when you reached out. I don't need a whole, just tell me when did you reach out?
The partner I'm assisting in this matter has stated that he's reached out several times over the course of several months, but I believe we reached out very shortly after the continuation in October, but I don't have an exact date.
So you don't have like an email trail to be able to articulate that?
I could get you one, but not right at this moment, no.
That's all I needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we have reached out several times over the course of the past several months, including in October and other times as well.
And I can confirm, I have a weekly call with Greg Lee, the partner on this, that I ask him on a weekly basis, and he's reached out to Geller as well. And he has been reaching out to him on a weekly basis.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you. Mayor, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, do you have a potential motion?
So I actually have my own feedback and questions. I want to make sure that our legal department is involved in whatever I say or do next, because it is extremely disappointing and disingenuous. And it's a shame that for these quasi-judicial hearings, we don't have to require people to take an oath, because that case was continued in September, specifically because of objections. And the dialogue that this board had with the applicant and the neighbor was, this will give you some time to take care of this. So it is very disingenuous to hear at this stage of the game that this is a surprise, that there hasn't been any communication. It's been continued and then continued and then continued. And we work for the people, not just for y'all. So it's really, really difficult to waste our time in what feels like a very private contractual dispute. And understanding that this was probably not going to be before us if there wasn't an ask for increased, I guess it's increased numbers of timeshare units. What would have been the plan of the neighbors had this not come back before the board, if they had just come through with what the original approved plan was? And then I want to also make sure that, well, go ahead and answer that for, was there anybody that could respond to that?
That's a question.
What? The question is, so this is in front of us very specifically, it's not a brand new.
It's an increase in density.
Right, it's just an increase in the number of units, right?
Right.
So not a different kind of unit, an increase.
Yeah.
And so understanding that this was going to have to be, something that was worked out between two private entities.
Yep. So what I'll say is that, unfortunately for them, they hinted to using our private easement rights in this application, and we saw it and we objected accordingly because you guys are our clients, elected officials and who we report to and who we ask to protect us. And so that's why we're here, because we know that the DRC meetings are not noticed and we wouldn't have even had the opportunity to participate in those. So we are grateful that that this has come to our attention, because otherwise, we would have had to do what we will do if this gets approved in a way that isn't satisfying to us, which is take them to court,
Okay.
which we have
That's
absolutely every intention of doing.
I just want to make sure I understand that sort of where your position was historically. And then if I can ask the applicant, understanding that we're not a party to this two-party private dispute, and we've given you since July. This was a DRC approval in July. What happened? Why wasn't there? And I understand you were sick, but I mean, there's a team. This is an application, pretty substantial investment, presumably. Why wouldn't this have just been worked out between private parties so that the taxpayers weren't paying for this?
Well, when we got into the due diligence over whether we could really access this Miller's Ale House parcel, we agree that we don't have the private right to do so. So when I met with the planning department, Mr. Vargas called the meeting. The first thing I said out of my mouth was, I know the county's not going to put on the striped shirts and be the referee of this thing. We need to figure out a way. We need to figure out a way that this just gets handled. So that's why we came up with a condition of approval on the zoning, and that we would work together during the development plan for the actual physical improvements to discourage, to the greatest extent practical, anyone cutting through the Millers.
But you know that is an unenforceable. You're dragging the county in to something that should have been an agreement between two private parties, because that's an unenforceable condition of approval. And I'm going to defer to county attorney's office. That's my opinion of this. Having read it, it's one of the reasons why I really thought having a continuation so that it could be worked out privately made sense. But clearly, that didn't work. So if I could get some input from our county attorney on whether or not the county has a role in this type of a condition of approval, and what kind of jeopardy that would put us in if they don't work this out.
I would agree with you that this is a private right between two parties, and I would share in your concern that the conditions, both as drafted, are problematic when it comes to an enforcement on behalf of the county.
And Commissioner, if I could add, from a engineering perspective, there's not an obvious engineering solution to the prohibition of use in traffic, whether it's from a signage or from a design standpoint. Ultimately, that's, I think, puts staff in a challenging position through the technical review, because typically we review things against code, and I'm not sure, at least as, because the county has not been involved and the applicant has not reached out and proposed any technical solutions to this. I think then that's been part of the conversations as well, what we might actually be considered and presented to staff at the DRC. So that's another, I think, challenge ultimately that we would have in those, in whatever those proposed next steps are. A no right turn sign, I'm not sure it gets it done. You've got entering traffic as well. So I think that's just, we are where we are in large part because of the lack of communication.
And Commissioner, if you remember my exact words, I don't think we should be a referee. They need to go back and have this conversation, and because we weren't sure what was going on with the applicant, give them enough time to have some engagement that should have occurred before 2025.
I'm confused because we don't have the right to go through Millers. We've committed on the microphone today that we won't go through the Millers. We've tried to do a conditions of approval that say we won't go through the Millers. So obviously, we're completely on board of not going through the Millers. Okay? Now, could there be some agreement that we say that we won't go through the Millers? Well, that doesn't change John's position, that how you physically engineer this not to make that turn is always going to be a difficult thing. So we could have just like another agreement.
I think you're talking me out of whether or not the consistency was an appropriate evaluation. Like, that to me tells me that this is likely not consistent with the goals of our comprehensive plan.
No,
So that
actually,
is,
the
that
goal-
is where we're going
excuse
with
me.
this, because I was trying to align myself with the evaluation of consistency that was discussed at DRC before I understood at the very least some of these challenges.
Well-
So no, and I mean, I'm okay with that, and I will make a motion right now. I just was hoping that there would be an opportunity for that to privately have been addressed so that the evaluation that was used for consistency was something that wouldn't have to be re-examined at this point.
Well, actually, the comprehensive plan probably has 10 policies that says thou shalt connect. So we're actually going and not connecting when the comp
Well-
plan would enjoy you to connect. But there are
that's-
instances like this that happen.
That's if everybody owns the same parcel, right? So that's not in a situation where you're imposing on somebody else's property right. And listen, once again, not us, this is not us. We're just trying to make sure that we've got the consistency evaluation, I think, was a little bit flawed way back in July. So with that, I want to make a motion.
Commissioner Wilson, as the conversation has gone on, Commissioner Gomez Cordero has pressed a button. She may have a question.
When he's saying that he's not going to go through Miller, what does that mean?
Well, I guess the real question
This
is,
was a-
to access this project, if they don't get access through Miller, what does that mean to the project? And that's a staff question. John, you or staff will have to answer that. And the question I'm asking is, I think to Commissioner Gomez Cordero's question or point is, if we don't take any action to grant access through Miller, which we're not going to do today, can the project move forward without
That's between them.
some formal action?
So the property is currently entitled. As was shared earlier, it was entitled for 136 timeshare units.
Right.
They could come in with a permit and request that today. They would be subject to the current height restriction of 35 feet. And so they're requesting both an increase in the entitlements, as well as a change to the PD to allow them, consistent with the underlying zoning district, to go up to 75 feet. So they have the ability to use the property today. They're coming in and changing the request for the intensity for the project.
Okay. Commissioner Gomez Cordero, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, the intensity was the ask, right? So they're not deprived of the use of the land, it's just not at the intensity that became problematic. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for denial.
Okay, there's a question for
Denial.
Commissioner Uribe.
If I can, John, I wanted to follow up. So you're currently saying there is an entitlement that is set at 136 units with 35-foot height?
Mr. Thalmuller, confirm?
That's correct. 136 timeshare units remain in the PD. The retail commercial was constructed as the Red Robin and the adjacent structure.
And clarity, the request is 75 feet and how many units?
342.
340?
So it's 206 more?
342, okay. So it appears to be the access is the issue, correct? That seems to be. And Georgina, just knowing that what you said, that we have a problem with the conditions that are set here, what deviates the current entitlements from this happening to the access?
Between that.
Because where does that put us as a county?
Unfortunately, it's putting us with the stripes on where we're having to play referee. The property has dedicated public access to US 192. The concern and what we've heard expressed by the Orange Lake team is that through the Miller's Ale House, and as shown on the zoning, there's an arrow that provides the connection over to Orange Lake. That's the traffic signal, that ultimately allows traffic to facilitate more efficiently across US 192. Again, from a staff and from a technical perspective, prohibiting that right turn, certainly you can put signage up, but enforcing that, and I think that's the concern of the county, is that the conditions is attempting to be presented in some fashion puts us in the position of attempting to enforce that, either one, engineer it, or ultimately enforce it to make sure that no timeshare residents actually use that connection. And it's not obvious for us, staff, as we sit here, how that would be implemented in reality.
Right.
So, John, then the issue then isn't about this access. This issue is more about stopping the development, the project.
No, they have the right.
That's what it is.
Okay. I mean, with the intensity.
With the intensity.
This is with the intensity that they are.
The increase in the intensity that
right.
they're requesting.
That's what this is about.
No.
Because
that's what the zoning request is
he's
about.
stipulating that he's not going to, have his tenants or what have you.
So from 35
go
feet to
through it.
75 feet and to add,
Okay.
yeah.
So there's something else at play here.
You have the same issue if we stay with the entitlements we have today.
No, that's.
The first timeshare unit guest that drives down there, unless we try to attempt to do something, will make a right and go into the Millers, okay? You have it with one unit, or you have it with 342 units. We have said that we don't want you all on the referee. It's my understanding that private property needs to be policed by private property, and the sheriff doesn't go in to do traffic stops on private property for running a stop sign or something like that. So we need to work at the development plan stage with Orange Lake to come up with the best solution practical. And I don't think it puts the engineers in the striped suit, because they're dealing with issues every day on what's the best solution to engineer the proper way to either move traffic, move water, move sewer, have the right setbacks. They deal with that stuff every day. And
Yeah, but
Can I
do
do
respect-
All right, Commissioner
Can I finish my
Uribe
que-
still does have the floor. All right,
John,
Commissioner.
if I may, and I guess this kind of goes to the individuals that are counter. Do you believe that there is a way to resolve this? I'm going to say Mr. Hall has been absent for quite a while, and we just kind of had this issue earlier where we're just kind of ramming these things. Do you believe in good faith that you guys can resolve this, or do you feel that there is just no way to get to, some sort of agreement or some sort of middle ground? Because, once a denial goes through, Mr. Hall and Mr. Geller, that stops it for a while. So I just want to ask you all, do you even see an opportunity to work together to try to resolve? This is going to be for the folks who are against the proposed.
sure.
So I think that's a two-part answer there. Number one, we were hopeful that we would get some sort of solution presented to us, because our ultimate concern here was preventing their invitees from turning left into their property from our private easement rights.
Right.
In their application, they revealed a distinct intention to use our private easement rights and violate a contract between private parties. We have reached out to them on numerous occasions and have not received any sort of solution. So I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't claim to know the complexities of that, but I was hopeful, and my team was hopeful, that there would have been some solution. The fact that they have not presented us one and have punted on it over the course of several months is maybe indicative of the fact that maybe there isn't a clear solution. And so, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comments. Our concern here is that there's an over 150% increase in density on this project that's going to triple the amount of trips through this private easement area. And that's why we're objecting, because, okay, you have your current density. If you're going to use our private easement rights, we'll proceed with that in court. But this exacerbates enormously the issue to increase density to this degree and allow them to access our private easement rights. Now they're saying, we can't really prevent people's access. Well, then that answers the question. Maybe they can't come up with a solution. But what we've been asking them for over the course of several months, as I've mentioned many times in my speech today, is that they haven't presented us with anything. And so we have to come here and spend our clients' valuable resources and your time to object to this over and over and over again. I absolutely support Commissioner Wilson's motion to deny this application, but at bare minimum, request that we at least get a continuance. But in all truth, I think the best thing to do here would be to outright deny this application. If
Okay,
you have any other
and to
questions,
follow
please
up to
let me know.
Mr. Geller, there seems to be frustration on the other side. I mean, this, you're on a Hail Mary right here. Are you guys going to try to get somewhere on this, or are you guys going to hold adamant that you just can't, we're not going to go to Miller's, you know? Because, I mean, it just seems like there isn't even in front of us, there isn't even an attempt to try to resolve. So really, I mean,
I committed earlier to working with them.
but there hasn't been any solution in months, and you've been on since November, you said.
Since shortly before Thanksgiving, and I had a bunch of easements to read and development plans to review and PDs and so forth, which I did, and then reached out to Greg Lee, and we had some communications, and I put that email up there before that he said, let's have a condition that we're going to work this out at the development plan stage. I said, and I agreed. I thought we had this substantially resolved at that point. But
Well, I think
they-
at that
they
point,
changed
it's
their
kind of
position.
already
They
gone
want-
too far. So
Okay,
any kind of
well.
influence that we would be able to have is going to be too far gone. So if you really still, I mean, is this what you've been told by Greg Lee? That you guys felt comfortable doing this at the developmental stage?
We are comfortable doing it.
Not you, I'm asking her if this is,
Our main objective here, obviously, is to get this denied because we haven't been presented with any feasible solution, right? But our second, and what we felt was probably most likely, was a continuance. And that's really what we've asked them. There's tons of email communication back and forth saying, let's get a continuance so we can work on something and get something on paper that we can actually have our traffic engineers review. So that is what we're seeking. But obviously, in these hearings, it can go many ways, and our last case scenario was a condition of approval that was very tight, that required them to provide us notice of all DRC hearings in the future for their site plan approvals, and to ensure traffic engineering solutions are put in place that prevent access to their property on our private easement rights.
Okay.
Yes.
There's no sense just talking to Miller's, because there's the signatory to the easement. And so if they're not agreeing, then it doesn't matter. And I'd just like to show you again that there's the email from a week ago where Greg Lee puts out this exact situation as a remedy. We followed his remedy specifically.
Well, obviously,
So
that's
being that it's
that's
devolved-
more than what is being Attorney El Masri is presenting today. They want something else.
But there it is. So being that
I hear you.
it's devolved into this thing.
I hear you.
If
Okay.
you're much more comfortable with the continuance, we'll take the continuance.
I'm going to go back to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, do you have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, the plan.
Okay, so Commissioner Wilson's motion is to deny the application for the amendment to the comprehensive plan. All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. Okay, so
We were denied.
you were denied.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll move forward to C3, and as we open C3, we have pulled, I think it was H8 from this morning. Actually, it was C3 was pulled from the consent agenda to go with H8 this afternoon. And so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. And Mr. Thalmuller, I understand you're going to be framing this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case PSP 2305-174, the Sutton Lakes Plan Development, Sutton Lakes Preliminary Subdivision Plan. The site is generally located east of Avalon Road, south of Hartsog, north of Arrowhead Boulevard. The request is to subdivide the roughly 139 gross acre site to construct 210 attached and detached single-family residential lots and associated tracts and infrastructure, as well as a future development tract for a multifamily development. As you mentioned, Mayor, consent agenda item H8, which is the right-of-way and traffic impact fee agreement, was pulled from the consent agenda to be heard concurrently with this request. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated planned development district with a mix of single-family residential, multifamily residential, and retail commercial uses as part of the allowable entitlements. And as previously mentioned, the property is designated PD planned development district with a similar district to the east and north, along with mobile home district RT there to the west. Here we have an aerial of the subject property. You will see it is currently undeveloped. As previously mentioned, subject property is the entire PD, which they are subdividing for the single-family portion, the infrastructure, and the future multifamily tract. Here we have a copy of the subdivision plan. We can see the proposed lots and tracts, as well as in the northwest-ish corner is the proposed multifamily tract. In the southwest corner is a stormwater tract that is going to be dedicated to the county as part of that right-of-way agreement previously mentioned. So with that said, staff's recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Sutton Lakes PD, Sutton Lakes PSP, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report, and approve and execute the right-of-way and transportation impact fee agreement. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant, Mr. Woodall, you're coming forward?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Chuck Woodall, Unicorp National Developments, 7940 Via Delagio Way, Orlando, Florida, 32819. First of all, I'd like to say Commissioner Wilson, we had a great meeting yesterday, and I think we've answered all questions and concerns, and hopefully we're in a good spot on this. I just want to tell you guys, what we've been working on for 2.5 years on this. We started off with the future land use text amendment. We went to the LPA. We got recommended 6-1. The one we got turned down was because he wanted more density. Then we went to BCC for transmittal. We got a 6-0 vote. Then we went to PZC for adoption, which was 7-0. Then we went to the BCC for adoption. Then we had to do a change determination and go to DRC, and we got recommended unanimously for approval. Then we went to BCC, approved 6-1. Then we had to do the school capacity determination. Then we had to go to RAC twice and do a road agreement. And then we had to go to DRC for the PSP. And now we're here January 28th for the BCC. So that's the process we've had to go through. It's I wish we could figure out how to change and expedite this a little bit. But anyhow, we're finally at the last hearing today. We hope you guys approve it. We worked extensively with staff. We worked with the Road Agreement Committee to provide land for the expansion of the road, for the retention pond necessary for the expansion of the road. We've lowered the density, and we've really worked hard on this. And I'd like Dan to come up for a minute, and then Jennifer has a few comments, and we're here for any questions and comments. But we agree with staff's recommendation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Dan O'Keefe with Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1600. Just to kind of recap big picture and back up, this has been a long process. Staff has been fantastic working through all of the issues. We think that we've addressed all of those issues. And really, when you look at it, it ends up being a less intensive request to use the property than is allowed under the PD. So we're changing the single family from the approved 253 single family units to 210 single family units, and then a future development track for multifamily. As Chuck said, Jennifer engineer from Kimley Horn is here to answer any questions, and we have the team here also to answer any questions. Thank you for your consideration of this matter.
All right.
Afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jennifer Stickler, 200 South Orange Avenue with Kimley Horn Associates. I'm a civil engineer on the project. We've worked extensively with staff over the last year on this project in particular and meeting not only drainage criteria that the county has set forth in code, but above and beyond that for this site in particular. So if there's any questions, we're here, happy to answer them as already stated.
All right. If you all would then stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then I presume that it's not necessary for any rebuttal comments, and we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
Yes, and I'm going to make a motion. I just want to thank you also for taking the time, and Jennifer especially, you and your colleague, the engineering on the water in this area for you all who may remember, this was south of here was one of the areas very heavily impacted by the storms. And so having the ability to really understand sort of where you all are going to be playing into that and what may potentially assist the people that are south of you in this project. So I hope that, creates an open door for us to continue to collaborate while this comes into fruition, because I know that there's going to be obviously probably get some feedback once work starts getting done out there. And I mean that on the roadside and probably there on site. So just make sure that we stay in touch. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and just for clarity, this will be we're taking one vote for approval of C3 and H8. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. The seconder, the motion was by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Uribe.
Oh, it was one motion for both.
One motion for both? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item D4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thayer Mueller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is case CDR 2406145. The request, or the subject property, is generally located east of State Road 535, west of Lake Bryan, north of World Center Drive. The request is a substantial change to the Lake Bryan Square plan development to convert the approved entitlements for the unbuilt Phase 2 portion from 280 hotel rooms to 298 multifamily units. There's also one waiver associated with this request from Orange County Code to allow a maximum height of 125 feet, 11 stories for multifamily development in lieu of the maximum height of 60 feet for traditional commercial development. Mayor, the applicant team has requested that this item be continued to the February 11th board meeting, and staff is in support of this request.
All right, understood. Thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, it looks like Ms. Wilson is coming forward.
Yes, sir, and particularly in light of the discussions that were had just before us, I would like to say that we are working with our neighbors. I thought I saw their lawyer here. Very hard, and we just wanted to make sure that it was all buttoned up and that you all were okay with our conditions of approval when we come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have one registered speaker for this item.
Okay.
Anthony Scrow.
Mr., did you say Scroll?
S-G-R-O.
S-G-R-O. Okay. It does not look like anyone is moving.
I think he may have gotten note that it was continued because he was here.
Okay.
He was the resident that brought it up.
All right. And with that, then we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to make a motion?
I would, but I just want to thank you, applicant, for being in great communication with our office, with the neighbors that had concerns, with anybody that needed to talk through Thank you. I know it's been frustrating, and I appreciate the time. Hopefully, it'll get us back here and not have to have, yeah. With that, I'd like to make a motion to continue to
February 11th, 2025 at 2 p.m.
2025 at 2 p.m.
All right, we have a motion, a second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. We'll move forward to the next item, E5. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Brandy Driggers, our Assistant Manager from the Zoning Division, is going to frame this item. Ms. Driggers, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a public hearing for VA 2407060. The applicant is Omar Ramos, and there's no appellant for this case because it was board called by Commissioner Uribe. So the property is located within the Expressway Center Plan Development, which allows for single-family, multifamily, commercial, office, and institutional uses. The future land use designation is low, medium density residential, which is consistent with the future land use designation or the zoning designation, and allows for up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The address is 541 Madrigal Court. The property is 0.21 acres in size, and it is located in District 3. The request is for variances from the Plan Development Zoning District as follows. To allow an existing residence with 1,407 square feet of living area in lieu of the maximum per the preliminary subdivision plan of 1,343 square feet. To allow a proposed residence with 1,915 square feet of living area. This would be for the addition in lieu of a maximum of 1,343 square feet. To allow an addition to the residence with a north rear setback of 7 feet in lieu of 15 feet, and to allow a 6-foot-high vinyl fence in the front yard setback in lieu of 4 feet. The preliminary subdivision plan for this area is unique in that it designates the maximum square footage for detached homes as 1,343 square feet, necessitating 2 of the variances. This request is a reduction from the applicant's original request that included 5 variances. The applicant reduced the requested variances for the proposed living area, variance number 2, and the north rear setback, which is variance number 3, and eliminated variance number 5, which was for a shed setback that was related to the shed that they are going to permit in a different code-compliant location upon advisement from the Board of Zoning Adjustment at the August 1st hearing. The site is not currently under code enforcement. Here's the location map. It shows the property is located on the east side of Madrigal Court, west of North Chickasaw Trail, east of North Goldenrod Road, and north of the 408. The zoning map shows that all the surrounding sites are also in the Expressway Center Plan Development. This is the aerial, which shows that there are single-family residences to the north, south, and west, east and west of the property. This is a survey of the property showing the screen room, which will be removed to build the addition, and the unpermitted portion of the fence, which is outlined in blue on the left-hand side of the screen, and then the 2 sheds, which are either going to be removed or relocated into a code-compliant location and permitted, as I mentioned. Since this lot is a unique formation, the lot is considered a reverse corner lot. So we've added this graphic in here just to show where the front, side street, and rear yards are clearly identified and what setbacks would be applied to where. So I'm going to start from the right-hand side of the graphic and then move along the road to the left-hand side. The front yard is identified in red, and that requires a 20-foot setback. The side street is identified in blue. That also requires a 20-foot setback. The rear yard is identified in green, which requires a 15-foot yard setback, and the side yard is identified in orange, on the northern boundary, which requires a 0-foot setback. So this property, the existing home was constructed in 1985. Sometime before 2004, we see the construction of a screen room, and there was no permit submitted for that screen room. In 2017, a permit was issued for the fence. However, the fence was not permitted in compliance with the permit that was issued. So the applicant has submitted permits to permit the unpermitted portions and the gates that were installed, which is pending the outcome of this hearing. Oops. After 2022, a shed appears that was constructed with no permit, which will be removed. Then in 2023, the current owners purchased the property. After 2023, there was a second shed on a slab that was constructed with no permit. The applicant has submitted permits for this and it will be moved to a code compliant location. That was the subject of the variance 5 that they removed. And then construction of the slab for an addition was added to the property as well, which is encroaching into a utility easement in the rear, which was also installed with no permit, and it will be removed from the utility easement. Here's the site plan showing the requested variances. So variance 1 is for the existing home to exceed the maximum allowable square footage per the preliminary subdivision plan. Variance 2 is for the addition, which would increase the maximum, square footage over what is allowed. Variance number 3 is for a north rear setback for the addition in lieu of 7 feet in lieu of 15 feet. Variance number 4 is to allow that 6-foot tall fence to remain in the front yard in lieu of it being 4 feet. You can also see where the shed that was in the previous photograph that was in the front yard has now been relocated into the rear yard so that it will be in a code compliant location. These are the elevations along the left side of the home. You can see the existing elevations and the proposed addition. This would be facing Madrigal Court. Here are the right and rear locations showing the existing home and then the proposed addition. And these would be the two areas facing adjacent properties. This is a photo facing the front of the property. The shed that you see there is the one that's being relocated to the rear of the property to be in a code compliant location. This is a picture of the site from Madrigal Court showing the fence. Here's another picture from Madrigal Court showing the fence. This is a picture of the screen room, which will be removed to build the addition. And this photo shows the concrete slab that was installed in the utility easement, which will need to be removed and to a compliant location, and it's for the proposed addition. As I mentioned, the subject property is a reverse corner lot, where the rear lot line of one of the property is the side lot line of an adjacent property. It is within the Chickasaw Point preliminary subdivision plan, which provides for the setbacks, lot area, typical development layouts, the minimum and maximum building size. As I mentioned, there is a maximum square footage for detached homes in this preliminary subdivision plan that limits them to being 1,343 square feet. The front and side street setbacks are 20 feet. The side yard setback is 0 foot or 7.5, which means that there has to be a minimum of 7.5 feet building separation between the lots. And then the rear is 15 feet. As I mentioned, there's an existing home that's 1,407 square feet that does exceed that maximum allowable square footage, which is the subject of variance number 1, and the sheds. So the proposed improvements include a 508 square foot rear addition, that's the subject of variance number 2. This increases the total square footage to 1,915 square feet. The proposed addition also is requesting to have a rear setback of 7 feet in lieu of the required 15 feet, which is the subject of variance number 3. The property to the north of the subject property was built fewer than 2 feet from the shared lot line. And then there will be modifications to the existing 6-foot high vinyl fence along Madrigal Court and the rear property line to bring it into compliance with the code, and with this variance should it be adopted. Section 38-1408 requires fences and walls in residential districts to be limited to 4 feet in the front yard setback. The fence, however, was permitted in 2017 to be 6 feet on all sides, including the front yard setback. So it was the height. It was installed in accordance with the height that we allowed on the permit, but they also added gates and additional areas to the fence after the permit was issued. Staff recommended denial of the variances 2 and 3 related to the proposed addition, as the request is not in harmony with the intent and purpose of the code, as the addition could be proposed in a lesser manner to have lesser impact on the adjacent properties. And then staff recommended approval of variances 1 and 4 as they recognize the existing home size and the fence. Staff mailed a total of 151 notices to adjacent property owners within a 500-foot radius. We received 1 correspondence in favor of the request. This was prior to the first Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. At the second Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing, the applicant provided a letter of support from the most affected neighbor. We did not receive any correspondence in opposition to the request. However, a representative of the HOA was in attendance at the first Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing in opposition to the request and stated that the applicant had not received approval from the Architectural Review Board. As I mentioned, this case did go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment on August 1st with a request for 5 variances. At that hearing, the Board of Zoning Adjustment recommended that the applicant revise the plan to modify the request and to receive approval from the Homeowners Association. At the November 7th Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing, the Board of Zoning Adjustment concluded that the lot is fairly unique in shape, limiting the locations for an addition, and that the most affected property owner is in favor of the request and recommended approval of all 4 variances unanimously, subject to the 6 conditions. This is the slide that shows the 6 criteria for approving variances as outlined in section 30-43 of the code. And the conditions of approval, the first 3 are the standard conditions of approval that tie the variance approvals to the site plan provided and require the applicant to obtain all other applicable state and federal permits. Conditions 4, 5, and 6 require the applicant to obtain permits for the unpermitted work or to remove those items. The requested action is to deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions. And with that, staff is available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Ramos, here, applicant for the owner for 541 Madrigal Court. Quick rundown, the extra space is for the owner's daughter who is starting college. She needs the extra room to have her own space for homework for her college activities. Like you heard before, we were approved on our previous meeting, and now we're back here, so pretty much if you have any questions for me, that'd be great.
No questions at this time, but stand by.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Well, before we go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero has a question or comment.
Oh, it was already answered.
Oh, it was already answered.
Sorry.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, I want to do a motion for approval, please.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you all for your presence this afternoon. We'll move to the next item, and this is item F6. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Renee Parker, our manager from the Environmental Protection Division, EPD, is going to come forward, and she'll be framing this item.
Good afternoon. You all have done extreme amount of work today. I'm very proud of every one of you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Today, I will be providing you an overview of the proposed amendments for modifying the composition and representative membership of the Environmental Protection Commission, and it's found in Chapter 15, Article 2. And we're proposing to amend sections 1530A and 1530C. Here's the agenda we'll be following. And just to refresh everyone's memory, there was numerous questions that a Butler Chain of Lake Advisory Board had posed to District 1 Commissioner, and she had written a memo to this board to discuss some concerns about the operation and composition of the Environmental Protection Commission. Specifically, those concerns were decisions made by the Environmental Protection Commission discussing whether the professional employment of certain members created conflicts of interest affecting the advisory board's ability to make unbiased recommendations to this board. EPD took those concerns back, and we presented and worked with the county attorney's office, and we presented our staff findings to the Environmental Protection Commission, and also talked with the Membership and Mission Review Board. We compiled those recommendations, and we presented to this board in a work session July 9th of 2024, and it was at your direction that you wanted us to propose ordinance amendments to modify the Environmental Protection Commission. Specifically, the directive was to keep it as a 7-member advisory board, eliminate 1 representative from the regulated business municipality role, add 1 additional citizen representative, which is increasing the general public perspective from 1 to 2. And so we prepared that proposed amendments. We presented that at a first public hearing before Environmental Protection Commission in October of 2024. They recommended approval, and we sit here today at our second public hearing, which is the adoption hearing for these proposed amendments. Just to refresh your memory, in 1968, the county established the Orange County Pollution Control Board, and it was later changed in 1984 to the Environmental Protection Commission. It was originally comprised of 5 members, and then in 1996, this board increased the membership to 7, and that's how it stands today. Specifically, the 2 added members was an additional representative of a business organization private business or municipality, and then they added the representative recognized environmental conservation organization. This slide there's no changes proposed to the duties and the powers of the Environmental Protection Commission. This is in section 1531, and this is just a summary of some of the duties to just help reference the discussion and the important role that these members have to EPD as well as this board. The EPC is an advisory board created for the benefit of the BCC to make permitting and those policy recommendations related to air, land, and water quality. The EPC operates subject to the provisions in Orange County Code, Article 2, Section 210. And many of you had briefings yesterday, and we're going to go right into the proposed amendments. For Section 1530, we are removing just the number 7. EPC is still to be referred as a 7-member advisory board, compliant with Chapter 2, Article 6 of the code. And then in Section 1530, we'll go through the most significant text amendment changes to the proposed ordinance. Item number 1, we have updated the qualifications for the representative membership role for the professional engineer. Item number 2, we refined the agricultural representative role to include a broader range of operations. And so that is an agricultural industry, and then the yellow text underline language, such as but not limited to bona fide farming, pasture, grove, or forestry operations, including horticulture, floriculture, viticulture, dairy, livestock, poultry, bee, and aquaculture. The next most significant text change is item number 1530C4, and this is where we reduced the regulated business municipality representative from 2 to 1. And then item number 6, the most significant text amendment, is adding that second citizen representative to enhance the general public representation. So that's where you see from 1 to 2. In summary, the proposed ordinance, we believe, updates and better defines the member roles and the selection criteria needed for the Membership and Mission Member Review Board to vet candidates. The number of the EPC remains at 7. The MMRB and the EPC have both been briefed on the proposed updates. Again, we had no public comments provided at the first public hearing. And all of the appointments and the reappointments, or I would say the appointments or the vacancies that are created, if you so choose to pass these proposed amendments, remain on hold right now, pending BCC approval of this proposed ordinance. So our next step with the ordinance updates, the effective date would be pursuant to general law, typically within 10 days, and it will have an effective date for this year of 2025. The Membership and Mission Review Board will then proceed to fill 3 vacancies on the EPC, which is the citizen representative, and that's 2 of those they'll be looking for, and then the agricultural interest. Of important note, as of January of 2025, the reappointment of all the remaining EPC members all have expired terms, so they'll need to reappoint all of those members. Or if they so choose not to serve on this commission, then they'll have to go out and get new candidates and vet those. And then we have commitments from the MMRB to collaborate with EPD during the vetting process. So simply our action requested today is approval of the proposed ordinance pertaining to the composition and representative membership of the Environmental Protection Commission, amending sections 1530, Article 2, Chapter 15 in the Orange County Code of Ordinances, and modifying the composition and representative membership of the Environmental Protection Commission and providing an effective date, and authorization for staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors within the ordinance. And that concludes the presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. We also have our county attorney's office to answer any questions you should have. Thank you.
All right, great job on the presentation. We don't have an applicant on this, but I will open it up for any public comment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, because I know I, opened up this Pandora's box, but I think the fact that we don't have anybody standing here screaming right now shows you that the effort's been put in, that we've continued to engage the public, and especially the people that really raise the concerns about conflicts of interest. I want to say, as a matter of public policy, and while we're on the record here, and we've hopefully broadcasting out to must-see TV, that conflicts of interest is something this board takes seriously, and that we will continue to make sure that as people who kindly, willingly volunteer on these boards. We're very grateful. But we also want to make sure that we're keeping all of their decisions validated by making sure they're being made for the right decisions. And Environmental Protection Division specifically, the more time goes by, the more scientific evidence we have to base policy on. And so ideally, it's going to be a little more clear if something is amiss. And I do feel like that's what sort of raised some flags to bring this up. And I hope that this evolution of the ordinance gets us to the place we need to be. But I thank you so much for the work on it. I know it was a little long in coming, and it's been difficult to work with the skeleton crew on that commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, do we have other questions or comments? I see none. Commissioner Uribe.
I know I also had a very extensive briefing, and I had a lot of questions, which I'm not going to ask now. But I just want to commend you all for what you did and just being ready on this, because I asked you a lot of questions, and you were prepared, and it makes this a lot easier. And you know, the idea of trying to be transparent in all of this is just ideal, because that's what we always want. And so thank you. Just want to say you guys don't get thanked enough, so good job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, with that, is there a motion for approval?
So moved. Wilson.
Second, Gomez.
All right, motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Gomez Cordero was very quick on the second because she wants to go to her birthday dinner. I understand. With that, we stand adjourned.